Welcome back to Adobe Live. We're excited to be here from MAX London, where we just wrapped up the keynote. For those who I haven't met, I'm Clara Galan. I work on the community team, and I'm joined here today by Tony Harmer. How's it going, Tony? We're back.
Surprise! Shocker, we teased them, didn't we?
I know, we did. I know it was a different event, but we just had a watch party for the keynote and had some really exciting commentary to share, a lot of great updates in Photoshop and Illustrator and even InDesign, because I know we got to give InDesign a little love too. But if you're just joining in the chat from YouTube or Behance, we're on Adobe Live YouTube and Creative Cloud YouTube in addition to Behance. Go ahead and post any questions in the chat if you have commentary, feedback. We are live. We are live here on the show floor. Like, I'm looking in front of me and there are thousands of people, a lot of people. So we are excited to bring here, since if you're not able to join here in person, we're excited to bring it here to you live. But Tony, what have been some of the updates shared here today?
Oh, well, we've seen so much. It's so really hard to...
It's overwhelming. Like, where do we even start, right?
I mean, it is complete overload. Because everything is so exciting. There's nothing you can look and go like, everything's like, what?
It's like mind blown, that emoji. I need to keep sharing that in the chat.
I mean, the main thing for me out of this is everything that's been going on in Photoshop. It's great to be back doing stuff with Photoshop and Photoshop team, those things. So everything they're doing at the moment is like, whoa.
Wow.
Incredible. Also great to see the stuff that's going on in Illustrator, how Illustrator is really embracing generative content in there and generative assistants to help you do your stuff. There's great stuff going on in Premiere. There's great stuff going on everywhere.
And Premiere too, we saw some of those like sneaks that came.
Sneaks are really good,
I know Terry White also shared some sneaks, so it's pretty cool to see what's coming down the pipeline.
Selection-based rotoscope, boff, like that.
Yeah.
What now?
I know, and I'm curious, if you're in the chat, if you watched the keynote and you have initial feedback, go ahead and post it in there. I'm looking here in the chat. We have Carolina joining in from London.
Yay.
Oliver, thanks for joining in. Paul, so if you have, again, any questions, we are here live from London to be able to share that with you. So, Tony, let's go ahead. I see you have Photoshop open.
I do.
Why don't we go ahead and dive in and just see what some of these new features are?
Absolutely. Now, I did just think, just before that, shall we just have a quick look at the Creative Cloud app? Because we've mentioned a couple of times during our earlier stream about where people can get hold of this. Because this is the stuff that's in Photoshop beta at the moment. And people often see that and think it's just open to a small invited group of people. And that's not the case. Everybody can access this and play with it side by side with their main build of Photoshop all the time. So should we just show them that first?
Yeah, let's go ahead and dive into Creative Cloud.
So let's just go ahead and do that.
I know there were a lot of questions too of, these look amazing, but how do I access them in my app? So let's go ahead and open that up.
I don't know, by the way, if you saw the launch time on that just then, but it was like quicker than I could click my fingers. It's just unreal. So if you're there, if you go to all apps from there, you've got this bar across the top, and if you look for this sort of chemistry flask that's just there, okay, we have beta applications, and you can see all of the different things currently in beta that you can access and get to play with these features today. So they already have them. They have their Creative Cloud desktop app to play with. So I thought that would be worth it. But anyway, it's Photoshop. I've got no assets on this machine. I'm lying. I of course got assets.
Maybe a few, just a few.
Maybe just a few. But they're mainly for my session this afternoon. But do you know what? I can make them directly in here, so let's make them.
Well, we were just even saying, with a blank canvas, like where do you start? So.
Because that is the most terrifying thing.
Starting with
new
that.
Blank canvas.
Yeah, and as you're bringing that up, I'm looking here, we have Stefan. Nice to see Stefan, and Flynn joining in from Australia. Hey, hi Flynn. And of course, we have my colleague Tim in there, as you all know and love.
Yeah.
And
Tim Bot. So good. So I'm going to start with something here. I'm just going to go for 1920 by 1920. So I'm just tabbing through the dialogue here. Okay, and I think just for the purposes of this one, not that it really matters, but just for now, just making life easier, I'm going to go in at 150 PPI. I could do 144, but let's leave everything else there as is. So here is, what did I do there?
I'm like, well, are we creating a bookmark or something?
That's kind of how it works.
Only it'll be vertical when we print it.
See, I missed out one of those all important just
slight details. You know the joy of live.
Yeah, exactly.
Joy of live.
Oh, I've got the demo gods on here, by the way.
The demo gods. You might have to show those up afterwards because we chatted about them so much during the keynote.
But they were very active right there. It's like, whoosh.
Yep, there we go.
So I've got a whole new blank canvas, the most terrifying thing that any creative can think of. I've got my contextual taskbar just here, okay, and you can see I've got import image, so if I want to start by bringing something in, I can do that, but I've got the new generate image here, so right from the beginning. I don't have to go out to Firefly to generate this, it's right here.
So easy.
On my screen, absolutely.
And I know there were some questions too in the chat about where do these images come from?
Yeah.
So can you talk a little bit about how the Firefly model is trained?
Yep, absolutely. So unlike other models that are out there at the moment that have scraped content without user permission, they basically just send bots out to just bring back content. Adobe Stock is not like that. So Adobe Stock is based on, Adobe Stock Firefly is based on Adobe Stock content, okay, and also on public domain images from curated libraries. Okay, so it's not just random stuff that's tagged as for public domain, it's from curated libraries that exist. So that's a really big deal. And the main thing is because it makes it commercially stable. Yeah, you can use it commercially, and everything that's in that has been responsibly sourced. The creators are getting paid. If their stuck content is in there, it generates a credit for them. I mean, it's a sub 1 penny thing to start off with because it's a small part of what it's doing. Yeah, but that builds up over time. If you've got popular content that's coming in, and at least it's not just like, cheers, we've taken your images, thanks very much.
Right.
Bye.
Bye. No, of course not. And it's if you have actually uploaded your content into Adobe Stock.
Yeah.
So it's not taken from any other sources.
Yeah.
It's with permissions that Adobe has, for sure.
But to be able to use it commercially, big deal.
Yeah.
Real big deal. Because if you've got stuff that you're creating, things like Midjourney and DALL-E and Stability, well, people are publishing them, but that's a sort of a legal melting pot just at the moment, and they run what brand wants to buy content from a creator that may get them sued?
Absolutely
Who wants to do that?
It's terrifying.
It is.
For sure.
One of my friends is very eminent in is a lawyer. He's also a photographer. Actually, hi Nick, by the way, if you're watching. This is his day to day at the moment. Is talking about this and about different developments that occur in that area. And Adobe Stock, he doesn't have anything negative to say about Adobe Stock because it's ethically driven. Which is a big deal.
Absolutely, and I know there were questions at the community event yesterday. If you are creating something for a client and you use Firefly, it is completely commercially safe to use. So that's huge.
Yeah, and it kind of has to be that way because the thing that has to happen is that the people who are providing this content are Adobe's customers.
Absolutely.
Yeah? You can't do anything to damage your customer base in that way. So it's got to be truly collaborative in order for that to work.
And making sure that we're acknowledging artists too, and that they're being compensated for their work and recognized. So I know that's really important.
It is very, very important. So another question that that occurred a couple of times this morning is, how do you learn more? And I think you asked me, how do you learn more about prompting? Well, actually, I can have a look at that right here, right now, because on the right-hand side here, so this is the generate image dialog here. We're going to dive right into this and have a good look inside. We're also going to have a little bit of cheeky fun with it. I've got to be honest.
That's
It
the
wouldn't
best.
be me if we didn't.
Of course. But that's about, you know, once you start generating in Firefly, it's, you know, you can keep going.
You can keep going,
it's amazing where you end up.
And you get 1,000 credits. Creative Cloud subscribers get 1,000 credits a month. If they find themselves ripping through that, then they can buy additional credits. But
yeah.
1,000 credits is
that's a lot.
It's quite a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So any of these images here, you can scroll down through this list, which seems to get longer and longer and longer every time.
Oh my gosh.
But there's
so
tons
cool.
of stuff. All you need to do, if you like the look of something here, and you think, I wonder what prompt was used to generate that. So I like butterflies. So I'm going to click here. Now there you go. It populates the prompt area, okay, with that prompt. I don't know if I can screen zoom on here. It looks like I actually can. Okay, and I'm just looking to Holly to just see if that all looks good, and she seems to think it's okay.
Looks
so
good.
Super close-up macro photography of a multicolored butterfly walking along a leaf surrounded by foliage. And I'm only doing that because some people are going to be watching this stream on phones. I just want them to be able to see the content that I'm seeing as well. It's got absolutely nothing to do with me being older than most trees. But anyway, so we've got that, and at the moment it's a photo. So I'm going to come back to this in a moment, but for now, let's just go ahead and hit generate. So it's not going to give us the same image, it's going to give us a whole new generation.
But similar,
using those properties.
Let's see what we get.
Have fun going with those, and then you can start to swap out. So I'll swap out some things as we do this. I want to just give a shout out to Lucy Street, the evangelist and the Express team.
She'll be on Adobe Live later today with
Jordan.
Will,
and she opened me up to a whole new world of fun in Barcelona.
Okay.
We were all there. It's great that we were all there together.
I know. It feels, again, like a year ago. It was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of us have been sitting around in the sun having like a lovely time, walking 100 kilometres. You know, but here we go. There we go. So we've got our generation there. Now, not only have we got the single generator, we've of course got 3 variants just there. We can see them in a couple of places, right? Or we can see them in one place in particular. In the properties panel, I'm just going to collapse my color panel here so you can see more of the properties panel. I can see my variations there. I could also cycle through the variations here in the contextual taskbar. Okay, so you can see here I'm at 1 of 3 just there. So if I click for the next one, it populates that with the next one. If I click again, it populates that like so.
Wow,
so we've got
beautiful.
Those
and I like
really
the variations too. Like you have a lot to choose from. It looks very realistic. Really
so
beautiful.
Good. So one of the things I can do here, and I'm actually going to zoom on this section again, just here, still looking to Holly to make sure that she's good with that. Holly's lovely and she's giving me big smiles, and now the last
big thumbs up.
Yeah, that's cool, Tone, you can do that. I didn't get a thumbs up though, Holly. There we go, double thumbs up. Okay.
We have our whole tech team here
so
too.
if you're watching on a phone, hopefully I've made it slightly easier for you to see. So, super close-up macro photography of a multicolored butterfly walking on a leaf surrounded by foliage. Now, I don't think I really need it, right? But what I'm going to do here is add in a couple of things. So I'm going to do Ultra HD, typing live, never my strength. I've got to be honest. I'm just going to pop in a comma there and 4K. Let's see what we get there. So we'll try and see what the modifier is just now. Also, I do have additional controls here in the thumbnails, such as generate similar. So if there's one I like that's sort of most of the way there, but not the whole way there, then I've got that. And also remove background, which we are going to do in a little bit, but not right for now. So I've just changed that one parameter here, and so I'm going to go ahead and click that one parameter, that one part of the prompt. It's sounding all technical then, like I actually know what I'm doing. It's so crazy.
It's calculating.
Yes, it's doing it.
And I know if you're in Firefly Web too, there's also the community tab, which has the same thing, where you can see all the different prompts and what people have created.
It's a great way to explore and learn.
Yeah.
Great way to do it.
All right.
So let's have a look at, so let's click through some of these, just these first 3 to start off with. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave that one just there, and then I'm going to go to the earlier version, So there is a noticeable difference there between those 2 things. Let's look at that background again, and now switch back to this one. Subtle.
Yeah, subtle, but still, you see the nuances.
There is a difference.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's swap this out now. So at the moment, if I go back to the prompts panel, so here we get it in a slightly different place here, right? We get the content type just here. So this is set as a photo. I don't want it to be a photo anymore, because, you know, it's photo. I want it to be art. Now let's just leave it at art just for a moment. Here it's being populated with cinematic to start off with. There's all of these different variations. We can dive right into these straight after. We've got a lot to explore.
I always love which one is it, the paper, or if we
Oh, like layered paper?
Yeah, layered
We're going to do layered paper.
Perfect, that's
we
my
are
favorite.
going to do layered paper. It's my new favourite.
It's so cool to see. It looks so realistic.
Just unreal. I think there is actually one in it. We'll try again in the default prompt box. We'll just see. I'm pretty sure there's a thing there. So okay, so let's just do something here. Let's get that out. Come on, Firefly.
As this is loading, again, we're going to look in the live chat here on YouTube and Behance. We have, let's see. Joey is joining. The Design Ninja is back. Hey Tony, cheers from Switzerland. And then some questions about the number of legs on the butterfly.
Yeah, there does appear to be just
4. Yeah.
4. Yeah, or 5.
There's some.
Should there be 6? Right? There should be 6.
Yeah. 6.
Yeah.
Maybe we have to be specific on how many legs we
want
on
we've
that
got some
Firefly.
art just there. How long have we got left? I think we haven't got too long left.
Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes or so,
okay.
so we're good. We have the
due
timer,
over there, so
right here.
Yeah. This is my warning telling me that I have to be somewhere else in just 2 minutes. But look at that, we're getting paintings very super quickly, and I don't mind taking the flat for it. Right, we've got all these things here, so papier-mâché. Let's try that. Layered paper does exist in here, and also this one, yarn. What would it look like if it was made out of wool?
Yeah.
In fact, you know what? I'm going to skip
cool.
layered paper. Let's just for Lucy, I'm going full on yarn.
Yeah.
So I want to see what my yarn butterfly is there. I've got a floor manager who's tapping his watch just to the side of me, and the assistant floor manager who's looking at me with.
It's amazing. We're going to take a picture. We're going to take a picture after this. In front of us, we have thousands of people, and also all of these different booths. So it's sensory overload, Tony. Plus Firefly. I mean, how are we doing it?
I'm getting a red 1-minute warning. I'm getting. You lot I've got to be honest, the team that are down here working, it's like the people who never get any recognition for what they do. They are the absolute best.
Thank you.
And there you go. There's my butterfly, now made out of wool.
Oh, we can pull that up.
Look at that.
So beautiful. And it's like so realistic too, just especially that last one. If you click back to that last one, the background.
This one here?
Look you see the threads of yarn that it's on. It's so cool.
It's just mad.
It's
so
amazing.
That's your new thing to do. What would it look like if you did it in yarn? Thank you, Clara.
Thank you, Tony, so much for joining us. And Tony, you have been on a marathon, so with the keynote, watch party, and now going into the first takes within Photoshop. Thank you so much. And I know what's your next session?
It is in 36 minutes.
Oh, perfect. And what is it?
So I'm doing advanced techniques for visual designers, but using the new stuff, showing how that blends into workflow. So I'm going to show how generative content can work side to side. I'm also going to show some features, some of which have been around for a little while, but in the work I've done when I was at Adobe and researching how people work, there's lots of stuff people don't know.
Awesome.
So it's all good.
Well, we can't wait to catch that. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you all for tuning in. So if you're not here with us at MAX London, stay tuned on YouTube and Behance. We're going to continue to bring you all of the great speakers that you see on the main stage. So we'll be right back. If we could just flash up that schedule again really quickly so you see what is coming up. We have up next is going to be Annie Atkins and Anna McNaught, who are both on the main stage, where graphic props for filmmaking, you're going to see a lot of the behind the scenes
Can I unplug?
Of what Annie had created for films such as the Grand Budapest Hotel, as we all know is Wes Anderson. And then you're going to hear from a couple other keynote speakers, including my colleague Deepa. And then up next will be David Oku and Anna McNaught again, coming with how to make your design pop with Photoshop and Adobe Illustrator. So again, we'll be right back. So be sure to keep staying tuned. And up next will be Annie Atkins and Anna McNaught with graphic props for filmmaking. Thanks, everyone. Welcome to Adobe Live. I'm so excited to be here with the famous Annie Atkins. My name is Anna and I will be the host today. Annie, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm good, yeah. Thank you for having a chat today.
Yeah,
It's great to be here.
of course. I'm so excited to be here with you because your keynote was incredible. You blew us all away. Your work is amazing.
Thank you.
If you don't know Annie, you have to go check her out. And I would love for you to give our audience a little intro about yourself.
Yeah, so I make graphic design for filmmaking, which is all the kind of things that you see in the movie that are made out of paper, basically. So anything with graphic design on it, anything with lettering or a pattern or a logo on it, has to be made by the graphic design team.
Yeah, that's amazing. Okay, so I have a couple of questions here for you. Let me just bring them up. So tell me about how you actually got started with this. I know we all have some crazy stories through our journeys, so.
Yeah, I mean, I started off a long time ago now, I suppose 20 years ago I graduated. I was working in an ad agency and I really wasn't very good at graphic design for advertising. Of course, I know now that you're not supposed to be when you're young. Like,
yeah.
you don't just like graduate from college and suddenly you're like, a fully bona fide graphic designer. You have to get good at design through practice. But I was maybe I was a little hasty, but I decided to just leave design behind me completely. And I went to study filmmaking instead, thinking that I would be the director, I suppose.
Wow.
And then, of course, in film school, it all changed, and this whole new world of design was opened up to me, design and filmmaking. And then I fell in love with design again.
Yeah.
Just a different kind of design, And then with practice, I started to get a little bit better at it.
Yes, that's amazing. All right, so we have a lot of people hopping into the chat here. Welcome everyone who is here. I also want to let you know that if you have any questions for Annie, please drop those into the chat so I can share them with her. And what is it like working with actors when you're doing all of this work?
Yeah, so in the graphic design department, the only time I would ever work with an actor is if I have to teach them how to use a feather quill or a dipping pen. Because sometimes an actor has to do their own calligraphy in shots, right? Now, the first time I ever had to do that was probably on The Tudors, which was the first TV show I ever worked on. And Henry Cavill was playing one of the king's best friends, and he had to sign a document in shot, and he had to use a feather quill on set to do it. I had to show him how to use it. Unfortunately, I'd only just started the job at that point, and I didn't know how to use it myself. But I blagged it, and we figured it out together. But it's probably the only time that I ever worked directly with an actor.
Wow, and how long did it take you to learn how to use the quill?
Oh, a lot of trial and error on that show.
Yeah.
We hired real calligraphers to come in and work with us quite a lot as well.
Good.
I've kind of mastered it now, but like this is like 15 years later,
Wow, that's amazing. So when you are on set, like what's one of the most exciting parts of your job, would you say?
Most exciting, I would say, I think like walking onto a set that you've designed set graphics for. So there's like prop graphics, which are the things the actors handle, and then set graphics would be the things that are actually built up into the set, like stained glass, cast iron signage, billboards, that kind of thing, like a street scene.
Yeah.
Like if you walk onto a street scene, like a fake street full of like fake shop fronts, and it's all got like your signage and your advertising boards on it. I love that moment. And I love it when the cast and the crew arrive on set in the morning and they're like, wow, we're really in this like totally other world. Like now we're in Victorian London or whatever it is.
So cool.
I love seeing it all come together.
Yeah, that's amazing. And it must feel really good for you too to see your hard work paying off and to all come together in that scene. And are people coming up to you talking about it, or does it kind of step behind the curtain?
Sometimes people will say something. Like I remember when we did Grand Budapest Hotel, there were a couple of actors on that show who came up to us in the graphics department and said, like, we really love the fake passport you made us, or whatever it was, So sometimes they do, and that's nice.
Yeah, that's so cool. So tell me actually about working on Grand Budapest Hotel. I mean, that's so cool that you worked with Wes Anderson and like amazing pops of color and story. That must be so fun.
It was really fun. I mean, it's a film that I hold very close to my heart, I suppose. It was the first big feature film I did. Like, I had done a feature before that, but it was animated, so it was a slightly different working process. And then I did Grand Budapest, and, you know, at that point, I'd done a lot of period TV shows. I'd done a lot of costume drama. And, I mean, this is like 10 years ago. And at that point in time, a lot of period drama had a kind of sepia look to it, you know, like everything was just slightly brown, you know, because it was all set in the olden days.
Yes.
You know? And I think Wes Anderson really changed that with Grand Budapest.
Yes.
You know, he put so much colour into that 1930s movie, and I think a lot of productions after that followed suit, and they started putting colour into their period TV, because of course there was colour in the olden days.
Right,
know, right?
Right.
We just think of it as like black and white. But like now, like any kind of period show you watch on Netflix, it's often got a lot of colour in it, and I think that's really lovely.
That's really cool. And did you feel like you had to shift your style a little bit, or cause I've seen some of your work and it tends to have like more muted tones in some stuff.
Yeah, I think.
Do you feel like it fit in? Okay.
You have to design to the style of the show,
yes.
right? So I try to be more of a chameleon with my style. I try not to have a style.
I like that. I try not to have a style. You know, most artists don't say that, so that's...
Yeah, it's the other way around in film, really. You can't really bring your style to something. You have to work to the right period.
That's
you know?
so cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So what do you think is next for you? Like, do you have any future plans? Maybe you can share some, maybe you can't share others. Where do you want to go from here?
I'm working on a movie at the moment, but I probably can't say what it is because I don't think it's been announced yet. They're based in New York, and I'm doing some bits remotely for them. What can I say that's coming up? Oh, I'm publishing a children's book this year.
Okay, tell me about that.
So that... oh God, that also hasn't been announced. It's just going to print this week, so I think we're going to announce it in the next couple of weeks. So I won't say any more than that, but that's a children's book.
Are you allowed to share anything about the process or
well, it was quite similar.
How you got into it?
It was quite similar to the way that I work for film, because I was designing in character, really. Which is what I do with a lot of props that I make in film, and it's my favourite part of the job. It's like when you're not designing as a designer, but you have to step into the shoes of the character that you're designing the pieces for.
Yeah.
I did that with the book as well.
Okay, that's amazing. All right, I'm just looking through the chat here to see if there's any questions for you. Don't forget, everyone, please submit your questions for Annie. Someone said Annie had worked with the McCann Erickson before she made the switch to film and series.
Yes, it was McCann Erickson in Reykjavik in Iceland.
Okay, I love Iceland.
Yeah, it was a great experience, you know. But
that's the agency, right?
Yeah, that was an ad agency at the turn of the millennium, like early 2000s. And I mean, I suppose like because it was in Reykjavik, they had a very Scandinavian approach to design, right? Like very, very beautiful, minimalistic, you know, very much digital. Everything was done digitally.
Yeah.
And I was from a background where I suppose like I had a much more tactile approach to things because my mum and dad were both artists. My mum was a painter. My dad was a graphic designer, but he was also like a potter and a film photographer, you know.
Wow.
So we had quite a tactile approach to design that just did not fit into that Scandinavian crisp, clean look. And I think that's why I thought I was not good at design, because I just couldn't seem to nail that Nordic look.
Yeah.
And I probably could have done with practice, you know. But I did find that when I moved to filmmaking, the tactileness of the prop making, you know, having to make old paper, tea staining paper, you know, like you did when you were a kid when you make a pirate
that's
map.
so much fun. Yes.
A lot of what you do in film for those kind of hand props, for like ye olde TV shows, a lot of it I was taking from my childhood, you know, like I was like, oh yeah, like we would burn the edges of a pirate map.
That's
you know?
awesome.
So that was really fun, and I definitely I was just naturally a bit better at it than I was at the ad agency work.
That's amazing. And I love that you're pulling from your childhood. It sounds like art runs in your family, so you're able to bring this all together and bring it full circle.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so I want to hear what your best moments have been working in film and your worst moments.
I mean, I think the worst thing about film is it's full on. Like it's a long working day anyway. Like art departments start at 8 a.m., sometimes 7:30 a.m.
Yeah.
And they go through till 7 p.m. usually. And that's just a normal working day. But within that day, you have to create such a huge volume of work, including all your research and designing the pieces and then making the pieces and then dealing with all the challenges that are radioed up from the set and dealing with suppliers. It's a lot. And when I talk about it at an event like this, I'm really just showing the best bits and the nice little things and the interesting stories and the best work and the beautiful chocolate box. And, and the day, a typical day in film, does not look like that.
Yeah.
So for that reason, I don't know that I'll do this forever.
Yes.
I teach.
Sounds pretty taxing.
It's pretty taxing, and there are other things that I want to do where you have more time to focus on design. I teach a lot of workshop students, and I do feel very much this is going to be over to you guys now. I've got some other things that are on the back burner that I want to get into. So that's the worst part of film for me. It's just totally consuming, quite stressful, and most of the time you're making things that are never going to be seen.
Right.
So that's the worst part. The best part of working film is the excitement of it. Even though it's stressful, it's also thrilling.
Yep.
And it doesn't stop being thrilling.
Yep.
You don't get used to seeing Tom Hanks in the canteen eating his chips and beans.
That's amazing.
It's always exciting, and even just the building of the sets and all the stagehands carrying things around and the momentum of it all. It is a really exciting working environment.
That is so cool. I mean, I can imagine it must be amazing to see these actors and to see your work involved, and then just to be on set in general, getting to see the behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So I want to go back to something you said with the worst part. So you said you're getting there early in the morning, you're working all day, you're actually creating this stuff live while you're there, or is some of it everything is done in the moment, or something's kind of pre-made and put together?
No, sorry, everything is pre-made.
Oh, okay.
So you work a few weeks ahead of the shooting schedule, right?
Okay.
So you go into work, you work in the art department, which is usually an office near the set, and you're working a few weeks ahead, hopefully. I mean, sometimes we're a few days ahead, sometimes it's a few hours, but try to do a few weeks ahead. So that everybody has everything in good time. But there's always calls from set about something that needs fixing.
And you have to come there and then change it.
Something needs to be given a little bit of help to. So you have to kind of deal with that stuff while you're still making all the other stuff. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, yeah. I can see how that could be the worst part of the job and a little bit high stress, right? Okay, so let's see. We have Keith saying, wouldn't say invented, rather discovered. It was centuries ago, but I did not say bleach. Oh, they're talking about dyeing paper. Chlorine actually makes pulp more brown. Interesting.
Yeah, so what's this? All people are talking about how to make paper look old?
Yes, I think so. Yeah. I think that's the chat we're having here. Yes, when was bleach invented? We got chemical whitening of paper.
Yeah, I think that there's different ways to age paper, and tea staining is probably my favorite way, but you do have to be a little bit easy on it, okay? Like staining the age on something, the patina, I think that's really just the finishing touch, right? I mean, I remember one of the first jobs I went for an interview on, I had all these tea-stained old posters in my portfolio, and I remember just as I was opening my portfolio up, the production designer who was about to interview me said, "Now what I don't want to see is a load of tea-stained old posters."
Oh no!
And I was like,
Oh, and so what ended up happening with that?
I didn't get the job.
No!
It was for a BBC drama set in like the 17th century or something. So now I'm a bit lighter on the touch with the old tea staining, but I do think I do still use it. But I also try and experiment with other materials, right? So like in my studio sometimes, we'll rub paper with butter and then we'll wash the butter back out with like washing up liquids, just to try and get different textures on papers, make them look, somehow like, not that, make them look like they've been sitting in a damp attic for 40 years.
Yes.
Whatever's required by the movie script.
That's so cool. It's something you never think about. For us as just viewers every day, when we watch movies, we're not wondering, oh, how was that paper made, nor recognizing how much time and effort goes into making it look correct.
Yeah.
I think this actually leads perfectly into the question here that was asked by Jurgen Allen. How do you see the world of AI integrating with props and art and film?
Oh, don't ask me about AI.
I know. No one wants to be asked about AI, but we're all here for AI in a little bit of a way. So.
Okay, this is my thoughts on AI, right? First of all, I'm still telling my workshop students not to immediately use Photoshop, right?
Yes.
So start with the real tactile things, and then we'll bring it into Photoshop later on, So AI for me is really a big jump. Like, I'm sure it's infinitely useful. What I hope that it's going to do for me is do all the things that I don't want to do.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I'll give you an example. Actually, this is the worst part of the craft, is being asked to make a fake family photo from the olden days using pictures of the cast, right?
Oh man,
When they have to like cut some famous actor's head out and stick it onto an old photo. And usually we're always trying to do this in Photoshop and it's never quite right.
Yeah.
If AI can do that for me, I'm happy.
That's such a good point.
Because I never want to do it again. Because when you do one of those family photos, everybody on the crew will have an opinion about it, and it'll never be good enough.
Yep.
So yeah, I would love to see an experiment with AI to do that.
Yes.
If somebody could do that demo.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Let's hear it. If anybody wants to do that demo, you have a fan right here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's so true, and I think it brings us back to doing a lot of things analog, in an analog way, and then bringing it into your work and not always relying on AI. And that's something that I myself continue to push in my own work. I think at Adobe, we're trying to remind people, it's a tool. Let it do the things that you don't want to spend time on, like replacing heads for actors in their family portraits.
Yeah, exactly.
And I like to incorporate it into my work that way as well. Like I am.
So are you already incorporating it then?
Yes. So I am a painter, traditional artist, and then also do a lot of Photoshop compositing.
Okay.
And so I'm using it in a way where I can speed up things, like I showed today in my keynote, was ways where I'm like, I don't want to I don't want to create a whole water scene or something, or I don't want to blend this together, which I do love doing that, but if I want to remove a crowd of people or something, those kind of things that are kind of a pain to do, or even just like setting up a scene to test out an idea, and maybe in your case, like you're storyboarding and you're putting pieces of AI together to show someone a concept that's in your head, and then you actually create it. And I think that's a great use for AI in film, or for anyone out there, using it in a way to help speed up the early stage of your workflow when you're like, I have all these ideas and I can't get them to look right on paper.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I will give it a go.
Yes, I love that. Yeah.
Somewhere down the line, I will.
Yeah. Oh, Oliver says AI can do the tea staining.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, let's let it go. All right, so we have about 4 minutes left if anybody has any other questions. And Annie, is there anything else that you want to share with us? Any more fun stories that we didn't touch on?
I don't know. A fun story.
Or terrible story. What have you ever had any sort of tragedy with your work? Say you finish a big project for or for the film, and then it tears, or someone spills on it, or you lose the files, or
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of that stuff, like putting out little fires that happens. I mean, one way around that stuff is that we always make multiple copies of any given piece. Okay, so we don't just make one old telegram.
Right.
We make 20 identical telegrams, and we send them down to set, because then if somebody does spill a coffee on it doesn't matter.
That's perfect.
So we avoid continuity issues like that as well. But you know, unexpected things can happen. I remember when we were on Grand Budapest, we made a little notebook for Ray Fiennes' character. And Ray Fiennes was playing a very particular kind of person. You know, he was a real perfectionist, his character in Grand Budapest, the hotel's concierge. And when the actor saw the notebook that we'd made in his costume fitting, he was saying that it should have lines in it. And we had given him blank pages because his character would never have written on blank pages. He would have written on a lined notebook. You know? So we got radioed up to the art department. We quickly made it again, you know, printed it all out, stitched it all together, sent it back down to the costume fitting, and then he was totally happy with it. And I remember after the movie was released and I was doing some magazine interviews, I used that as an example because I thought that was quite a good example of the level of detail we go into, right?
Yeah.
Because the camera was never going to see inside that notebook.
Yeah.
Right? It was for the actor, and a lot of the things we do are really just for the actor and the director.
Wow.
But I think when I started telling that story, I think some of the magazines that I was talking to felt that I was saying that Ray Fiennes was a diva.
Oh.
So I stopped telling the story because that's absolutely not what I was saying at all, you know? It's all of our jobs in film to make sure that the props are right for the characters, and sometimes that would be the actors getting involved as well. You know?
I love that.
And it's totally fine.
That's amazing. Oh, well, you have such an incredible story, an incredible career that you've put together, and we're so grateful to have you here on Adobe Live. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I'm sorry we didn't get to some of your questions. Annie, you'll have to answer them offline. I know you have a Domestika course. People can find you on Instagram as well, right? Annie Atkins, is that okay? Well, thank you so much for being here with us, and thank you everyone for watching. It has been a pleasure. Have a great rest of your day, and take care.
Bye. Thank you. Thanks, Anna.
Thank you. That was great.
Yeah, super.
Welcome back to Adobe Live. We are so excited to be here with you today, streaming live from Adobe MAX London. If you're just joining in from YouTube or Behance, go ahead and post in the chat where you're joining us from. For those who I haven't met, I'm Clara Galan. I work on the Adobe Live and Community team, and I'm very excited to be joined here today by Deepa Subramaniam,
Hi, Clara.
who's on our senior leadership team at Adobe. So thanks so much for joining us.
Oh my gosh, I wouldn't miss this. It's such a great event.
How has it been so far? Like, I know the keynote
really?
we just wrapped up, and
Yeah, it's been amazing. The keynote was very fun. I haven't been on a Max keynote stage in over a decade, I think. And yeah, there was just so much news to share. You know, we launched Firefly Image Model 3, we brought it into Photoshop, all of these new workflows, talked about Illustrator, snuck some future stuff around Illustrator.
Some of the sneaks.
Exactly, future things coming to Lightroom. So it was really great energy, great crowd. I mean, it's just the whole UK community has been really excited to learn more. I'm having a blast.
Oh, it's really exciting, and the energy here too. I was just on our previous stream, we see thousands of people that are out here, so many different community activations. So tell us a little bit more about your role at Adobe and what you're focused on.
Yeah, so I run all of product marketing. I'm Vice President of Product Marketing for Creative Cloud, which means a number of our creative categories come into me and my team. So we cover imaging, video, photography, 3D, Firefly and generative AI, pro design. I think that's it. Sometimes I miss a category, but you know, really my team, we're focusing on all of the marketing for all of these categories. So working really closely with the product teams to understand their roadmap and what all great innovation is coming down the line, and marketing that to the world, and being very engaged with the community and getting that kind of like virtuous cycle of feedback going between the product teams and the community and our teams. So it's one of the best jobs. I really enjoy it. We get to spend a ton of time with customers, which is what I enjoy the most, and yeah.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see the community here and that feedback that you mentioned.
Yeah,
and even
those
who can't join too, if you're on Adobe Live and you are virtual, we'll be answering any questions that you have and being part of that product feedback loop. And I know you shared some really exciting announcements in the keynote, so we had a watch party here on Adobe Live.
Oh, fun!
But what were some of the things that you were most excited about that you just shared in the keynote?
I mean, everything we shared around Photoshop, I am so excited by, and cannot wait to see how the Photoshop community, you know, uses these features and give us feedback. So just to recap, we announced a new beta of Photoshop today that brings to life a bunch of new generative workflows. So about a little less than a year ago, we initially debuted generative fill and generative expand in Photoshop, and like game-changing features. So those are features powered by the Firefly image model that allow you to like really change your images, add things and adjust things in this really transformative way. And the reception has been amazing.
Yeah.
Just seeing what people are creating with it, the kind of use cases, like people using generative fill to touch up old family photos, to create funny memes, you know, real amazing photography and all sorts of like design use cases. So that's been awesome. And that's been the journey we've been on over the last year. And then with this beta that we just announced, we literally went from 2 generative workflows in Photoshop to well over 5. So I can just maybe unpack them a little bit.
Yeah.
We introduced something called Generate Image, which is a Firefly powered workflow, which is basically text to image in Photoshop. So now, I mean, Photoshop's always been used for ideation, but now with the power of Firefly, you can create images directly in Photoshop and then go on to like adjust and change those with the power of Photoshop around you. And so really anyone who kind of opens Photoshop and maybe is like met with that kind of blank canvas can now really ideate quickly just by writing a text prompt with Generate Image. So that's really exciting. I can't wait to see what people do with Generate Image. We also, in bringing Image Model 3, which is our new Firefly image model, into Photoshop, we are completely transforming and giving a massive boost to generative fill and generative expand. So Image Model 3 brings great quality improvement, detail around like fine details and straight lines and structure, and just, it looks amazing. And so that's now powering generative fill and generative expand. And then we brought more features to control, something like reference image, which we showed in the keynote, where you can basically upload a reference image and say, hey, generate with this content in mind, or generate with this style in mind. So super powerful features now in Photoshop. And then even outside of the generative workflows that we have in Photoshop, a ton of new other innovations. So, you know, Terry showed the new font panel, so you now have access directly to 25,000 Adobe fonts within Photoshop. The audience clearly loved that.
Yeah.
Improved AI masking, this new lens blur capability. So outside of just the generative workflows, there's fundamental core enhancements and features coming from the community that are in this new release of Photoshop.
It's so exciting, and the possibilities are endless in terms of creation. And like you said, when you start with a blank canvas, sometimes it's a bit daunting to be able to start. And I know there are a lot of creatives that have been on Adobe Live that talk about how they use generative fill and being able to generate specific images. But sometimes there's a bit of hesitancy of AI in general for that final product. So what would you say to creatives who maybe haven't used generative AI for the first time? How could this be a part of the creative process instead of the end result?
Totally, great question. I mean, look, it's this massive shift that's happening in the world and in technology and definitely in the creative space. And, you know, generative AI is here to stay. Like, that genie's not going back in the bottle. And what I really love is the approach that we're following at Adobe. So we're really, to us, the power of generative AI is in no way trying to replace the creative process or the creator themselves, but it's really to boost existing creative workflows and take some of the tedium and the mundane tasks that you have to do day in and day out and make it easier through the power of generative AI. Honestly, so you can create more. Like, we don't want to get in the way of creation. We want to help support better and faster and more expressive creation through the power of Gen AI. And so that's why, you know, the workflows that we're thinking about are really around how can we help you create more efficiently, create more faster within the applications that you know and love. So we've brought Firefly powered generative workflows into Photoshop, into Illustrator. We just shared 2 weeks ago that we're going to bring generative workflows into Premiere Pro to really help pro video editors kind of supercharge their productivity. So that's really our approach, and it's been really well received by the community.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to look in the chat here too to see if there's any questions on that. So we have Sylvia joining us, Jane joining us, welcome. Oliver, thanks for sticking with us and joining in. Looking over here to YouTube, if you have any questions, I hear we got a couple requests for some of the stickers we had at the community booth. So we'll go ahead and share those in there. And then pulling up the last one on our Creative Cloud YouTube, we have Jonas from Brazil, welcome. Sanjay, who's joining us from India, Ray from London, and a lot of other folks. So thanks again for joining us. And then some more excitement around Firefly. So in that sense, you know, in particular with video, I know there were some like really exciting videos and sneaks that were shared. We had a stream last week in Munich talking about enhanced speech and removing background noise, and there was a lot of excitement from the community in that. But can you talk about some of the other new pieces that are coming to video?
First off, I just have to say, enhanced speech has been like a darling, right? We betaed it, I think, in January, and you can really clean up your audio through this sort of AI-assisted feature within Premiere Pro. You know, enhanced speech actually came from our podcast technology, which is also a really awesome product. So yeah, that's been really exciting to see. But in the past 2 weeks, what we shared was a little bit of what we shared in the keynote today, which is we are working on a video model for Firefly. So we're working on a Firefly video model that we want to bring to market this year. We're taking the same approach with our video model as we have with all of our foundational Firefly models, developing the model to be commercially safe. And what we also shared last week was that we are building our Firefly video model to power, at the start, 3 new generative workflows within Premiere Pro. Something called Object Add, which is the ability to add video to an existing clip, Object Remove, which is the ability to remove something from a video clip, and Generative Extend, the ability to sort of extend a video clip. And so we shared a video, actually maybe we can put it in the chat, it's easy to find, it's on social media, we shared it today at the keynote, showing the real Firefly video model in action, adding things to video, removing things to video, and extending the clip. And so that's been, you know, met with so much excitement. I was just at the NAB show in Las Vegas last week, which is the National Association of Broadcasters, this massive pro video editor kind of like trade event. And the reception to these workflows has been really exciting. I think people really understand, oh, you know, I need to add or remove things, especially remove. You leave a boom mic in your shot, you leave a coffee cup in your shot, like that. Those are really common things. What surprised me the most was generative extend. Oh my gosh, every video editor I talked to was so excited about that, because, you know, it's really painful when you're filming and you kind of like, you know, don't have the shot. So a lot of times you want to hang on to an extra clip just for, or an extra beat in a video clip to add some emotional heft or sync up to the soundtrack. And when you don't have that shot, it's really painful. So with generative extend now, you can sort of extend your video. We also shared last week that we're looking to bring third-party models into our application, so into Premiere, into Photoshop, our flagship application, so that's really exciting. We've heard from our customers, they really want choice. They love the Firefly video model, or Firefly models, excuse me, and that they're commercially safe. But you know, there's a lot of models out there, and some are really great at certain things, and we believe in a world and think it's the best for creativity to just have more choice, have more models. So we shared kind of an early exploration of what it could look like to have, say, OpenAI's Sora model, or Runway's video model, or Pika's video model in Premiere, powering some of those video workflows. So that's also been met really well by the community, and we really just want feedback. You know, we shared the news last week to kind of start that dialogue, or continue that dialogue, I should say, with the community, and so yeah.
It's really exciting to hear the community feedback too. And if you've seen that video, I know my colleague Tim is in the chat. If you could just post that link, we'd love to hear your feedback, how you're going to use it too. I know we've already seen a lot of excitement at shows like NAB, like you mentioned, and making sure we're incorporating that feedback. And speaking of which, I know that Adobe is really closely connected to the community. We have a community team and a booth that we're looking at right now with all of the community artwork. Can you talk a little bit about the product development process at Adobe and how we incorporate creatives' feedback?
Yeah, it's always been a core part of our development process, working with the community to get feedback well before we even start building things, but definitely during the product development lifecycle, sharing things early with the community to get that feedback, understand what's working, what's not working, what are the enhancements and the feature requests, and responding to that. So all of our applications have a pre-release program that you can join, private betas, and really what we also do that's really kind of gone to the next level over the last year with Firefly is big open public betas. So even when we debuted Firefly last March, our first image model, it was a massive public beta. It was like, look, here, this is what we're doing. We want your feedback. Use this model and help us make it better. You know? And so again, it was so exciting to see what people were creating with Firefly, things that we hadn't even thought about before. And the feedback really hardened the innovation and matured it. And so even now, Firefly Image 3 model in Photoshop, they're released as betas. And so I encourage everyone to go check it out. Go to firefly.adobe.com, play with Image 3 model, go get the Photoshop beta, download it and use it, because it's not just about what we're saying we want people to create with it. We want to see what they're actually creating with it, and the kind of feedback they have, what's working, what's not working, the good, the bad, the ugly. Just share it back with all of us, because it's really about, again, maturing and improving that core technology to make it really great and make sure it's meeting our customers' needs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love how Adobe's such creative centric too, especially with the development of Firefly, making sure we're part of the content authenticity initiative, that creatives are getting recognized for their work. And I know just being on the community team, we've done a lot of these briefings for a lot of you who are tuning in to get kind of a sneak peek under NDA.
Those have been so valuable. I love getting the early feedback from the community on sort of things that we're thinking about and really need their help to form better and to make it better. So yeah, absolutely. That's been such a boost to our development cycle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see in Discord too, that huge Firefly community. So if you're not already in that Discord channel, we'll post that in the chat. So be sure to join our Firefly Discord. We have it available in many different languages too, so people can check that out. But thinking about moving forward with Adobe, it seems like the last year, I've been at Adobe a couple years, and the last year's been so exciting, so many different product releases. What's coming next? Like, what we can share at least?
Yeah, I know we did sneak a lot.
We did speak a lot.
Firefly's coming to Lightroom, which is
Yeah.
very exciting. The next generation vector model coming to Illustrator, empowering something called vector fill and vector expand, which I think is going to just be this huge unlock for anyone working in Illustrator, whether you're a graphic designer or an illustrator, you're making logos or icons, it's going to be amazing. So those are definitively coming soon because we snuck them today, and no backsies, like it's out there.
It's coming.
We can't wait to ship that.
Yeah.
But for where we're going beyond that, I think clearly the reception and the enthusiasm we've gotten from the community around how transformative, really well thought through generative workflows are to the creative process is like, there's no turning back. Like we're continuing to improve Firefly, bring it into more and more applications. I mean, we saw Firefly coming to InDesign in the keynote today. And so, that's like keep moving forward, keep innovating, keep adding more models to the family of Firefly foundational models, like the video model, areas where we have deep domain expertise, working on models and thinking about those models powering real workflows in our applications. That's like a non-negotiable, that's happening, and we're excited about that future. And apart from that, outside of generative innovation, just continuing to improve our applications, right? We brought Photoshop to the web last fall. There's a beta of Illustrator on the web, so it's just very exciting to continue to improve the core fundamentals of the application, come to more surfaces. So tons of rich innovation on the generative front, but equal amount of innovation on non-generative core features, performance, quality of life improvements. Creators work day in and day out in these applications, so that's really what we're passionate about, and that's what you can expect to come out over the next many months and years.
We're really excited to see that too, and I know there was a lot of excitement in the chat around InDesign in particular, because we haven't had as many announcements on InDesign.
I know, I was so excited to see that. I know,
Yeah.
I'm so excited Firefly has come to InDesign. Actually, we have some members of the InDesign team here, so they were really excited. I know, everyone always wants more InDesign in keynotes. It's a great application.
Yeah, there was a lot of excitement in the
that
chat
makes
just
me
when,
so
we did the
happy.
keynote, the watch party, so that
Cool.
was exciting. And then I know yesterday at our community event, the Photoshop on Web, we had the Photoshop team there sharing
good.
that, and Illustrator beta on Web, so it's a lot of excitement to come moving soon. And I'll look here in the chat too to see if there's any other questions. And if we have, people, this is what I love about our community. It's so international. We have people joining from all over the world.
Oh, look at this. I'm going into a project to prepare a storyboard for a commercial, and it turned out to be the end result. Freaking love it. I love that.
It's so exciting.
Here's a question. Will there be a generative video blend feature as well, connecting clip A to clip B after a cut has been made between them? Ooh, keys. Tell me more. This is exactly the kind of feedback that we'd love to hear. It sounds like you want to be able to kind of like blend two features, which is a little bit of like a build on top of the generative extend workflow that we shared. That's really interesting. I think these are the kinds of ideas that we want to see come through from the community to help us ideate the next set of workflows. So I'll share that back with the product team, but that's exactly the kind of feedback that we're hungry to get.
Absolutely, and I'm looking here too. So all good feedback, and then a question about After Effects. Anything?
Oh yes.
Anything coming up in After Effects?
I know we talked about Premiere, but we have not forgotten After Effects. We love all of our video and audio products equally. Yeah, absolutely. There's no reason that generative AI can't supercharge workflows in After Effects as well. And clearly, After Effects has the ability to sort of roto brush, and people before we previewed object add, object remove, the way you would add and remove things would be able to sort of round trip with After Effects. So we're pretty excited about innovating on that with Firefly, so stay tuned for more there. But we have not forgotten about After Effects. Incredible application.
Definitely. It's
very powerful.
All across video, a lot to come. And then I'm seeing here, I love this one from Austin. I teach photography to middle schoolers. They're learning Lightroom, Photoshop, and Illustrator and Premiere Pro. Start off with Express and build from there. Firefly too. They love these programs.
I'm so happy. That's wonderful.
And share too with us, joining from Austin, if what grade you teach. We also have an education community too, so we're happy to share that with you there. And I'm just going up here if there's any more. We have people joining from Tokyo too. Welcome. I know it's tricky with time zones, from Iran. So thank you
Oh,
again.
wow, that's
yeah,
amazing.
So international.
What a global group. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Any other, before we end the session for today, any other programs that you'd like to share with the community, or what they should be checking out if they are not already doing so?
I mean, definitely, grab the new builds that we just shared today. Again, update to Photoshop. Go check out Firefly Image 3 model on firefly.adobe.com. Stay tuned for a massive update to Illustrator, powering all of the stuff that Michael showed off in his sneak. A new update to Lightroom, bringing Firefly in. So get the builds, give us feedback, the good, the bad, the ugly, no filtering. And that's really what I'm most excited about. And I look to this community to help us get better.
Well, Deepa, thank you so much for sharing all of this and for
Thanks
coming
for
on
having
Adobe
me.
Live. And
this is my first Adobe Live.
It's really exciting.
I love Adobe Live, huge fan. And I'm always, excited that we have Adobe Lives for our releases and our launches. But I've never been on one, so thank you for having me. What a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much. And the first, and definitely not the last.
Yeah, I'll totally come back.
Awesome. Well, thank you again. Enjoy the rest of your time in London. And thank you all for tuning in. If we can just share the schedule coming up quickly. If you're just joining in from YouTube or Behance, we are live here from London for the rest of the today until 5:30 p.m. Local time. But up next, we're going to have Make Your Design Pop with Photoshop and Adobe Illustrator with David Oku and Anna McNaught.
Oh, fun.
So be sure to check that out and stay tuned. If you have any questions, go ahead and post them in the chat. We'll be right back. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Adobe Live. My name is Anna McNaught and today I am hosting David Oku. Welcome. Hello, David. Everyone. How are you doing?
Not too bad, yourself?
Good. I'm so excited to have you here. Welcome everyone in on the chat. Hope you're all having a great London Max so far. So David, tell me about yourself.
So today, for who don't know me, I'm known in the industry as an illustrator. Something I will try to bring up my portfolio so you can all see what I do. So mainly I do digital illustration. I'm very heavily using Illustrator, and sometimes I use Photoshop when it comes to editing a little bit the images or putting some more grain to my work, as you can see on the screen right now. Something that I really enjoy doing is creating this kind of psychedelic illustration where you have a lot of crazy color, I will define myself as a maximalist artist, so I like to fill the gap wherever I can.
Yes.
And over the last year, I've worked for numerous interesting projects, I would say, like I've done this for WWF. We did this kind of, how do you call it, matrioskas, do you call them like this?
Yeah.
Over guarding animal life and everything. Sorry, still a bit, I don't know how to pronounce it, but I will try to make my best.
Okay, do your best.
And as you can see, I've worked for Mercedes. I will define myself as an artist that is always trying to find new ways to use illustration and maybe try to do something that is out of my comfort zone, most likely, as you can see the car. And what else can I show you? So I did some workshop as well, because a lot of people don't know, but I like teaching. Wow. So when the Mercedes project came out, that gave me the opportunity to actually go with some people, train them with art, and I actually enjoyed it, believe it or not. And lastly, because of the timing, I would like to show you something in work. I did this project for Pepsi. That was one of the most proudest projects I did this year.
I love that. And, that's amazing.
And yeah, it just brought my work to a different stage in America. So very happy about this. And what else? I will show you quickly this page. Yeah, sorry if I go very quick.
No, that's perfect. We got 22 minutes, so quick is good, so we can get into a little bit designing.
Fantastic.
Too.
Yeah, let's see if it loads up.
Yeah, lots of internet issues today. But in the meantime, while that's loading, if you all want to send your questions for David today as he brings up his portfolio and creates some amazing designs for us, what are you going to be working on, in Illustrator or Photoshop?
I will start with Illustrator because I think that is where I'm most comfortable in.
Okay, great.
And, the reason for it is like I heavily work on Illustrator, and Photoshop for me is almost like giving extra texture or adding shadows to my work that I already made. So let's see if this one is loading up.
All right, looks like it's coming up here. Well, I already love the tops of what we're seeing. This is a good little preview. You all are going to love it. There we go.
There we go. Sorry, everyone. It's very slow, but we're going to be there.
Wow. Your work is so, so cool.
I appreciate that, Anna. Your work is beautiful as well. Because even you use a lot of color, so I appreciate that kind of.
Well, your color makes me want to use even more color in my work. It's very inspiring.
So, this is quite painful. So what I will do, I think I will start going into.
We can let it load and then
we go back to it.
Back.
So first thing first, I would like to go Illustrator. Let's see.
Yes.
So as you can see here, I already had a composition of a few illustrations I was working on. This was my last one. And the way I normally work, I work a lot with shapes and use the Pathfinder to create all these beautiful shapes that you can see on the screen. I draw freehand a lot on Wacom when I want to create something more organic. But as you can see on the screen, I mainly use shape to get away with a lot of things in Illustrator, yeah? And one thing I like to do a lot, obviously apart using colors, is using the new recolor. Oh, sorry, let me put this full screen.
So so everything that we're seeing here is its own individual shape and vector?
Everything,
Ugh.
everything. I know
You're
it's quite
a
heavy.
master. This is so good.
It's quite heavy, but don't get me wrong. I think it's just because I like to fill up the space,
Yeah.
and where I see holes, I need to fill it up with something. But one thing that I really love from last year's feature and this feature is the generative recoloring, as I was saying. And one thing I like is when I do all this beautiful composition, to edit every color is very difficult firsthand because it's too much happening. So this have really shrink my work by loads of hours weekly.
So cool.
And what I wanted to show you as well is let's start a new file.
Also, you have a bunch of new fans here in the chat. A lot of people saying very bright and colorful work, gorgeous, amazing. They're going to be following you now.
Thank you, everyone.
Insane illustrations. Someone liked the slow motion reveal. So yeah, you got some new people in your life.
So what I want to show everyone is like normally how my workflow will go, or normally on a day-to-day basis, is to show you how I use shapes. I will normally come here and let's put out the Pathfinder, my best friend.
So question from the chat, do you find yourself printing your work a lot?
Printing.
Yes.
Like I have a shop where I do prints and everything, but I don't print personally.
Okay.
But I had some previous experience in screen printing when I was in university.
Oh, cool.
So, but yeah, I will definitely need to spend more time doing that because I think it's also great to test the colors yourself firsthand.
Yes. And do you sell your prints online?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I need to order one. I don't know about you all, but I'm going to be buying myself some prints from you. So cool. A question from YouTube, how long have you been in this field?
I will say I would say more than 20. More than 20. I started like freehand, but then I started with the first Illustrators, Photoshop. I was a graphic designer before.
Okay.
And but I always had this passion for illustration, but I didn't know how to translate it from actually freehand, bringing it into the digital space. So that was the achievement that all these years have brought me to the level I am today. You know? So normally the way I will draw is create this beautiful shape. As you can see, I did a flower just now. And one thing that I do to pop my colors in Illustrator normally we'll be using,
That's okay.
Don't know why the command. Always using the same shape and copying in it. I will copy, cut, then do multiply. Like this, I will get my shadows. And then I will use another shape just on top. Center it. And then I will do like an overlay on top of it. Sounds it's very straightforward, nothing crazy. But what I've learned to do is I spend a lot of hours by doing this little. Sounds crazy right now, but
I love that you immediately have like a 3D effect to it instantly.
It's a fake 3D, but that's how I've learned, because the black and white teaches you how to use light and shadow contrast. And I think this technique of how I used to let it pop out works good for my illustration, because it creates that like a proper fake 3D. You can see even here, if I had example wanted to put some more shadow, I will go onto the flower. I'll do just a random shape like this because obviously it's close to the center. Cut it out with a copy. Overlay it and always put Let's put it darker so everybody can see what is happening. Oh, sorry, the mouse is not, trackpad is not the best. But you can see I will just recreate this all over the leaves, and then it will start looking.
That's amazing. Whoa. That's so cool the way you do this. Yes, a lot of people are really into this. They said they can watch the process all day. You need to teach more classes on Adobe Live, get you on here for a full one. That would be super cool.
But you see, so the theme is very simple, very straightforward, but you can go crazy. At example, another thing that I like a lot is like when you really want to let it pop more, you can actually play with having, let's do like this, bringing your colors into your gradient. Okay, so one.
Whoa. I'm so curious to see what you're going to do here. This is like...
No, nothing special.
I'm
it's still
amazed.
Be a
I'm
flower,
mesmerized.
but it's just techniques to play around with color and let it pop a little bit more than what it's supposed to be, instead of having like a plain color. So you can have this here, and then go into this one, make the same, but instead of having it the same, we can invert it. So like it's really, there's no boundaries to what you can do with this.
Someone was wondering if you do murals.
I do spray can murals.
Yeah.
I do.
You
I
do?
Definitely.
Wow, a man of many talents.
I think being always strict to a computer and drawing things on the screen takes you away from being outside and enjoying that art on a massive scale.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough with this. I want to show you this. Let's say...
All your work gone.
That's fine. But let's say another thing is I like doing a lot of grids like this to create the letters and sometimes typography. And as you can see, I always use the Pathfinder. The Pathfinder is my best friend when it comes to anything. And here we go.
Whoa.
Then we can put this back just to see.
I'm mesmerized. Keys was wondering if you tried Adobe Fresco.
Not a lot, actually. I've tried it once, but I don't know. I've done so many years with Illustrator.
Yeah.
It feels like I'm cheating on my wife. I don't know. I just feel very comfortable with Illustrator, and I think it's all about how much you use it. The more you use it, the quicker you get in doing things.
I absolutely understand. That's how I feel with Photoshop. You know,
see?
I like Fresco as well, but you get very used to using one of your main apps, and then you don't like to stray from it.
Yeah. Let's go here. And what you see is like from a plain letter, you can always go out, edit it, put some gradient, recolor it if you want in the generative AI. Yeah, let's see here. Let's do this again. Whoop. Let's do the opposite actually. Okay, and normally in Photoshop, let's open it up.
Rob said, I'm speechless. This is incredible.
Thank you, Rob. And I want to show you what normally I would use Photoshop with when I use illustration. I'll just simply cut it from here. Make it maybe a little bit smaller. Here we go. And when we are here, one thing that I really like about Photoshop, obviously, is Photoshop can make you go crazy in a lot of sense. Let's do like this. Okay, here we go. Sorry, Anna. Normally I'm with the bigger screen.
That's okay. I get it.
Let's do like this.
You're doing amazing. Such cool stuff. Laura wants to know what your favorite Illustrator shortcuts are while you're working on that.
Command Z, Command C,
Yep.
Command D. People don't know Command D. The duplicate is crazy. But don't get me wrong. I think a lot of people see the work as being too quick. But reality is, if you know the shortcut, it saves you so much time. It's embarrassing how much time you can save with shortcuts. You know? And as you can see, if you have somebody like me that kind of uses like shapes, it's very interesting to see how the Pathfinder is one of those tools that you can literally create everything in seconds, you know? Okay,
yes, really cool.
So normally what I'll do is, you see, when I have a composition like this, I like to use Photoshop to either put some additional gradient on things or using textures and then overlay it. Sorry. Let's do like this and then add maybe some
You're doing overlays, right?
Yeah. At the moment, lighting with the let's see. Sorry, it doesn't look like it's working at the moment, but let's do something different.
Is it giving issues? Oh, that texture is cool. Can we get the screen moved? We can't see his layers. Thank you.
Anyway, let me show you this.
So another question from the chat.
Yep.
What is your favorite software? I guess it's safe to say Illustrator, right?
Illustrator, definitely.
Of course. Absolutely. And then they want to know what you think of AI and how it integrates into the workflow that you currently have.
Okay, so
everyone wants to know what everyone thinks of AI.
I know. I have to say, don't get me wrong. Okay, I have my opinions on AI in terms of, I think it's something that is technology. We are evolving. It's going to be the future. So we have to embrace it and try to work with it alongside with what we're already doing right now.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like simplifying the process of learning. And for me, learning something is very important. And I think by simplifying things, a lot of people don't learn the hard work behind it. And in the future, that hard work is actually the thing that will make the difference, if it makes sense.
Absolutely.
Not saying that it's not good. It's good to implement it with your workflow and create something unique, I would say. But then when it comes to, I don't know, I love it, but at the same time, I'm afraid of it a lot,
yes.
you know?
Yep.
And I've tried it myself to see where you can go and what you can create. You can create stunning things, but I'm one of those guys that really love to use the hard way to do everything in life,
yes.
you know, because
I totally hear that.
How much did it make a massive difference for yourself in terms of Photoshop?
I would say it helped me speed up a lot of my workflows and deal with things that were, you know, more of a pain that I didn't want to work on anymore, or some things, especially when it came to ideation and just kind of coming up with something really quick to show someone. Now I can use AI to kind of do that and pass it on to a client or like a colleague, and then be like, this is what my idea is, now I'm gonna make it in Photoshop.
Exactly.
You know, so that's super
I
helpful.
agree with you. Actually, the fact of making it something to sketch or to get like quick ideas is something that I love doing personally.
Yeah.
So I would just write something that I'm interested, get an idea, because let's be honest, as an illustrator, sketching requires a lot of time.
Yes.
And if you have different difficult clients, you need to make it happen. You know?
I know, it's so true. Yeah, let's see. We got a lot of good responses to that. Quick question: what inspired your style? From Elizabeth.
I think I come from a very heavy freestyle background, so I used to take white canvases, just fill them up with illustration, artwork, messaging, and I think fill up the gap is how I will describe my style and what. And I think the inspiration comes from my mixed ethnicity. I started with black and white because my mom is Italian, father Nigerian, and then I just get tired of black and white, and I started exploring the color journey. And since I've been there, I just use all these vibrant colors, and I went crazy. I think every year by year, it just kept developing, you know?
That's amazing. That's so awesome. Someone wanted to see one of your working files and to switch to outline mode. Are you willing to do that for us?
Some of my work and switch the outline.
Yeah, like if we could see one of your super finished pieces with all of the vectors in there.
Okay, let's
take
this
switch to
one
outline
again.
mode on that.
That's
amazing. Look, I love your work. It's so good.
So the thing is, like, if I had example, take this. Oh, sorry. Let's go in it.
That's cool.
It's just to show, because obviously I'm normally somebody that I like a black outline more than a lot of things, just because it breaks the contrast. But it's also true that I can use a lot of different colors. Oh, let's see.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool to see too, if you like zoom in on that a little bit.
Oh, sorry. But you see, it still works, but it's not, I need to change the color range way before.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, I still do stuff without the outline as well. Sometimes I just use gradient to create images. Let's see if we can do one quick one here. How many? 3 minutes. Okay, let's do something.
Wrap it up in a couple minutes here. Any last questions for David? Send those into the chat. About a minute left here. Yeah. Ooh, I like those colors. Those are some of my favorite colors right there. I love that. Yeah, Emma says it's amazing. So many shapes here. Ray says his layers must be crazy.
No, they're heavy for sure.
Yeah.
They're heavy. It's just because it's an overlaying of a lot. Normally I work on one layer, but I will normally switch it only if I have to use After Effects to animate it myself.
Oh, look at that. That's so cool. All right, let's end on this last question from Elizabeth. This is a good one. What is your tip for young designers?
My tip for young designers, I mean, believe in yourself. And I think in this industry, there is no right and wrong, never. And I think explore what you have around yourself, get to know people that you're interested with, and don't be afraid to just reach out and do you know?
Oh, what a perfect way to end. Thank you so much, David. Thank you, everyone, for watching us today. This was amazing. Your art is incredible. Go follow David and enjoy the rest of your Max, everyone. And thank you for watching us from your home. Take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Good? Welcome everybody, welcome to Adobe Live session. And today this is amazing, we are live from Adobe MAX London. I hope you're all having a good time. I am so happy, first of all, to have you here, but to have Liz Mosley next to me to show some amazing things at Adobe Express. If you're on the chat, please go on the chat, ask questions. We are there live to answer all your questions. And now please, Liz, can you tell us a bit more about you? If people doesn't know you live, what is your specialty? What is make you unique? Tell us a bit more.
Yeah, sure. Well, similarly to you, I am a branding designer and I specialize in branding for small businesses. And I am also a podcast host. So I've got a podcast called Building Your Brand.
Amazing.
All about branding and marketing for small businesses.
Go check the podcast. Very good one.
Yeah,
Please
go
do.
check the podcast. And I'm also an Adobe Express ambassador. So that's why I'm here today. And we're going to be chatting about Adobe Express.
Amazing. I love that. So let's talk 2 minutes about Max and then we'll jump straight on Adobe Express.
Sounds good.
So you're in Max now for like 2 days now. How do you feel about it? How was it? What's your experience?
I feel so good about it. Like, it is honestly buzzing, and I think one of the things that I've learned about myself as a creative is one of the things that inspires me the most is being around other creatives, like getting to chat to them, hear their experiences, even just like seeing different people's workflows, how they work. Like, you know, we had the keynote this morning and you did an amazing demo, and like seeing all the different demos from people, you know, like there's always so much more to learn, isn't there? And so it's just nice to just have that energy, that buzz, be around all that creativity. So yeah, amazing. Max is amazing. I love it. This is my third one now. I'm really loving it.
Oh my God, that's my first one, so I'm like a bit of a newbie. But
I mean, you like went in high though, doing the keynote in your first Max, so.
Thank you, thank you. No, but I can't agree more. Like the connection and for the inspiration is amazing and very exciting. Now, I heard you're gonna talk about print in Adobe Express. I want to hear that because this is like a big
bit out
one.
there.
Like how to set printing files in Adobe Express for the printer. Please, I'll let you the stage. Go for it.
Okay, well, I don't know about you, but I love print. Like, I just think holding something in your hand is amazing. And I think one of the things that I love about Adobe Express is it's like really accessible. So if you haven't, you know, like, if you're not used to using, say, Illustrator or InDesign is usually what I would potentially use for like print, then you can do it in Adobe Express and you can send things to print and it can look amazing. So I'm going to show you something that I made in Adobe Express. So this is a flyer that I created a little while ago to promote my podcast. I don't know if you can see this on the camera, but it's got some nice gold foil on it. So we're going to chat about that as well.
What foil as well in Adobe Express? No way.
Obviously, we can set up for the foil in Adobe Express. So what I'm going to do is dive into Adobe Express and show you this project. So here's the flyer that I created. And I set up the design. Now, one of the things that you need to think about, obviously you know this, Adrienne, when you are printing, and I would always recommend chatting to your printer about how they want you to supply your files. Like most printers, like are gonna have similar specifications, but there always might be like little tweaks, ways that they like things. So you can always just email them and say, can you tell me how you want me to supply the file? But usually for print, there's a few key things that you need to factor in. So first up is you want it to be in CMYK. Now, you can't really adjust any of that in Adobe Express, so don't worry about that too much.
Yeah, I was gonna.
But it's fine, it'll still work fine for you. The next thing though, and this is something that you are gonna have to adjust, is it needs to have bleed, so that when they're like chopping the edges off, you're not getting like a weird white line or anything. So you want it to have...
to explain for the non-really argued designer, so bleed is extra bit you add to be able to be cut on?
Exactly, so it's like a buffer, a margin that you've got around the edges, so they print a bit extra so that when they cut it, you don't want, because sometimes, you know, like the cuttings maybe like moves a slight bit, you don't want like an annoying little white line.
It's horrible when it's like,
So there isn't, now if you are used to using like InDesign, I think you can add it in Illustrator as well. There's like a function that you can add bleed, right?
On PDF work as well.
Yeah, exactly. So normally you want to be adding 3mm bleed all the way around. Again, like check with your printer. In some countries it might be different. In the UK it's usually 3mm.
3mm as well, depending maybe inches in English.
Yeah, exactly. If you're using a different measurement. But what I did for this file is if I click into resize.
First of all, love your illustration there, your face is fantastic.
Yeah.
Working
that was a friend of mine called Matt Joyce did that, so shout out to Matt. So if you can see over here on the left-hand side, my flyer is 100 by 100 mil.
Okay.
But I've added 6mm to the width and the height.
Okay.
So that means that I've got my 3mm all the way around.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Now, if you need to factor that in when you're working on the design. So as I look at this now, 3mm is going to get chopped off all the way around. So you need to make sure that you're not putting anything like too close to the edge, like if it's text or anything like that. So I've got my flyer set up. I've got like my text, my illustration, and then the back, I've got the back design. I put in a QR code, which I made in Adobe Express.
Very useful.
So it's a call to action. I want people to listen to my podcast. I want to make it as easy for them as possible.
Amazing.
So we've got the mill set up, and now I can like play around with the design. I can like change the colors. So earlier I went into Illustrator and had a little play around with text to vector and made like a little icon that I
love that.
Yeah,
so you
added
now
in.
as well use Illustrator as your workflow now with text to vector.
Yeah, so what's really great about Adobe Express is that it integrates so well with the other tools. So if you are using Illustrator, if you are using Photoshop, you can like create assets in those and then bring them in. So all I did was saved it in Illustrator, and if I go to my stuff, it was saved to the cloud.
I love
and so
that.
I can just access it here. I just saved it to the cloud, and like within seconds it was
so
there.
Useful. This is so useful for everyone who doesn't use that yet. You must use your library. It is such a game changer. Really.
It really is. Yeah. Well, there's a few different ways of doing it. So you can save it to the cloud as a file. You can save it in a library, and then you'll find it in like your libraries and brand kits. Or you can even just drag the Illustrator file into Adobe Express, and then it'll be there for you.
So practical.
Yeah,
love that.
so great. So we've got the flyer, and now I've added some elements because I wanted to update it slightly. So I've just put in this like microphone and these headphones. And now all I need to do to send it to print is to go to download. And I want to select all pages because I want to have a PDF file that's going to have the front and the back in that I can send to the printer. So I'm just going to scroll down here, and I need to choose PDF, and I need to then download it. But what I'm going to do first is, now you'll remember that my flyer had gold foil on the front.
Oh yeah.
So we're just going to have a little play around with how to set that up. Again, this is something that you're going to want to check with the printer. But the printers I used, what they wanted me to do was to isolate the bits that needed to be in gold foil. So what I'm going to do is head to my pages, and I'm going to duplicate this page. So
that's a very important part,
Yeah. Let me just bring it over to the end. I'm going to double click on it, and I'm going to delete everything that isn't going to be in gold foil. So I'm going to take all of these elements off. I'm going to make the background white. And these are the two bits that I want to be in gold foil, and I'm going to make these black.
Can you explain to us why the printer asked you to do those letters for the foil black?
It's just so that they know it's so clear to
because
them which
for me
bit
it's gold, it's not black.
Yeah, it's going to come out gold. But they're going to use a different printing process for that layer on the top, and so it's so that they know exactly where it needs to go. So that's why I duplicated the page, because I want it to appear in the exact same place as it is on the design, so that it appears in gold. And then in a minute what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and delete it from my original design on the front cover, because I don't want them to print that, and then maybe if it like slightly goes offset,
like the same thing with the white line there. You don't want that.
So
that's very clever. Did you hear that, guys? Very clever.
Let me not.
Sessions are about to begin. Please make your way to the session room.
So we just get all of this
in
into
black now, the different layers.
Now this is something that I brought in as like an image, so I'm going to just change the color for this in the duotone. So I can just go into custom and I can just select black here. So if you have something that's not like native text, you know, like not text that you've done in, this
like
is
an image or
an
PNG,
image, exactly. So I can just make it black like that. So these are the bits that I want gold foiled. So now I'm going to head back to all of my pages. I'm going to go back to the front one, and I'm actually going to delete these now.
Okay, fantastic.
Because I don't want them to be printed when they're printing this bit of the flyer. So now I've got my document, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to save all the pages, and I'm going to save it as a PDF, and then I'm just going to download it. And then I can send that to the printers, and I can say to them that that third page, that is the gold foil.
I love that.
Like,
I love that.
Register.
And I love the fact that you really tell, like if you're non-designer or simply because you're doing like social more than anything and you don't do print, to say, go to your printer, ask them, because they will give you guidance. I remember when I first started, I was like, what do I do? How do I save my, and my printer told me, you save the PDF like that, and you do create a new layers, you do in black, because at first, like, it's not obvious.
And like different printers sometimes have like different, you know, ways of doing things. And also I think always better to just check that before you send it to print. They won't mind. It'll take them a few seconds to email you and tell you, and it just will save you any time. It means that they're not having to do any like faffing around with your files. You can get exactly how you want.
No extra work from the printer.
Exactly.
No,
they're gonna love you if you ask them.
I love that.
So,
go. No, keep on. I have a question for you after.
Yeah, no, ask me the question and I'll get the next thing.
My question is like from a design side of it, because obviously Adobe Express is made to do digital. How do you make sure you are you're careful with the color? How do you make sure the color is going to be able to be as close as possible as you want? Because we're working RGB and you're going to print in CMYK.
So at the moment, you don't have as much control in Adobe Express as to what you're doing with the color. And so what I would recommend is when you are like creating your brand, you know that you get your hex codes either from your designer or if you're creating it yourself, and those are what you can then put into Adobe Express. And like the color's never going to be exactly right, but actually like it does a pretty good job and it's going to look on brand. So you just make sure that you get those hex codes in. You know, like you can't control the output. Like your PDF is gonna, like, it'll work fine. Even like I got it printed, it came out exactly how I wanted. Like
it looked fantastic.
It
looked
worked
fantastic.
really well.
Very good.
And that was like, this was from a file from Adobe Express, so like you can make it work. But yeah, like obviously you're going to have more control if you're in InDesign. I mean, InDesign is what I would normally like send things.
Obviously, but it's for the people who doesn't want to go and learn InDesign. I think it's super practical and super intuitive. I think it's brilliant.
Accessible.
It's very brilliant.
And you can have the confidence to send things to print. So then the next thing that I wanted to show you, so again, I've got little ones that got printed, but these are some fun stickers that I designed. They're quite small, so you might not be able to see them. But some cute like stickers that say community over competition. I've got them here on the screen. And we're basically, again, you can like set these up and send them to a company that prints stickers. Yeah. Again, I would recommend just getting in touch with them and being like, what file format do you want them? Usually they're going to say PDF, you know, like they might want the background in a particular way. But if we scroll through, so what I did with these is I actually created these ones in Illustrator, and I just dragged the Illustrator file in, and now I've just got them all here. They came in on different pages, like it was super easy. Super fun.
And I like how you have transparent background as well, because that's, I know it came a couple of months ago, but we're not used to be able to be transparent background in Adobe Express, and now you can. It's really cool that.
Yeah, so I've got the transparent background on, but what I'm going to do now is I'm going to, so there's a few different options for this, and it depends how you want to print your stickers. You might want to print them as like individual stickers, so like these, you know, where they're like on their own, but you've probably seen where you like print a sheet of stickers, and you've got like a little, you know, thing going on. So we could do something like that. So if what I'm going to do is I'm going to head to what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste these into a new document. So if I get a new page up, and I'm just going to resize it, and I'm going to make it a flyer size. So imagine this is going to be like an A5 sheet of stickers. Okay. So I'm just going to...
We love stickers. Everybody loves stickers. I love stickers.
You've done some really fun stickers. You've done some Adobe Express stickers.
Yes, I did. Aha.
So we've got resize. So what I'm going to do then is I'm just going to go and grab my stickers from the other pages, and I'm just going to copy them onto this sheet here. And we'll just start like arranging them around. Let's see if it's going to come in. Oh, there we go. It's brought it in nice and small. And we'll start putting together our sticker sheet. And you'll be able, again, like you can check with the printers, but they'll be able to see where to die cut around the design.
Can you explain a bit more in a minute how they know where to cut it around? Because obviously right now I just see white, I can't see yet.
Let me just pick a color to go in the background here. So that can be the background of our sheet. So actually they can just work that out like from the design because it's quite clear. So they will do that from their end where they will set up a cutting machine that's going to make sure that the stickers are cut out on the sheet. And there might be like a little bit of movement, but again, that's why I've added the white background. So I think with stickers, it's always quite good to have like a background around your design. You know, like a little trim.
Yeah, of course, like that they know.
So if there's any movement, actually, it's not that big a deal.
That's funny. That's good. And for the non-technical designer out there who listen to us, what is absolutely amazing to export in PDF is PDF will keep a lot of data behind, and the printer, when you open a PDF, whatever, if it's on Illustrator or on, you will see all those lines. They will be able to gain back all those tiny lines and stuff really easily. It will not be a flat image, basically what I'm saying.
So
PDF is an amazing,
yeah, totally.
it's an amazing software, an amazing program to export to. So every time you do something for a printer, export in PDF, it will keep all the information behind, all the open files and the layers behind that.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
it's
so now
good.
we're
So I've
doing
just got my like sticker sheet now. We're just bringing it all in. The colors are looking really nice together. We can think about where it's going to go. And then like the other thing I've seen people do at events like this, I don't know about you, but I think it's always really fun to like have something that you can give people.
Yes.
Like a way that people can like get in touch with you, find out what you're doing. So what I would do with this is I would probably add my logo in the top. What I'm going to do now is
always add your logo, guys.
Yeah,
logo and
it.
social
Keep it
media handle, your Instagram.
Yeah.
Do it everywhere you go. If not, it's pointless. You're losing an opportunity. Like,
but
absolutely.
even better is that I'm going to head back to the home page. And I'm going to go to the QR code generator, and I'm going to make a QR code, and I'm going to add it on. So let me just put my website in.
Bit of self-promo here.
Yeah, always a bit of self-promo. It's always about getting your stuff out there. So then I can pick my style.
It's so easy.
I always go for the rounded ones. I don't know why. I think they look...
It's a personal style.
Yeah, it's personal choice. Yeah, you just got to pick what you like. You can change the color. I'm probably going to like keep it black, but then I'm going to use a filter so that it loses the background. So we can do that. Let's just download it. And
what is good is very functional, the QR code. Everybody knows what it's about and they can quickly do something. You know there's an action happening.
So let's just go back to the home page.
Well, thank you very much everyone on the chat. I'm looking at your audience. I saw Curtis, you do so much great stuff. Thank you, great tips for Adobe Express, love that. Carolina, great favorite principle, love that. What is your favorite principle of design and which one is work for you?
Favorite principles of design? Ooh, that's a great one. I really like thinking about like the principles of color palettes. So like making sure that you have a good balance. I don't know about you if you found this with like branding, that if you had color palettes that were all the same tone, like it didn't work. Like you had to have a real range. So you need like a dark, you need a light, something that's like off black, off white, the colors in between.
Definitely going for colors.
You're the right person to chat to.
I like a good contrast. I need something to pop. I want to see it from far away. I need to like. We are brand designers.
I knew I could find
exactly. It's not about all the beauty. No, it's about can we see it? Is it working? Is it remember?
Right, so let's bring in this...
a great question. Thank you for that.
I mean, there's so many design... What's your favorite design principle? Like hierarchy is so good. Like
they all need to. I think they all have... For me, it's like... You need to have good spacing. Let it breathe your design. Please, God, let it breathe. Don't crowd your design. Hierarchy is a good one to know. Make sure your brain can go through design easily. And then, good color balance. But I think, find a cool font. Good hierarchy and let it breathe, and normally good. And hell yeah or hell no. Look at your design. Is it amazing? Hell yeah, you're working. If you say, I'm not sure, do it again until it's amazing.
I love that philosophy.
Hell yeah or hell no.
Hell yeah or hell no. So what I'm going to do with my QR code is I don't want it to have the white box. So I'm just going to click multiply and it's going to get rid of the white box for me, but it's going to keep the integrity of the QR code. And what I would recommend doing is before you send anything to print, get your phone and just check that the QR code actually works.
Thank you.
And that you've done it to the right place.
Fantastic. We are now on the red on the timer. We're going to be shout out by the team here. I think we need to cut, but that is amazing. So print on Adobe Express by Lee Mosley. This is amazing. Save to PDF. Make sure you have your bleed right 3 millimeters everywhere. If you want to do full, add a new layers. This is fantastic. Great tips. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure. Thank you everyone on live. Stay tuned. More to come. We are live at Adobe MAX London. This is really exciting. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
welcome back to Adobe Live. We are excited to be here streaming live from the Expo Hall floor in London as a part of Adobe MAX London. I'm Claire Galan. I work on the community team here at Adobe, and I'm excited to be joined by Tina Tooley. Hey Tina, how's it going?
Thank you very much for having me here. It's amazing, such an amazing venue as well. It's super exciting here, right?
It's beautiful, and you didn't have to travel far this time, right?
No, that was an easy one, just on the other side of London.
Yeah, so nice.
Thank you very much for having me here.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time to share your work with us. And if you are just joining in on YouTube or on Behance, we are live here. So if you have questions for Tina or for the Adobe team in general, you can go ahead and post them in the chat and we will get to them shortly. But Tina and I, we were just in Off Festival in Barcelona together, and now at Max London.
Yes. So in such a short time, but this time I prepared something like quite special for you. So I'm gonna talk through a couple of like my projects and bets, explorations, and how do I actually edit my work, and how do I get it like from like whatever I get from my camera or like the very like initial draft all the way like to the final outcome. So we're gonna have a little kind of like behind the scenes like tour. So it's quite an exciting one, yeah.
Yeah, nice. And for those who haven't seen your streams before, can you share a little bit more about the kind of work that you do?
Yeah, of course. So yeah, I'm working in kind of like a range of design fields, like both print and digital design, and it's all the way like from like typography, branding, illustration, a bit of 3D and motion. So kind of like a big range. Always like I enjoy challenging myself and trying new mediums, new techniques every time, and that's why you will see also like this kind of like mixture of like techniques and outcomes, which they all kind of feel though in the same kind of language, a bit more like colorful, minimal, and with quite a lot of like typography focus. Yeah, so quite a range of bits, and yeah, you can also have a look through my website to see a couple of like examples. Today I'm going to talk you though through a bit more of this kind of what I call blending physical and digital. So playing around with like different materials in the analog way, like playing from like paper sculptures all the way like to liquids, and mixing like oil and water-based materials, and how do I use all those little experimentations to get like to the final outcomes.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's so cool. And I think this stream is so unique too with all the other sessions that we had here at Max London as part of Adobe Live, is that we're showing how you take actual physical manipulatives and how you're bringing that into the digital space.
Exactly.
So I'd love to dive in and see a little bit more of what that looks like. And in the meantime, as you're setting that up, I'm taking a look at the chat. So again, if you're tuning in from YouTube or Behance, we are live here from Max London, and can answer any questions that you have. So I see Kain is joining in, says, hi Tina, Nate, Nuno, and Barbara. Nuno asks, how do you have time to work with all of these events? We are, this is our work. We're loving connecting with you and sharing all of this. I like the new updates and layouts on Firefly nights, Nate says. And I'm looking over here on, let's see, we're also on the Creative Cloud YouTube and Adobe Live YouTube. Oh, so nice, Curtis. You are both like two little rays of sunshine online. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, with that, what we can do is just go ahead and pop into your website. So this is so like immediately, it's like so vibrant and so colorful.
Yeah, so kind of like a lot of experimentation. So for today, I picked to talk you through like one of the pieces very related to the event. So the Adobe MAX Co-Create project. So this was from, I think it was last year's edition. So I wanted to show you all the behind the scenes, how it's been created like step by step. So I'm gonna switch and I'm gonna jump on this little folder here. So that's the bits we need. So it all started by experimenting. Let me see if I can, go full screen. Cool. So it all started by experimenting like with materials and liquids. So I chopped like the letters for the Adobe MAX logo, and I grabbed all kind of materials I had in the studio, all kind of like liquids, and I started playing around, creating compositions, trying to communicate the whole idea of like creativity itself. So, and here you can see also a couple of like, in the end, like couple of like outcomes from those explorations. So very, very rough, so you can get an idea of what I'm capturing with my camera. And then the first step is like collecting all those outcomes. So you can see a couple of them on this folder here. Let me make make it like bigger like this. So you can kind of see. And there are some of them like pretty rough, like not necessarily like nice and polished, because sometimes I use them like as part of the creative process, recreating fully like the image, or sometimes I use them as an outcome, so it really depends. But you can see already like so many like different explorations, and then you scroll in this folder, and that's just a selection. There are way
and
way
just the
more of
different
them.
colors, like all the different variations,
Yes.
and how the colors are merging together with the different.
So different explorations, different colors, different like materials. So like trying to capture like how this creativity, this kind of like world of creativity could actually look like.
Yeah.
So
I love this one. It looks like a globe.
yes, they're
That
quite
one
nice.
too, yeah.
Yeah. I quite like
Yeah.
that one. So it was very hard actually to select
To
as well.
choose,
Also when I
yes.
shared it with the team, they were like, "Ooh, that's a quite hard one." But yeah, we decided we kind of like this one because it had the dynamic of the liquids. Though for me, it felt like really messy in a way.
Yeah.
So that is where I grab it and I start like digitally editing, and sometimes it's in extreme extent, like this example here. So, I already have it open here. So that is like the outcome itself. But let's start back from the initial image.
Such a wow, what a
And
transformation. from
Here
the
is
initial.
like the little editing folder, and that's just a couple of steps. We are like 103 steps, so it's gonna take
Just a
a while.
couple.
I'm gonna go ahead and hide all of them, and let's start like from the bottom and see like what I did. And I'm gonna talk you also through the tools that I use and everything. So, sorry, you just.
And I'm
bear
looking
with
here
me.
as you're doing that in the chat. Let's see. So I believe this is Oliver Keys. Tina, your work seems part experimentation, part exploration. How do you cross the path between the two and make it so exceptional?
I love experimenting, so it's kind of coming naturally, I would say. It's always like trying like in every project to put as much creativity, as much experimentation as possible, and push like every single project. Yeah.
So cool.
So yeah, starting from like the very kind of like initial first thing, I start like expanding like the edges, and sometimes it's like I'm grabbing pieces of also from different experimentations that I like. So it's not only the specific like this image. So I grab like pieces that I like from other images in order to fill in the full like kind of like canvas as I wanted. Since I didn't really want to have like the black edges, I felt like it's too contrasty. And then it's this kind of like process. So I'm gonna zoom in even more if we chop a bit the edges. So you can see like detail by detail how things are slightly changing, like how areas like focus, for example, in this area here, how it gets simplified and more simplified and so on. So it's kind of like changing like little bits by little bits. And now I guess with AI it's easier because sometimes you can just go ahead and be like, oh, I don't like this bubble. And you can just go generate the fill and generate, and it's gonna create for you what is missing there. Back when I actually created it, using quite a lot the patch tool and the stamp tool correspondingly. I'm just gonna cancel that. So it's what I'm usually doing is like grabbing my stamp tool and start like sampling areas around and start getting rid of kind of like details I feel like they are not. Oops, I'm in the wrong layer. That I feel like they are just creating noise on my image and they're not necessarily like adding something to it. And I started also like correcting like details like when I don't like things like this little bubble here. So very patiently like recreating, redrawing the image on top. And you can see like how step by step it's keep like changing, or here you can see like I feel the logo was like a bit misaligned. But I knew that it will be a static piece, so it didn't really like, it didn't matter for me in the experimentation to get it perfect because I can just,
of course, edit it
afterwards. So yeah, playing around, like adding like here, I felt like it's too much noise and I really want to highlight that curve. And you can see step by step, so here is like a bit of a bigger move where I brought, as you can see, like at the top here, a piece from another artwork because I felt like, oh, it needs some extra like color pops there. And keep going, like editing like details, so you can see like there are thousands of steps. Like I just collected a couple of them for you so you can get a better understanding of how it goes like step by step, like patiently. Here you can see a massive change as well. I removed the shapes again. So that's also a part of like creating, that you go back and forth, try different ways till you actually get to the final outcome. And yeah, even like more simplified, cleaning up, adding bits, bringing again, so we see like new bubbles coming in, and so on. So I'm just gonna go through a couple of steps so you can see the process, and you can see already how it's simplified a lot based on like where we started from. You remember it was like all this kind of like messy image. So yeah, it's more of like patiently kind of like redrawing, or even sometimes like creating new shapes. So like you can start seeing
I love
here.
seeing the new shapes that.
Yeah, so it's like new, like totally new shapes that they follow the same style, but I wanted to add like, or those little like, cutouts here and so on. So I started creating, redrawing. So sometimes it's like, it's going farther and farther from the initial kind of reference, but it is the basis for that. Starting playing around also with correcting colors, bringing in the glossiness around the Max logo. You can see, like, I quite like how it was on the M. Well, on the other letters it didn't happen, so I created it. And so on, keep editing, adding details, bringing in shapes, removing shapes, and color correction, adjustment layers.
Wow.
So that is the whole kind of journey.
And amazing to see the whole process.
It's starting from there to get there. So you can see, like, now you can realize also some shapes that they're actually drawn. They're a bit more 2D, but I quite like this contrast to have like this more like physical things with the digital ones in between.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's one quick example.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And I'm looking here in the chat. There's a lot of excitement and seeing just your whole process and a lot of questions. So I see. Kain says, "I like the hands-on stuff. It's very crafty." Laura has a question. What programs are you using for the 3D animation? So I believe you're referring to when you showed kind of at the beginning.
Yeah, I guess it's either like After Effects, like fake 3D, kind of like faking it, or even like you can use the light version of Cinema 4D within After Effects, or like Cinema 4D or Blender for like 3D stuff. So up to you what you prefer to use. But yeah, both perfectly work.
And I'm seeing here, have you tried replicating your work in Firefly or any other AI software? I feel like this would be really difficult.
Yes, no, I tried, but I didn't really achieve anything yet that I'm quite happy with. Yeah. But the second example I have for you is actually using Firefly as part of my work. So creating something that is partly created also in Firefly. Should we jump on that?
Perfect, let's jump in. Cool. And I'm looking here too if there's any, we have Carolina.
Feel free to bump us with any questions.
Any questions. Carolina from London, and I'm looking at this other, this chat is very popular. Let's see, Adobe Live. Okay, great experience. Dan has a question. How did you keep the logo in the center? That's from the initial, piece.
The initial was in the center,
and it was like a stagnant. It didn't move, right? So you had the liquid over it.
Yes,
you stuck
I
it to
it on the trace. Yes, but you can see still like that's like the actual logo, and you can see like on the original that pieces did move. So I retouched it and I brought them back in the exact like position.
Perfect. Via says very cool, and Chela says wow, good and very beautiful project. So let's dive into the other example you had shared using part of Adobe Firefly.
Yes, so that's also like a big kind of like subject of discussion with AI coming and everyone feeling like scared about it, and that's something like I always think like it's another tool that it's like another like way that it can help you push your work. And what I don't really like is like when I see like all the AI examples that they are all like they don't really have like their own kind of like voice, if that makes sense. You see them and you're like, oh, it's created in AI. I know that. Yeah. And that's our challenge as creatives, to see like how we can use that to give it like, again, like our own voice on that piece, to make it like special, unique, make it your own in a way. So, and that can be either like by feeding in your work and training your AI, but it can also be like using like the outcomes as part of your creative process, part of like little assets that you can use in order to build something bigger. And while I was working this piece, so it's the second piece of like this edition of the My Kind of Kind poster I created initially for the World Kindness Day. It's the 13th of November. And I wanted to create a version that also uses some AI assets and push it and see how I could make that happen. So I started by creating, I'm gonna remove some of the layers. Yes. So I started by creating the typography and illustrating it, custom typography in Adobe Illustrator with my message, all like curvy to embrace like kindness and like make it a bit more friendly.
Yeah.
And then I brought it in Cinema 4D where I started extruding it, playing a bit with the angles, with the lighting, and I started bringing in materials. Some of them are from Vincent Strength, like his amazing like library of materials. You should check it out if you haven't already. And some of them I decided to just create them in Cinema 4D. Well, some of them I also created in Adobe Firefly. So that's an amazing use also to use the AI to create the assets that you actually need rather than just the final outcome. So it can be like creating like textures, for example, if you're working in a 3D world, or in 2D it could be like your patterns or that you'll just put within your illustration. So it's like so many like different ways to use it. And then yeah, I just had like a simple background. I love like colors, so I played around with gradients and I found this quite works. But I still felt like this piece is not complete yet. It was just kind of like missing something. So I started playing around with 3D, creating some abstract shapes behind. And I was like, you know what? Well, I could perhaps use some inspiration. And then I went to Firefly and I started like putting in some prompts. And I really like the microcosmos and macro kind of like photography and stuff. So I use the amoeba kind of like as nice inspiration, which is something a bit more abstract and can lead me to interesting outcomes. And asking like for something that is 3D, three-dimensional, and that is colorful or like non-colorful, plain background, and so on. And I'm gonna switch to my folder here, and I got outcomes like those examples here. So let me do
as you're
like
pulling
this.
that up, I'm taking a look at the chat. So again, we are live in YouTube and on Behance. We have Dominic from Edinburgh, welcome from Scotland, and we have a meticulous process for how you're showcasing everything. So if you have any questions for Tina, we are live from Adobe MAX London. Go ahead and post them in the chat.
Cool. Yeah, of course, like any questions, yeah. Here to solve any technical issues also today.
Yes, exactly.
Any kind of workflows. So yeah, I got like all this amazing library of like amazing like shapes and compositions like in no time, and it's amazing because yeah, you can again use them as they are as a final outcome and be like, oh, this is the piece, or use them as an asset on your composition. So there are so many amazing. It was like so hard to actually pick what I'm gonna be using. So I started dropping like a couple of them behind my typography just to see like how it looks. So I can play around perhaps. I'm just gonna drop a random one and start just dropping them and placing them just here behind. And it's already like it starts feeling like quite nice.
Yeah.
And I quite like how the different, like even if you put like more of them, they are like all working so nicely. So I was like, it was very tricky to actually like pick which one am I gonna go with.
Yeah. And how did you think up the prompt? So like, do you have any? Because we get this question a lot on Adobe Live.
Yeah.
What is the best way to, create a prompt that's going to provide like the best outcome for my project?
It really depends, of course, what you're working on and what you're passionate about, because I love like all this kind of like micro photography, and I never managed to go into that level like so close,
with a microscope.
With a microscope. So I was like, this is what I want and I cannot get, so that's what I'm gonna ask for. So something that else how you wouldn't be able to have as an asset. So I think something like that could be. But yeah, I guess like the more you experiment, the more ideas come to you and like you decide what you want. But it's, yeah, I don't know, I guess it's like I'm playing around a lot with materials as well in the physical world, so it's sometimes like I'm getting inspired by them and I'm asking, oh, can I have like a cloudy kind of material or like liquidy pattern, or so it's, yeah, perhaps just look around you and see like any objects around you that inspire you and try with that.
Yeah, so cool.
Yeah, so grabbing the assets and I played around, and the asset that I actually liked the most, I think I marked it, let me see, yeah, it's this one. So I really love this outcome here. I felt like it's very interesting. So I just wrote it in Photoshop, and I really love this new tool of removing the background as well. So in this specific scenario, I'm not sure why, but we get like low holes, but likely it's easy just like grabbing like your brush tool, and you have the mask, so you can just go ahead and like fix that.
Super
It's
easy.
just, like, yeah, easy fix, but yeah, I was quite surprised because usually it works like super well. And then, yeah, I got the asset I actually wanted. I didn't really want that moody background. I wanted something a bit more colorful. And then all I did was just bringing it in here. So it's just behind my type. So here we are. And then adding again like some saturation layers and adjustment layers. I'm always like adjusting a bit like brightness, contrast, levels, hue and saturation, colors, all those kind of bits. And then bringing in some extra little elements, those like little, how you call them, like stones that are grabbed from this image, but also from like some of the other renders, some of the other outcomes from Firefly. So yeah, it can just be like you use AI as like your little assistant. So in this scenario here, it's in the background and as part of it as materials. But yeah, it's not the final outcome. I feel like I worked on that and I feel like it's my piece. I don't feel like, oh, I just put like a prompt and it's an artwork that it doesn't feel mine.
Right.
So it's always like trying to figure out also how you can use AI and all this like amazing tools that are available nowadays and use them as part of your workflow.
Yeah, that's such a beautiful articulation of that too, because I know sometimes there's a lot of hesitancy with AI, and like you said, it is another tool, just like your phone is a tool or Photoshop is a tool.
Exactly.
It's just being able to work with it, and I love how you've incorporated it into your creative process. So I'm looking here in the chat too. Oliver says, I always love Tina's work.
Thank you.
One question from Sandrine, actually, this is a good question. Is there a material you'd like to work with, but you were afraid to?
Oh, that was like, I think like, let me go back. There is one that I did manage to, so I don't know if you've seen perhaps like, I'm gonna mute it and play it in the
we
background.
can play some of this.
So that was like the Tokame titles. I work along with Pia Scheiber, an amazing textile designer from Germany. And we worked on visualizing the concept of like touch. So it was for the Tokame Festival, which means Touch Me. And we played around with like tons of different materials. And one of them that we almost skipped was fire. And you can understand why I was scared of that material, because I would play around in my studio or in my house.
And then maybe no more studio.
Yes, and maybe you don't know where it's gonna lead to. So in the beginning, like we were like, okay, we're gonna do it. And then the moment we were about to experiment, we were like, not sure, perhaps we drop it. But then in the night I was like, I really need to test that material. So I'm going to try in a small extent and see. So we decided to just play around in the sink. So in the worst scenario, we just opened the tap. But yeah, one of the was actually filming,
the fire.
It's that little part. And it was very interesting as well, because in all the experimentations, we embedded the typography in a physical way. So it's not digitally added afterwards.
Okay.
And on the fire, it was a real challenge, because any material that we're thinking of creating the type out would set up either a bigger fire or it would get burned, so it wouldn't really stay. So we had to play with a couple of materials, and that was also quite scary.
Yeah, making sure something that it stays.
That it still stays, it doesn't get black and horrible like on the camera. And it was like a simple solution, apparently. We just spray paint it. And even like the spray paint is actually setting, you expect it as an inflatable material that would create a bigger fire, but apparently didn't. So we're very surprised, and it did stay white after like the fire.
Well, for such a like beautiful results too. Like I love seeing this video, and such a it really aligns with the festival so nicely too. Like you've really brought in all of those pieces. So
yeah, and definitely like if you have time, like check it out later also with sound, like because it was a great collaboration with Jürgen Branch and Andy Morgan Davis. That the sound is like another level. I love it so much.
Well, we'll have to post that in the chat. But thank you, Tina, so much for joining us today. As always, it's such a pleasure to interview you and see your work. I know we have some more questions in the chat. We will definitely be able to get to those and share Tina's Behance profile and her website so you can stay connected. But thank you, Tina, again for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Hope you enjoyed the session.
Thanks, everyone. And again, we're going to stay live here from Adobe MAX London. We are live until 5:30 p.m. local time. We could just bring up the schedule, and I'll share who is next. So as you saw today, we had a lot of great content. If you missed it live, you can still catch it on the Adobe Live YouTube channel. We have all the recordings there. Up next, we're going to have tips for using AI in video with James Bernard and Michael Fugoso. And Michael was on the main stage earlier. You saw that in the keynote. But be sure to stay tuned. We'll be right back. Thanks, everyone.
What's up, everybody? Hi. Hey, my name is Michael Fagoso, and I'm with my BFF of all time. Be it one of the... I don't want to make my other BFFs mad.
It's okay.
James Bernard, what's up?
How's it going? Well done this morning on the keynote.
Really?
Lots of energy. I feel like you've come down a little bit now and you're
flagging
slightly.
I still have my, hey dudes, I still have a lot of that in there. But
I'll try not to put you to sleep with this. We'll see how we go.
So, James, you're the greatest storyteller that I know. I'm not kidding.
Stop it.
I'm not kidding. I mean, what you can do in like a matter of, wow, 30 seconds, 15 seconds, 20? Mm-hmm. It's just, yeah, I don't know anyone who does it better.
Thank you.
And I'm thinking you're going to show us how to do some of that cool stuff.
I am. Well, that's the nature of TikTok, having to get your content underneath 1 minute, or at least it used to be anyway. It was kind of like the limiting factor of like how to showcase things like software tips and tricks, how to be a better freelancer, how to be a better designer. 1 minute was like the cutoff point. So trying to get that point across quickly is quite hard. So I'm going to try and show you how I do that today. And also as like social media, like content creators or freelancers, we need to do social media to kind of further our business. And this is how I do it anyway, social media. And it, you know, can be quite a time-consuming process, quite daunting for a lot of people. You know, going faster in something like Premiere Pro makes all the difference when it comes to putting out regular social media content. So fingers crossed, we'll show you how we're going to do this today. Now, I have pre-prepared, like here's one I made earlier. I've got an exclusive reel from my account here. You're very lucky. This is the reel that we're going to produce today. It's 37 seconds, so try not to fall asleep while we
No. Check this out.
Stay with me. We're going to watch this through, and then we're going to go about how we're going to edit this together. Here we go.
Designers, if you want to extend a path that's at an angle in Adobe Illustrator, you can just use the direct selection tool, and as long as you have smart guides turned on, this little line extension label appears on your path, so you know that the angle of the path is staying the same. But the second you try to do this with multiple path points, well, sucks to be you. Here's a quick fix. Extend your first path to where you want it, and direct select the second path, press Ctrl or Command D. Yes, this is the Transform Again tool, and you've probably used it before to duplicate objects, so now you know it works with paths too. Thanks to Dansky for this tip, which I did not know until I watched his YouTube video, so definitely go and check that out and give him a follow.
All right. Now you're an Illustrator guy, did you know that tip?
No.
Command D, Transform Again.
I did not know.
I didn't either. Dansky, the man, showed me how to do that. Totally ripped him off, but I credited him at the end of the video, so I'm sure he's fine with that. So this is how we're going to go about putting this together.
Before we put that together, can you tell me about your faces that you make?
Oh, okay. There's one big one. It's just, I don't know why I do that. If you can see on the front of my laptop there, that's my emoji representation.
Am I doing it?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. I don't want to derail.
That's okay, that's okay, that's good. All right, so when I make a video, I am so terrible on camera, I and I and I stutter my way through my sentences. So I like to write a script. I write a script, get it nice and succinct. That way I can just read to the camera and then say one line at a time. If I forget something or I mess it up, I can just start again and go back to that line. And then this is what my footage looks like once that's been done. Okay, so, just try not to rename the layer here. Drag this on, lots and lots of breaks in the clip, lots of waveform breaks there. So immediately, the first thing I notice is that as I drag this onto screen, I've filmed in 4K. That's now way too big for my screen, so I have to now click onto this and set the frame size to 50%. That's a pain in the butt. We don't want to be doing that. I'm going to delete this out, go up to Premiere Pro settings, we're going to go to media, and we're going to set our default media scaling to set to frame size, press OK. Now when I drag on footage to my clip, keep renaming this layer, this is going to be a pain, isn't it? Here we go. Immediately resize to scale. So that's saved an issue that I have to do every single time in Photoshop. We're already working faster. That's tip number one. Let's go. Okay, so in the new version of Premiere Pro, the Premiere Pro beta, and I believe the beta features are being released in the new version very soon, if not today, at some point. There's this new feature, well, this isn't a new feature for Premiere Pro beta, but immediately this clip has been transcribed in the transcript panel over here. Okay, so everything I've said, AI has used it's done its job and turned everything that I've said in my clip into a transcript for me to work with. And I can use this to navigate along the timeline. So if I select on different sections here, you notice the playhead is scrubbing along. I'm going to press backslash on my keyboard to put that timeline in one window. And I can use the text editor here to delete sections out. So I said designers twice at the start there. I can type away. There's a pause break in here. I can click on that, press backspace, that's now removed from the timeline. It's a fantastic way of navigating through the timeline and editing as you go along, and recognizes the space where you've made mistakes. You can just delete out entire sections. We can also delete by filter. So if I've said the word and I'm stuttering my way through my lines, I can come up here and I can select something like filler words, which is like get rid of all of those with one click. All the pauses that are in my clip there, I can select on pauses, press delete, delete all, and just like that.
That's amazing.
Automatically cut together.
Is dude a
That's
filler
fantastic. Dude, maybe, I don't know, maybe you can set a filter for that.
Oh yeah, okay.
I feel like it might be. Okay, so if I zoom into my timeline here, I can use a couple of keyboard shortcuts to sort of trim this footage. So if I want to trim forward to the next playhead, I can press W, and I can go in and press Q to trim back, and that way I'm kind of like tightening things up just a little bit, getting that reel just a little bit shorter, and yeah.
See,
and then,
I've always known you as a designer. I didn't know you have all this video.
You know, I'm a unicorn. I can do all sorts. I can do all sorts. All right, so we're editing with text. It's fantastic, but obviously in social media, it's nice to have captions on our audio, and this transcribe feature automatically does that, of course. So if we click on captions up here, and we can go over on the right-hand side. 1 second. So create captions, and I have a nice little preset here, which is my favorite font, Futura, in yellow. I want to bring this down to 15 characters in length, and then make it a single line. Click on create captions, and automatically that's put on another layer all of my captions inside this reel. I can highlight all of these, and in my essential graphics I can change the style, I can change the position of these on screen, bring it up nice and high.
I always wanted to ask you about this, because I make my captions in Instagram, and it takes me forever to do. So you're doing it okay.
In Premiere Pro. Sometimes, you know, Instagram can be a bit buggy and those captions are a bit of a pain to edit on your phone. Using your keyboard's a lot better way to do this, so I can now dive in here, change words when I've said a name and it hasn't spelt it correctly, or my stupid British accent has come out weird in the American type of, you know, spelling the word colour always comes out American. I can change it to British English. That's always great. Okay, so we are editing with our text features in here. We're going to go into a new sequence here and demo a couple of other little features. Okay, so the beautiful thing about this new version of Premiere Pro, the beta version, is that it automatically tags our clips and our audio as such. So you'll notice down at the bottom here, if I click on this, open up my essential sound panel, it's automatically tagged this audio as speech, which means we can now start playing around with it. So this is 2 clips back to back, exactly the same. I'm going to play these for you. Can't really hear it. Okay, so what happened was, while I was recording, I had my headphones on, the Bluetooth connected, it overwrote the microphone that I'm using here, and started using the audio through the Bluetooth headphones, and it sucked, it was potato quality. So now I can, you know, my audio is wrecked. I'm using the audio from the camera, which is a few feet away. It's really quiet, you can't hear anything. The new features in the beta app Premiere Pro has this lovely button under Enhanced Speech.
Here we go.
Enhance.
Nice.
Okay, we're just going to drag this slider up a little bit.
I want to hear this though.
Yeah, you won't be able to hear the first one.
That's the first one.
Thanks to Dansky for this tip, which I did not know.
No way, that's straight up like podcast
Ridiculous.
microphone.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
And we can use this slider here to mix the ambient audio of our video clip with this new enhanced speech feature. If I just drag this down a little bit, maybe that was sounding a little bit robotic, we can mix in the background audio a little bit, and we get a nice...
Thanks to Dansky for this tip, which I did not know.
Beautiful.
Shout out to Dansky.
I know, we're going to talk about him a fair bit today. Okay, now, if I unmute my background audio track here, I'm also just going to clear my in and out so it doesn't repeat. You'll notice that the audio track is way too loud. My audio is completely destroying my vocals. Fantastic thing about this new Essential Sound panel is that it's automatically tagged that as music, and then we can go to the loudness section of our clips here, expand this open, and we can press Auto Match, which brings down the level of our audio, and we can do the same with speech as well. Hopefully now.
Thanks to Dansky for this tip, which I did not know.
So that's automatically ducked the audio, brought my vocals up a little bit. It's kind of hard to hear on the speaker here, but It did.
I heard some. Yeah, I heard some of it. Yeah, okay.
All right, so this is a brilliant feature which basically saves you a load of time about changing levels. And it does, AI does its best to kind of work out like where those audio levels could be. And obviously you can correct it with these little handles here, dragging up and down. It's easy peasy.
What's the rule? Between 6 and 12?
Don't ask me. I'm not a video editor.
I don't know.
But, you know, I was getting massive imposter syndrome about having to do this today.
No way.
But I've made like something like 380 videos for social, so I'm getting up there with the big dogs now.
It's just refreshing to hear this stuff. I mean, awesome. If you're an amazing, you know, if you've been doing video editing all your life and stuff, that's awesome. But it's nice to just hear this from like a designer's perspective. And like,
not my strongest suit, but feel like I should be doing social media content to further my business. I kind of need to get my head around this kind of stuff.
I honestly think that's where a lot of us, most of us
there
are.
You go.
Probably.
All right, another new feature in the Premiere Pro beta, English accent, is the interactive handles here on the clip. So I just used my keyboard shortcut Z, which is add edit. If you go to Premiere Pro keyboard shortcuts, I added my own one in here, which is Z is what it used to be, add edit. Every time I press Z on my keyboard here, it makes a cut in my, wherever the playhead was. So Z will cut that clip and I can use that to trim backwards and forwards. You'll see on where the cut is, we've got this weird little box that's just shown up here. If I drag on this tiny little box here and go left, it's adding an auto fade into my audio here. Now if I'm still holding and pull down and pull up, I can change the curve of that fade.
What is this?
Bring it down.
This is called auto fade? What is this called?
This is the new interactive handles within Premiere Pro. One other brilliant feature, if I just undo that and take the same handle, if I drag the other way and I go right, it will then blend those two clips together, holding up or down. I can automatically stitch those and use those curves to kind of filter that through. So if you're blending from one clip to another, or your audio is fading, or you've got like a harsh bit of audio that's really loud suddenly going into something else.
Sometimes there's like a little mini pop that goes in between
and you used to have to add like a cross-fade effect or something like that, drag it on, tweak it, immediately those handles are saving the time already. Really great stuff.
Really quick, everybody, if you have questions for James, feel free to let us know. We'll go into questions probably towards the end.
Sure. Well, feel free to ask me.
Put them in now. You know, we'll get to it.
Okay. Another thing I'd like to talk about is this lovely new feature called auto ducking. So sometimes auto ducking. Okay.
Ducking.
You'll see what I mean.
Okay.
Okay. Let's just zoom out of here. Find this clip. We've got a raw piece of footage here with a massive pause in the middle of our of my sort of speech here. I'm just using this as an example.
Now until I've watched this YouTube video.
The music is way too loud, there's a pause in there. So what we can do is we can select this audio clip here, scroll down in our Essential Sound panel, we're going to go to ducking. We're going to turn this on with our checkbox and making sure that this little duck against dialogue tag is done up here. We're just going to leave these at the sort of default settings. We can then scroll down a bit more and click on Generate Keyframes. And that's going to take our audio, whenever I'm talking, it's going to pull the level of the music down. And when I stop talking, it's going to bump it back up again. Now, you might want to play around with the sensitivity settings of this.
Thanks to the downskew for this
probably
tip,
a bit
I did not know
too
until
low.
I watched this YouTube video.
I'll come to the audio while I'm pausing. Back down when I'm starting to talk again.
Yeah.
Definitely go and check that out.
Comes back down again.
Talking head video style.
Right, so I do this kind of all the time with my videos. At the end of the video, sometimes I might like to show some stills of the work that I've done, and while I've been talking, the background audio has been nice and low. I can use this feature to duck against my dialogue here, which is automatically being assigned. Do the same thing, drag this back, go to ducking, turn it on, duck against our dialogue, check this box, scroll down, generate keyframes. Scroll back a little bit.
Please.
And our audio is coming in over those stills that have no dialogue. That audio is nice and good and cutting through. Now we can do that, and at the end of this clip, we can then just cut it off with my lovely Z keyboard shortcut, delete that out, and then we can use our interactive handle to fade that music out a little bit at the end, which is a lovely, nice little... Perfect. Or we can use a feature that is in Premiere Pro now, which is called the Remix tool. So if I just press backslash on my keyboard here, select our clip, we can go over to this little bad boy called the Remix tool. If you haven't seen this before, it's under Ripple Edit. Drag this down, hit on Remix, bango, bongo. This music track has a natural ending to it that fades out, and sometimes you might have an audio track that has an ending that the composer's put in. You might want to use that at the end of your clip, but then you're cutting your clip, you're putting the end towards the end of your clip, and you're just trying to stitch it together. The remix tool kind of does all of that hard work for you. So all I now have to do is just select this, drag it back. It will analyze that clip for a second, and you'll notice these little zigzag breaks in there. That's automatically done that job of sort of DJ mix.
Yes.
DJ mix, right? So
and that's how you made the face too. I'm sorry, I gotta call that out.
That's right.
I love it.
So you see these little crisscross zigzag handles here?
Yes.
I'm going to solo this audio track, see if you can hear the difference. Seamless. Absolutely seamless. Okay, you can't hear anything at all. Fantastic. All right, so you saw that clip at the start of the video. That's how I like to work. At the end of the video, I used Dansky's YouTube tutorial, and I gave him a credit. Always
Dansky,
credit your
what's
sources.
up, Dansky?
Yeah. So let's say, I'm not going to get his approval, but let's say I wanted to get Dansky's approval for that end of that video. I can then use this new feature inside Premiere Pro Beta, and I'm going to highlight an in and out point of this clip. So actually to do that, you just go to wherever you want to highlight, press I for out, go to the end of your clip, press in for I for in, O for out. I can come up to my frame.io tab up here.
Okay.
Frame.io is the place where it's a great resource for getting feedback on your videos.
Right.
This is now built into Premiere Pro, so you can upload your footage directly to frame.io. So if I just click on upload up here, I'm going to go active sequence, this is the one that we're working on, and I can either upload the whole thing for him to take a look at and generate a link for him to share, or I can choose the in and out section that I just made, which is the only bit that referred to him. Maybe if you just want a certain section of your video signed off by a client, you can do that. Click on upload, and that's going to pull a version, a very low res version of that, so it goes up quickly. I can then generate a share link to that via just a URL, so they can send off for approval. And that's all being handled inside Premiere Pro, no going out to the app and uploading anywhere, automatically tagging it from here. There we go. This is a brand new Mac. I haven't ever turned this on before, so it's trying to do it. But anyway,
nice.
So that's it. And then
Frame's
that way,
pretty cool though, right?
It's awesome. I've used it with a couple of Adobe projects actually, and it works really, really well.
Were you someone that had like a ton of those like physical hard drives everywhere?
Yeah.
That's
a lot easier than that, isn't it?
So that's why Frame is such a game changer. Anyway,
so that's it, man. Yeah. So we've probably got like a few minutes for Q&A.
We got about 7 minutes to go, everybody. If you all, feel free to ask any questions you have. I can ask you questions while we're waiting for more questions.
Right. Shoot.
I just love your storytelling. And you must have a lot of inspiration behind all the story. Maybe like, dude, there has to be like movies that you pull from, right?
I mean, honestly, no. No, it's like the main way I focus my social media content is there's a problem in the software. There's a problem in my daily life as a designer. How do I solve that problem in a way that I can explain in a minute? So maybe it's something like a software problem or like something to do with Illustrator. My job is basically to try and figure out what the problem that the most people will have, and then use software or videos to try and solve that problem in a very succinct, tight way. And these quick editing features, it makes it so fast now. Like my process is like, I'm so impatient. Like when I come up with an idea for a video, I have to get it out there like straight away. I can't sit on it for days.
That's the mark of a creative, Well, I'm just absolutely buzzing all the time. I have to get this out. I can't wait to share it. So I will pull an idea from a list that I have. I'll script it and film it. And probably within about 2 or 3 hours, which might be long for some people, but for me that's pretty quick. I've got a video out and I'm ready to post in that afternoon. So about 2 to 3 hours is usually my turnaround time. And I wouldn't be able to do that without these amazing features. Yeah. Dude, okay, I have one question here. Where's your luggage, man? Did somebody ask that? Someone asked that about my luggage. Did they find your luggage, somewhere? James? I came from Australia, missed my connecting flight. My luggage is in Heathrow somewhere. So I'm sponsored by Superdry today because I went shopping earlier on, and I didn't even have any boxer shorts. So not great, not great. I got some. If you need some, thanks. I got some. We're not that close. Well, all right. So I'll tell you what I struggle with a lot with video is finding the right songs. I noticed that you're always the best. You choose the best soundtracks for your stuff. There's 2 ways to do that, though. Sorry, go. Well, really, I always go to, because it's a kind of a trendy thing and it's like a safe thing to do, to go for like low-fi beats. Yeah. You know, but I'm starting to feel like people are getting tired of that a little bit and want something like, because you have like high energy music. Well, there's 2 types of reels. There's ones with dialogue, and don't
choose an audio track that's going to clash with any dialogue.
Yeah.
And I used to go for like jazz tracks, like
Yeah.
but a saxophone I found, or a trumpet, really kind of goes over the top of dialogue. So, you know, Paris jazz guitar, that always works really well. But then sometimes you're working with a video and you're posting it to somewhere like Instagram and it doesn't have any dialogue, it's just me acting on camera. I can use a clip from an existing song, and that's where my age comes into play.
Hey.
I'm pushing 40 this year, my music taste is properly eclectic. When I put something like Phil Collins in there, people love that, so that's always popular.
You're pushing 40 this year? When do you turn 40?
In December, I'm turning 40 this year.
I turned 41 this year.
Wow, you don't look 40. Well, we made it. We made
I got
it.
the salt and pepper. I got the salt and pepper.
Yeah,
you know.
mine's in the beard. There we go.
Man, so we got, okay, so let's talk about Instagram for a second. Like a lot of, wait, Bernard, how do you get, okay, this is a great question from Keys. What's up, Keys?
Keys.
How do you get ideas for your videos? That's actually kind of what I was going to ask you too.
Yeah. So mainly it's just because I'm still working with clients and facing issues in the software all the time. Anytime I find that I have to Google something, like I've just had a fix, I need to try and fix it somehow in Adobe Illustrator, I'll write that on a list. And I've got this list of ideas. I would show it to you, but I'm giving away, you know, some of my future releases.
Stuff. Yeah.
But I have a list of content and I'll just like pull from that list. It'll be around like software tips and tricks. It might be around, you know, something to do with design, like a principle of design that I feel like I don't really know enough about and I want to learn about. Like, why do we use CMYK ink in printers versus RGB? Why can't we just use red, green, and blue ink in printers? Those questions I should know the answer to. Sometimes, you know, I don't, and I'll go and look it up. And immediately after I've learned it, to make it stick in my head, I'll teach it to somebody else.
And you
that
teach
kind
it
of
to them.
hardwires it in my brain.
I think that's something awesome that you do. Is you teach it to them in like language that everybody understands. I think that's a really key thing that you do. That's really, really awesome. Okay.
Thank you.
What I wanted to ask you too, because this is a question I get a lot, and I'm a very low volume Instagram poster, but I see you're like, wow, I wish I was like, I wish I could, I know a lot of the tips that you showed today help speed up your process, but what other tips can you give all of the homies here in London and everybody, like what keeps you going and churning about, I don't know, 3 videos a week?
3 videos a week is like the enough to avoid burnout. Any more than that, it starts to get a bit hard.
Any more than 3? Okay.
Yeah, and I follow this guy, he's an absolute legend. His name is Jamie Brindle. He is a freelance guru. He talks about like the 50% rule. Okay, so 50% of your time should be on your current clients, 50% of your time should be on driving new business. And new business for me is social media. Okay, so every time I'm making a video, I'm teaching designers, and that's fantastic, but I'm also showing to clients like, I'm the expert, maybe. So, you know, I am...
I love it. Oh,
doing this social media content totally sets me as the expert in the industry, which drives more clients. So half of my time is doing this, and 3 videos a week, that's a lot to do. So hopefully these tips that we've talked about today will speed that up for a few people. But yeah, it's a lot of work. It's quite daunting, isn't it, when you have like, especially video content, it's quite time consuming.
Right.
3 a week seems to be the sort of...
3 a week is the...
sweet spot for me.
Yeah. So, okay, you mentioned... Okay, we have about a minute and a half here. This probably might be the last question, unless someone else has one really quick. Oh, have you fixed audio with any AI software? Oh, you showed a few of them right there.
Yeah. I used to play the drums when I was a music producer, but yeah, AI software in audio is pretty exciting. Some of the stuff coming out on Adobe Audition, that looks absolutely incredible. Yeah, the remix tool for me at the minute.
The remix tool.
Easy way to do it.
Yeah. All right. So what I was going to ask you, because you said, you are a unicorn, man. You do everything so good. Video, design. What do you enjoy the most out of all your creative outlets, though? Is it design? Is it video?
It's the logos. The logos for me, hands down. Blank canvas, creating a brand from scratch, from absolutely nothing and just an idea or a few concepts. That is absolutely beautiful to me. There's no more rewarding part of the industry, and that's a big part of it. Is like finding a part of the industry that you enjoy the most.
Yeah.
Actually leads through a rewarding career, and logo design for me is that.
And that helps you just keep going and going,
That's
right?
it.
Like,
that's right.
All right. Well, dang, James, thanks. We're about there. You know,
You're gonna go have a nap now?
I might. Honestly, I'm just being honest with everybody.
Yeah.
Brought the energy earlier.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get my second and third wind and stuff.
I can feel it.
But thanks everybody for tuning in.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, James, for coming.
Good to see you, bud.
Gosh, I want to go again. It's in person.
Thanks a lot.
Homies.
See ya.
We're looking splendid.
Sorry?
All good?
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to Adobe Live from Adobe MAX London. I'm extremely excited to be here today. The event is amazing. Everyone is having so much fun. There are tons of people walking around enjoying all the latest updates of the Creative Cloud, and there's so much good talk going on. And I have the huge honor to speak with Jonas Debach today.
Yes.
Hey.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, and you?
I'm always good, as you
Yeah.
know.
Awesome.
How's Max been for you so far?
Oh, Max has been great. I've been meeting a lot of fellow illustrators and connecting to people and getting to know new people. So it's a really good time. And I also saw the keynote this morning. It was really interesting stuff. So I've been enjoying it really well.
That sounds amazing. Hello also to everyone who's joining us online. Hello to the chat. I see there are a couple of people already. Hi, it's good to have you around. Whenever I'm looking into this direction, my eyes are all on you, chat. So whenever you have questions for Jonas, let us know. I'm very happy to forward them to you.
Awesome. I'll gladly answer as well.
Jonas, what's on our list today?
Today I'm going to show you a pin I designed for Adobe MAX London.
It's this one here. I'm not sure if you can see it well. Yes, I think we can. It looks great.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I've put a lot of effort into the design and the concept behind it, and I'm actually really proud of it. But I'll explain to you all the ins and outs. But yeah, I'm super happy with how it looks, and yeah, I find it fantastic. Yeah.
Perfect. Before we dive into that project, which you've done just for Adobe MAX in London, let's have a look at your portfolio, because your work is amazing,
Oh, thank
and it has such a unique style and a unique touch.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. My portfolio, the kind of work I do is everything that involves cool illustrations, you know. I like to do illustrations for branding, but also merchandising, which is definitely applicable in this case. But I also paint murals and stuff. So everything that involves like cool illustration is the kind of thing I do, and maybe I can highlight a couple of things.
Yes, let's have a look.
Perhaps I can show you this project I did for Jordan. It's all like, because of the stream is focused on wearables, I think it's maybe cool to show this one. This is a project I've done for Jordan in China. I'm not sure, I can't pronounce the name of the store, but it's released in China just before COVID. And the whole idea was to like combine basketball and music and public transports, which are very famous are topics that the people over there are very interested in, let's say. So I combine like all these things into an illustration, and you can see like there's a guitar with a basketball in it, and here you can see like a basketball with a train track around it. So I like to combine that kind of like conceptual approach to my illustrations.
It's cool to see that you have so many thoughts behind your illustrations. So it's not just the first thing you would think of, but it's really detailed, and you're thinking about how to communicate the thoughts behind in the best way.
Yeah, that's definitely something I try to do with my illustration work. I always try to apply like a conceptual layer to it, so it's more than just a nice picture, you know, it has like meaning and stuff, so I find that really important. And I just noticed my website is not working very well, actually.
Well, it might be the internet here.
Oh yeah, that's
because
true.
There are so many people around, and everyone is trying to get the bits and pieces of the one Wi-Fi we have.
Yeah, and maybe another one I can show you is a personal project of mine. I've always wanted to experiment with like tattoo designs. It's something I'm really interested in and I'm really inspired by as well. So I figured like, whilst it's loading, I'll tell you about it. But I wanted to really try it out, but I wanted to give it like more of a application, you know, not just like a tattoo illustration on its own, but more like actually like what am I going to use it for? And I figured like maybe I can create a cool pattern out of it. But then like, what do I do with the pattern? And I thought like, okay, where can I bring something cool in? I was thinking like, okay, costume designs are usually very formal, you know? And I was thinking like, what if I create like this really cool fancy suit? And that's what I did. So I created like these illustrations and then I applied it to like these mock-ups. And
yeah, very nice.
I really love this project.
I love that you went for the inside. So it's solid black on the outside and then on the inside there's all of the fun going on.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And I think like black is always stylish, you know, we're both wearing black, you and I, but then having this kind of really like interesting pattern in the inside makes it really cool, you know.
It looks amazing.
Awesome. So should we dive into the pin design perhaps?
Yes, you've been showing projects for fabrics, for clothes to wear, and now this project was, you call it a wearable art piece, which is absolutely true. And before the stream we were catching up already, and I asked you, wearables, what does it mean and how did you get into that? So can you maybe give us a little intro of what wearables are for you?
Well, wearables are, I think, everything that evolves into wearing your own art, whether it's like a t-shirt or a pin or something. I think that's what it means to me, you know?
Yeah.
If that's sufficient, of course.
Yeah, anything is sufficient, of course.
I'm not sure. I'd love to remove these guides. I'm not sure how to do it because it's in French. But let's maybe... Oh, thank you very much.
Shortcut is the way to go.
Yeah, thank you. So perhaps I should tell a bit about it. So I was asked to create a pin for Max. And the first thing I always do is brainstorm on paper. I find it really important to write down notes and stuff. And the briefing for this one was to create something about community. So I thought like, okay, what's community? Well, community are people. What's Adobe? Adobe is design. And what's design? Design is tools, pencils, and then so on and so on. So I try to make like visual connections, you know? And then for me, it was a case of doing like, what does design and people look like together, you know, as a design? So that was the question I wanted to solve. So I started like thumbnailing really quick, and honestly, I never show this to anyone, but because like I find it really important to be transparent. And also with AI, everything looks really nice and perfect. I thought maybe I should show this. Like I never showed this to any client, but I thought like this is quite an essential part of the process, really thumbnailing.
But you should, it looks really cool.
Yeah, but for me, the quality is not there to present to the client. It's just for myself, checking in with ideas, creating as much as possible. So I looked at these and I was really interested in the ones I circled. Like, so I was thinking like community is people chatting to each other. So people chatting, looking at each other. And then when I drew that, I thought, oh, maybe a butterfly is nice as well. So it's nicely designed. And then, okay, what's Adobe? Design. So design is a pencil. And I felt maybe the pencil in the middle could become like the body of the butterfly. So that's sort of the conceptual approach I like to do. And after I was doodling, I was also thinking like, what reference makes sense in this kind of like community context? And I'm super inspired by vintage stuff as well. So I looked into these kind of 70s references, hippies, flower power. So I infused all that into my design. And then this is the rough sketch, and I made it into this. It's still like, all right, but it misses something, you know? So I presented this to these guys, and it was like a very good idea. And then what's next for me is sort of refining. And what I like to do in refining is look at references again. And I mentioned before, I'm really inspired by like traditional tattoos.
Yeah.
So I was looking at these butterflies from traditional tattoos and getting inspired by the shapes, and I sort of like tried two different options, one that's a bit safer and one with more curly tails. And I thought like this one was the better fitting one, the bottom one. So yeah.
It looks super cool. I love the combination. Now that I know the concept behind it, it makes so much sense.
Yeah,
you did a really great job.
Yeah, oh, thank you very much. So yeah, when I did like the redraw, and this is like the sort of rough sketch, I wanted to set it up nicely for Illustrator so I can like pencil it nicely and check in with the colors and the balance and stuff. And this, what you see is like, it's not really a finalized color palette, but it's just for me to like work with a couple of colors, you know?
Yeah.
So I can like see the balance and stuff. So what I did after this was go into Illustrator and vectorized all the lines. And what I usually do then is fill it in with the live paint tool, but I just noticed we're a bit short on time perhaps, so I just skip it for now perhaps.
That's good, yeah.
Okay, so I've already set it up here. As you can see, the lines are really like clean because I pen tooled them in Illustrator. I don't really work all my illustrations in Illustrator, but because I knew it was like a pin design, everything needs to be clean and crisp. So I figured like Illustrator is the best tool for the job, you know.
Does this mean you're switching between tools constantly?
Yeah. It depends on the application, of course. Like for instance, a pin design needs to be clean and sharp, but then for other applications, I'm happy to use Photoshop. It really depends on what the client wants and the briefing and such, you know.
Yeah, makes sense.
So yeah. And what I actually did for the color palette was use the new generative color option. So maybe I should like show it perhaps. This is in French. I'm not able to speak French. So I'm not sure what to do.
Okay, we can also skip that part, and you just tell me a bit more how you did the process. Just explain it a little bit.
Oh, okay. So I used the generative recolor one, and it's the one where you can like type in prompts to create color variations. And I was typing in like flower power, hippie, and it created like a couple of variations. And then in the end, I landed on this color. It wasn't exactly that, but I tweaked it to my liking. I personally really enjoy using like very bold and bright colors. So it was a bit duller than that, but because I like it so much, it just pumped up the contrast, you know. And I also really like using like contrasting complementary color. So it's very technical perhaps, but like you got like yellow, and if you look at the full color wheel, on the other end is purple, and then it creates like a nice contrast.
And with the recolor artwork, you really have a nice control over where you push the dots.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. That's exactly how it goes, you know.
Yeah.
And then for the card design, I looked back at my references because I needed to be reminded of what I was looking at, you know. And I saw these kind of like shapes here, like the rainbow shapes and the sun and stuff. And I thought maybe that's like a nice segue into doing the card, because I wanted to highlight the pin design really. So because of that, I made like the sun behind it, you know. So yeah, that's sort of my process, I think. And then I can maybe show you, maybe for the viewers at home, I got like a mock-up. So this is like the final product with the pin. As you see, I use a lot of references and stuff. And then for the final, I made like, I hired someone to create mock-ups. So if they can't see it from here, they can see it here.
Nice.
So yeah. That's a bit of like behind the scenes of what I did for the pin for Max.
Awesome. I really like the combination of 70s feeling plus the traditional tattoo artworks.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
Oh,
I can totally picture that as a tattoo.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of things I'm influenced by, and I like to combine things from different areas, whether it's tattooing, whether it's like other vintage stuff. And I think that's sort of how I approach my projects. Get as much inspiration references from everywhere, and then combine them all into my own sort of artwork.
Very nice.
Yeah.
We actually have a hi in the chat from maybe here.
Oh, I can't read it. I can't read it. Oh, sorry, it's too far. I can't read it.
Hi back at the chat. It's good to see everyone there. If you have questions, let us know. Otherwise, I have a question for you. So you've been an illustrator for quite a while now.
Yeah.
How do you stay inspired, or what's exciting for you in the future as an illustrator? Because there are so many changes going on, and you know everyone is talking about AI-generated images.
Yeah.
But let's maybe start with your inspiration and your drive that you have on a daily basis that keeps you going.
Yeah. So I'm an illustrator, as you say, indeed. But I also do a lot of design work, where I actually do sometimes more graphic design. And I feel that sort of thing, like the combination of doing illustration and graphic design, it sort of keeps things fresh for me, you know? So I probably, if I would do illustration every day, it would be, I don't want to say become boring, but it would be sort of the same thing every day. What I really like about being like a freelancer is to be able to do illustration one day, then design the other day. And because of that combo, I get influenced by both ends. And then that makes its way into each other, you know. But then on the topic of AI, it's also like a tricky one, I guess. I don't personally use AI, to be honest, because as I mentioned before, I really like the concepts of like, concept is super important for me. And I sometimes, when I look at AI stuff, it looks really nice on the surface, but then I sometimes maybe see lacks a bit of concept depth in them. So that's what I really want to do with my work. And I'm a digital illustrator, and I learned like illustrating in a digital way. But right now, I really like to go back to pencil and paper, and as you saw, like try out different things, multiple things really quick to see how it looks. And the analog approach inspires me a lot as well.
I agree, and seeing your sketches before was really interesting because you also see the thought process behind.
Yeah.
That's cool, and for me it's always a bit like meditation whenever I can sketch and work on my own artworks really from beginning to the end, and the process itself makes me think and inspires me again to do other projects.
Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. That process, I think process for me is one of the most important things. Like doing that on paper and not like on the computer, and that kind of stuff is really important for me. And I don't have one fixed process for every project. It changes every project, also because of the timeline, you know, sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the more diversity I can bring into the way I work, what I do, the more I get inspired by all the things that I do, you know?
I absolutely agree. I think it's a, how would you call it? It's a
full circle?
Full circle, yes.
Yeah.
Full circle explains it best.
And I also come from a web design and web development background, so I've got like all these sort of skills that I don't really advertise online, but I do like to use them for instance, in this case, where I need to I know like the pin is the champion of this design, you know, so I wanted to highlight it with the beams and then create like a nice suiting text in the same style of what I'm going for, you know. So I know, like, I try to be conscious about all those things and then combine them into one project.
David Oko was here before, and he had his live stream going on. And what he did last year, he had stickers that you could scan with your phone, and then it turned into a tiny AR exhibition.
Okay.
I think that would be something really cool for the pin.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome, yeah. I can't animate myself, so I need someone to do it for me. But
we will figure out something,
that would
but
be
that would
awesome.
be really cool.
That would be awesome.
So, you also brought this really nice book here.
Oh yeah.
Because whenever we meet, you have new merch for yourself.
Yeah.
And stuff to show your work, which is really exciting and beautiful. And I'm very impressed with your work.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're so good in networking, actually, and connecting people. So I'm really happy to have this one here. I will take that home with me. I love the black and white one.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I find it really important, like on events like this. I try to find unique ways of doing that kind of stuff, you know. And I always the idea for this book is like when I get to know people, instead of me searching up them searching up my name on Instagram on their phone and then just giving it a quick follow and then that's it.
Yeah.
I thought maybe I could print a little book of mine. All my work is in there, all my best work, let's say.
Yeah.
Give it to them, and then they bring it back to the office, and then they put it on the desk. And maybe one day, if the right project comes along, they can contact me. And that's sort of the way I like to do things. It's like an extended visit card.
Yeah, business card.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's how and I feel like as a freelancer, you always need to be on top of those things and always trying to meet new people. And to be honest, though, I'm not the best at it. I consider myself a little social awkward sometimes, and my girlfriend will definitely approve of this.
I cannot confirm so far. I cannot confirm.
But I try to do this kind of stuff to really get out there and get to know people, you know. So yeah.
So for everyone who's around here, make sure to grab your pin later on at the community booth here, because we have a couple of them left, but they're limited, so be fast. Otherwise, have a look at Jonas' social profiles or catch him at the event or somewhere else to get this really lovely book.
Yeah.
Jonas, it's always a pleasure to have you here.
Yeah,
Thank
likewise.
you so much.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. My pleasure. It was awesome chatting about the process of the pin. I had a really good time doing this, so yeah, thanks to you guys.
Thank you, great work.
Awesome.
And thanks everyone for watching. I see many more compliments here. You're doing a really great job.
Oh, thank you.
Please stick around, we have a couple more live streams coming. It's time for me to go for a drink now, because I'm off for today.
Yeah, same.
And I will enjoy Adobe MAX London even more than I did already. Thank you so much, stick around and see you later.
All right.
Bye-bye.
welcome to Adobe Live. I'm so excited to be here with Lucy Street, who I just finally got to meet for the first time today. Thanks for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. I am Jordan Danae Ellis. I'm an Adobe Express evangelist in the US. And Lucy, I'll let you introduce yourself.
I am the Adobe Express evangelist. I'm based in Cardiff in the UK, so I had a slightly shorter trip here than you did. So yeah.
Yeah, and so we both love Express and love talking about it. And that's what we're going to do a little bit of today. But I am going to be hanging out with chat, answering any questions, especially if you have questions about Express or your girls. But what are we making today?
So today we're creating some social media content. Cool. We are a workout brand, a immersive workout app. So we're channeling the Miami beach vibes today.
This is amazing.
So
great.
Yeah. So this is actually our client's brand. So I have created my designs in Illustrator, so that's where I like to create them.
Yeah.
But when I work with clients, it's great to create in Illustrator, but then when it comes to them wanting to update any assets, if they want to change the images or any of the text, sometimes that's a bit of a struggle if they're not designers themselves, if they're not used to Illustrator. So that's where Express comes in handy. So what we can do is from the homepage, we can start from your content. It opens up my files. You can see we have some of our brand assets here. And then at the bottom, I'm just going to drop in our social templates. So this is an Adobe Illustrator file. If I swap over to Illustrator, you can see the kind of vibes that we're going for here.
This is so cute.
So you can see we have all the layers, all the good stuff. So what Express is doing now, it is reading our Illustrator file, it's noticing all the shapes, all the text that we have, and now it is ready to open. So we can just open that up.
That's so cool that you can, like, especially if you prefer designing in Illustrator, if you know it better, you don't have to learn a new product to use the cool features in Express. You can drag your stuff in.
So you can see it's opening up now. The background image is loading. So all of our layers are on the right-hand side. I can just group these. So what I love about Express as well is that all of the keyboard shortcuts that you're used to on Illustrator or Photoshop, we can use on Express. So I just use Command-G to group these objects together, and now they're ready to go. So first thing I want to do is I want to swap out this background image. So we can go over to media along the left hand side. Now I could upload from my device, or I can choose from the, and I remembered this number, 248 million photos we can access straight from Adobe Express, the Adobe stock images. But I'm going to do text to image. And I'm going to select, so we can select square, landscape, portrait, or widescreen. I'm going to select portrait, and I'm just going to pop in the prompt. So we've got a beach at sunrise with a graffiti wall, pastel color palette. And then I'm going to select photo. And then we have these styles here, and it's a bit of a running joke that I always generate everything out of yarn.
Okay,
so we're not going to do that today because we're staying on brand.
Like, that's not totally fitting, but okay.
So we're just going to generate a photo and see what it comes up with. But I love to use this if my client doesn't have brand images. It's great to generate stuff to use instead, or even if you're just making up a concept, you can just generate something super quickly and use that, and then you can go into the brand photo shoot knowing the kind of vibe that you're going for.
Yeah, that's super cool.
We have this generation. What do we think?
I like it. Those 4 options are pretty great too.
So yeah, so it's generated 4 options for us.
I like that one.
I love the color palette. I love how the graffiti makes it a little bit edgy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Should we go for this one, or should we load? We can load more. If we're not happy with any of them,
these colors are good. The like,
aren't they?
Did you say at sunset? I forget what your prompt was.
Yeah, so the prompt was at sunrise with a pastel color palette as well. So I only actually noticed recently that you can actually include the color palette into your prompt, and that works as well.
That's great. Okay, I actually kind of like the second round more.
That one?
Yeah.
Ooh, that one.
Or that. Oh man, that's a tough choice. I'll let you pick. You're deciding.
This one? I'm tempted either this one or this one.
Your favorite.
Let's go for this one. I like how it draws you in. So we can click off that.
And if I go back in, so the picture is now dropped onto our artboard, so we can go in, add any text or elements, anything that we want. Or if I select on the layer again, we have generative fill, remove background. We can even go into text to image and we can alter our prompt. So I'm actually going to do generative fill. Now, can we ask the chat, what should we generate in the sky?
Yeah, friends, what do you want to see?
Anyone's watching.
I don't know what our delay is like, so we'll see.
We can change up the...
My favorite thing when I first started using generative fill is I would do like a flock of birds and then I would do a flock of bats and make it so spooky.
Oh.
We should not probably do that here. But,
that's what I just did in my session, generated a flock of birds. But what we could do is we could do a UFO.
Yeah.
This is always fun. You can just swap out the vibe. That's what's fun about.
I mean, yeah.
But it is a design process in itself, isn't it? Generating. Like sometimes I kind of know what I want to generate, but I can't necessarily put it into words. So what I can do is if you start small and then it's just a process. Paul is jumping in the background, putting us off. It's a process. So, you know, you can start with something very vague and then build it up as you go. And one tip for prompting that I find really useful is if you start small, start with the object and work out. So you could do like an iPad on the desk in the countryside with bats in the sky, with a UFO in the sky, and you can build it out from there. That's one way I like to think about it. So otherwise, if I've got this image in my head and I'm trying to describe it all at once, it's really difficult.
Yeah.
So if you think, start small
and you can build
work your way
to
out.
make sure you like it. That's such a good way to do it.
So we have a UFO. Do we want to stick with this UFO?
We have the idea of dragons.
A dragon. Would that work?
2 separate dragons, so that's the winner.
Oh, I was on, I flew to Munich last week and I was on Adobe Live. So have you seen my bagel brand floating around? Yeah. So I was showing the bagel brand and I was asking the chat what to generate. And someone said a plain bagel.
Well.
Which tickled me, that got to me.
I love that.
What are we generating? A dragon?
A dragon, yeah. Okay, this is going to be great.
It's always interesting. So it uses, basically it works off of Adobe stock, am I right?
Yeah.
So whatever's in Adobe stock, we can generate. So it's good to know that you can feel free to use these images wherever you want on your campaign. You can post them, you can use them. Okay, oh, is that a dragon? That is a dragon, or is that a bat?
This is a bat dragon. Wait.
A dragon.
Look at the bottom one.
Oh,
that one's like about to land.
That looks like Spyro.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I used to love Spyro as a kid.
Yeah.
Okay, we're keeping that.
I like that, and it like matches the color palette.
It
this
does.
Is great.
That's what I love. So it can read our artboard and then takes the the context and the color palette, which is great. Oh, it makes me want to play Spyro now. So I think we're going to keep this, and we're going to select done. So this is, of course, we are creating the social media post. So it's generated our image, and then over to the right-hand side, we have our layer panel. So I'm just going to drag our little dragon. Do we have a name for the dragon? Ask the chat if we can have a name for the dragon. So I would go for Spyro, but we have a Spyro already.
Okay, let us know.
So let us know. So
in the chat, I feel like he'll have a good dragon name, but let's see.
Yeah. So we have our blue background. So now I'm not really loving the color of this blue anymore. So what I can actually do is I can select into our group, and you see we have shape. So what Express has done is recognize that we have a shape from Illustrator, and when we moved it over, it is a shape in Express as well. So we can go in and we can change the fill. And now this is our brand colors. So I uploaded our brand previously so it can stay on track.
So much.
Because I'm the kind of person, I so easily go off track, and I need my blinkers on, especially when I work with clients. Sometimes like I work so hard to create the brand, and then 2 weeks later they post to social media, and of course they've used different colors, different fonts. So it's nice to have our brand there. Keep my blinkers on, can't go anywhere else but to the brand. Now, should we add a little bit of text, a little bit of animation, do you think?
Yes, and we have some dragon names. We have Draco, we have Maxina. We have Mo Beast, which is my personal favorite. Spike, Stinky, Sketchy, Sparky. Wow, we got a lot.
We should generate a family. It's like the reindeers. What were the reindeers' names? Like Rudolph? Yeah. Thumper? No, it's not. That's a rabbit. Anyway. So we're going to add some text. So I want to create a little animation. That is like my vision, a little spinning animation.
Cool.
So to announce that our app was just launched. So we go, if I type in out now, twice. And then on the left-hand side, we can see we have all of our different text settings. Now, if you use Illustrator, Photoshop, these will look very familiar. So on the first one, if we select that, we can also, at the bottom, go down to more fonts. Now, this is where we have access to 25,000
Look at you knowing all these
Adobe
numbers.
fonts.
I love that.
I know, I memorized them especially for today.
Good job.
So we can go in and select any of these. Now, there's two things I'm a sucker for, and that's a bold font and a bit of texture. So we're adding my lovely font now.
Great.
We
Love
can
it.
come back to the texture. But if I go back, you can see at the very top we have our brand fonts. Again, with my blinkers, I can't select anything else, and I'm just going to select our brand font, which is great. Now, under text layout, we can have default, which is the default.
Yep.
Dynamic, which will fill the text box. Circle, arch, or bow. So I'm actually going to go for circle. And then we can just drag him down.
I always sleep on circle. That's such a good...
Yeah, this is so fun. So if I zoom in a little bit here, we can see what we're working on. So along the top toolbar, I can just align it, snap it straight to the center to make sure it's on point. Now,
I love watching other people use Express because I forget about all these buttons. I'm like, oh yeah, a line's right there. Thanks for reminding me. That's great.
I know, and I love to see how people do things because I think if you gave like the same like brief to everyone, everyone would do things slightly differently. So it's really fun to see. Yeah. So I'm going to duplicate this again with my keyboard shortcuts. I'm going to select Option and just drag him out. Duplicates it very easily. So now with this one, I'm going to go over to the sidebar. And you can see we have fill and outline, and I'm just going to hit these buttons in between, and that will just swap them out. And now I want the top layer to have the outline, but to have no fill.
Okay.
So I'm going to go into fill and just select this one with the red line, no fill. And then we're going to overlap them.
This was the trick. I was waiting to see how you
And we're just going to make sure, so that's centered.
All right.
So now this bottom layer, which is the one with the fill, we're going to drag this behind our graphic, so we have this little effect here. Now that looks really funky, but what I want to do is I want to make sure these are spinning. I'm actually going to go back in and reduce this outline thickness very slightly so we can see.
Okay.
That looks a bit better. So now I want to make these spinning. So what do? Go over to the left hand side and we can actually add an animation. So this is where we can add in, looping, or out. So I'm going to add a looping. And then we have all of these funky little options. We can have bobbing, we can have breathe, we can have yo-yo.
The animations are so interesting too because depending on what you're clicking on,
Yeah.
it's wildly different. Like
Yeah.
some of these look great with certain options, and some of them you're like, oh, that's wild.
Yeah, I know the bob is so funny in like to make like a C. Was that from Max from last year? I noticed that that's sick. But we're gonna go to spin.
I love the spin, especially when you can slow it down.
Yeah, so we can change the personality. Now, I didn't actually know that animations could have personalities, but they can. So we can have soft, smooth, strong, energetic, and loud. We can change up the intensity, so we can have him spinning like crazy. Or we can just bring it down to maybe 10. We can have it spinning nicely, but we don't want to freak people out. And then you can change the direction, keep it clockwise. And then what I'm going to do is just apply the exact same animation settings to our bottom layer as our top layer. So again, looping, spin, and crank this up just to 10. And then you can see that now we've added the animation. This is now changed from a static post to now a video.
Yeah.
So if I hit play,
that looks
cool. This fun little effect.
Yes.
It's so fun. I love the effect that it creates.
I love that.
Isn't it so cool?
And someone asked in the chat, is this a tool for hobbyists? It's a tool for anyone who wants to make things quickly. So like as Lucy pulled in an Illustrator file, you can be a professional designer and just want to add in animations, or you can start from never having designed anything ever before. Like I started using Express that way. So it's really for whoever.
Yeah.
Which is why I love it.
And I love the tools that we have there. You've got like the essential ones, but we're not crowded with all of the extra buttons that maybe Illustrator and Photoshop, when you open them up, is a bit like, oh my God, this is a lot. So we can actually, you know, you have a bit of a condensed version. So if you are new to design, you can get started very happily on Express and then maybe work your way up, you know, get familiar with Express and how the buttons work, and then work your way up to then maybe you want to try out Illustrator or Photoshop and, you know, use it as a really starter program.
Totally.
But I'm just going to add a little animation to this beat just to add in, maybe I want to do breathe.
That's
and I'm
one of my
gonna
favorites.
reduce the speed and the intensity, have a really nice smooth. Because we know with social media we have, what, 2 seconds to grab their attention, otherwise they're gone for good. So if we play this.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Yes.
One last thing I want to do, because I've got my big bold fonts and now I want to add a texture. So on the left hand side I can go to media, and then I'm just going to search for, under photos, I'm going to search for texture overlay. And these textures make my heart happy because there's so many different options. And I'm going to select this one and just drop him on. And then we can turn him around, fit him on the artboard like so. And obviously that looks rubbish, but we can drop him down. And that still looks rubbish, but we have our blend modes on the left-hand side in our settings here. So we can have it normal, which it is now. It's obviously not blending. Multiply, or if I hit screen, then it gives us this lovely effect. We can see the light coming in.
Such a fun way to do that.
Yeah, and if we play, we can have our, we can see how that works with the texture and the dragon. That looks so cute. That looks so fun.
I love that.
And then we can go to, oh God, we can go to share. Now, I think we're ready to post this on social media.
Let's do it.
Actually, do we have time to translate it?
Yeah.
Let's do it. So we don't think small. This is Adobe Live. We think big. So this is a multinational business. So I actually want to translate this because this is going to go out to people all over the world. So it's detected the language as English, which is right. And then I can pick from any of these different languages. So we can go for Japanese, we can go for any of the Spanish, and one thing about me, so I'm obviously Welsh, so this little goodie for me that I love is that we can have Welsh and I can translate it to Welsh, which makes me happy. I can duplicate this and translate, and what it's doing, it's reading my text and it has duplicated it in all of these different languages, which is so great because before you'd have to go over to Google Translate.
Yeah, copy it over, reformat.
And you can see we have this. And also it's copied over the exact same animations that we made.
That's the cool part.
It's all here, so it's perfect. Right, do you think we're ready to schedule this out?
Yeah, let's
Is
do
this
it.
ready to post? I think so. So we can go over to share. Now this is where we can add in our clients or our co-workers or whoever we want, but today we're going to schedule the post. And so this social media scheduler is completely free, is that right?
Yep.
And we can add in our Instagram, X, Pinterest, TikTok, all of these different accounts.
That
so today,
is one of my favorite things, that it is free. So if you want to just try it out, you absolutely can, which is awesome.
Yes, it's perfect. And then we can add up to 3 accounts. So if you're managing multiple accounts, or if yourself, you have your personal or your business account, you can add them all in and manage different accounts, which is so great. So we can post it as a normal post, a reel, or a story. But this is one thing that is a godsend for me because
Me too, man.
as a business owner and, juggling social media plus client work, it's crazy. And, social media can be a full-time job in itself. So sometimes creating the concept, creating the actual post, and then I get to the caption and I'm like, you know what, I'm
done.
I'm tapping
so
out.
much
The
already.
creativity is done.
Yeah.
So this is where we have we can generate a caption now. So if I put in maybe tips for, maybe not capitals, we won't shout
We can
it. We
scream at
can
it.
be polite. We can be polite. Tips for running, because remember we are a workout app. So if I just type in tips for running, I can generate and then generate a new caption. And what it will do so kindly for us, it will write us our own caption. We have steps, we have hashtags, we have everything, so we can insert that in. And now maybe this bit, maybe this section is a little bit too brief. Maybe I want to bulk it out a little bit. So what I can do is I can highlight this section, we can go back to generate, and we can actually lengthen this. So it's just taken that one paragraph and it's going to rewrite it for us. And look at that. Oh my God. And just insert that in. And we have our caption with hashtags and everything. And now you can go in and edit this as much as you want, or we can just post it straight away.
That's how I love using it, is getting like a base and then I'll edit it to my brand voice or my own voice. And it's so nice to just have something to start with.
Yeah.
Because the blank page is scary, even for captions.
I feel like I have two modes. Either I can go in and I can just write out a caption and it'll be great, or I get to this point and I'm like, you know what?
Well, guess I give up.
I don't want to. Yeah, I'm like, oh, we're done. So even like, if you want hints or even, you know, just want like tips for running, you can see what it actually gives you, and then you can just expand on that. So I think I'm happy with this caption. And now let's preview it, see what. That's a beefy caption. It's even got the emoji in there for us.
Yeah, there you go.
Emojis and all, and hashtags. You honestly don't need to do anything. And then you can see that how that would look on the timeline.
I really like the preview also, because sometimes I forget how the different channels work, and it's like, okay, this actually isn't great for this, or I need to rework it or reformat it.
So this is cool. So if I X off this, and then we can either schedule it or publish it now. So I'm going to schedule it. But maybe, should we go for next Monday?
Next week, yeah, perfect.
I'm going to put it for 2 p.m. because all of my posts go out at 2 p.m. I don't know where this arbitrary number has come from. I think somewhere.
If it works for you, then keep it. Yeah.
Somewhere along the line, my analytics probably told me to post at 2 p.m. And and now I've just stuck to it. Even if it's like 2:30, I'm like, the time is gone. I can no longer post it. Literally. So the amount of times I've forgotten, but now I can just schedule it for 2 p.m.
There you go.
Schedule it away. Happy days. Out of sight, out of mind. And then if we go back to the home page, on the left-hand side, we have schedule. And then this is where our calendar lives. Happy. And what we can do is we can scoot things around. Life happens, timelines change. We can go in, change up the caption, all of the good stuff. And you're ready to go. And now actually we have mobile. So I can also do all of this on mobile, or whilst I'm on the go, I can change up any of the caption or anything. And life is good with Express.
What a great finale. Life is good with Express. I don't really see any questions in the chat. So if you have any, if you're watching later, feel free to message either Lucy or I. Where can people find you if they want to chat?
On Instagram, Loogie Design is my @
Perfect. And I am at Jordan Danae Ellis, and we are available for all of your Adobe Express needs. So
please ask us.
Yeah. Thanks for showing me your tips and tricks. Like a lot of the stuff, I know Express pretty well, but it's always nice to see how people do it differently. So you have some really fun new ways to use it, which I love.
Yeah. My pleasure. Well, thanks guys.
Yeah,
see you.
awesome. Thank you all so much for watching.
Bye.
Hello everyone. All right, we are live from Adobe MAX London. I am joined here today with Nuria. I'm Danielle Morimoto, and we're really excited to be walking through Nuria's process of creating amazing, beautiful illustrations. So that's really how we're going to spend our time today. She's going to walk us through her process of how she creates everything. Definitely say hi in the chat as you have questions about anything she's creating, her process, anything like that. Feel free to send it through, and we can kind of answer those as we go along. But why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to everyone on the stream?
Of course. So hi everyone, I'm Nuria Boch, and thank you so much for having me. I'm an illustrator. I'm originally from Spain, but I live in Scotland. And I'm really excited today to be able to share with you my process in Photoshop.
Awesome. We're very excited. Yeah, I know that you have a couple different things that we kind of want to take a look at. And live from the conference, we actually have these really fun. I know you were like, do we show them? Do we not? I was like, we show them. These tattoos were designed by Nuria, and like they're all kind of out that people can put them on. And you created these in Illustrator.
Yeah, these ones are made in Illustrator. I was just trying to be a bit funny on the type of things that I would like to remember myself sometimes, like. Note to self, remember to name your layers.
Name your layers. I feel like that's a very solid one. I need that on a t-shirt also. Yes.
Untitled. And then just like a fun of cool UI and also floral elements that I like to include in my work as well.
I know. I feel like I should have put one of these on. Oh, we had a close-up. Oh, my bad. Oh, yes. There we go.
There they are.
Amazing. Okay, well, why don't you pull up your, we'll take a look at your screen and kind of take a look at your process and portfolio and everything like that.
Yeah, so I'll first start with my portfolio. So I like to create a little whimsical type of illustrations. I love to draw nature and kind of take a spin on it in trying to influence what I experience on my travels or what I see into my work as much as I can. So this is my website that you can check out anytime you want. So these are the types of works that I normally do and create. As you can see, I like to create lineal works, and I have a thing for very vibrant colors myself.
I love this fish one as well.
Thank you. Yeah, this one was like created like thinking on the relationship between the environments of the clownfish and the anemone, I think it's called.
Yes,
something
anemone,
like
yeah.
and how they help each other out. So I tried to kind of come up with a meaning behind each artwork and see, you know, what can I influence, what kind of message can I send with my works, and so no, it's just like too random either. But I like to include a lot of detail in it too, so I like it to feel like a puzzle where you have to stop and wander around the
It's beautiful
artwork.
too because I feel like there's a lot of like layers to it in terms of like texture. There's some things that are like more blurred. You have like a lot going on, but it's very like subtle kind of pieces throughout it, which is fun.
Yeah. I also like to infuse the movement into it because I have a background in motion graphics, so I like to be able to draw it in motion if I can, even if it's like a static illustration.
That's right. I did see some of your work that had some like slight animation as well. You have like animated work too, which is awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, so feel free to check out my website at nuriaboch.co.uk, and I'll just.
And you have a shop of your prints too.
Oh
so
yeah,
you can check those out. Yeah,
I sell prints too.
Yeah.
You want to check it out?
You do it all. You got it
Hang
all.
it on your wall. So yeah, I'll just jump right into Photoshop. This is a welcome page to the session today. So this is my process of how I bring to life the illustrations. So welcome to this. Here's the reference. So as I mentioned before, I like to be able to take the experiences of traveling to places to influence my work and kind of have a deeper connection to what I create. So here's some photos that I took on my last trip to Spain with family. These are mainly some flowers. I like to include a lot of floral elements in my work. And the photo above here, it's from the patios from Cordoba in Spain. They're really famous for having really these beautiful patios you can sometimes walk into, and they're so beautiful, lots of lovely plants and flowers.
Beautiful. So like architecture, nature, kind of just getting inspired by what you see out
there. So I was thinking, well, what can I do with, this experience? So first I kind of like took a bit of color inspiration from the reference images. But moving on, I began sketching the concept, and I start to zoom out on the canvas so I don't get too distracted with details at the beginning. And then I continue with loose strokes and shapes to get the idea across. I just want to get it out of my mind into the page without getting too distracted, as I mentioned. So the first sketch is this one. It's a very rough. You can probably tell I was getting a bit distracted with the flowers. They're a bit more detailed than the characters.
I love that you have like the big character up top with the scissors and everything too.
Yeah, so I mean, I was getting inspired by this, trip that I took to Cordoba. So I was like, okay, let's draw a plant pot. But what else can I add to it to make it a bit more exciting? So I'm a big fan of, Arrietty, and I think it's called The Borrowers, the film, that they're like tiny people, getting things from huge humans, I guess. So I like to play with scale a lot in my artworks and have like maybe the characters being quite tiny. So,
I love how you're in Photoshop and I feel like you have a deck presentation that you're going through with layers, which is amazing. At first I was like, wait, are we going through this in Photoshop? I love it. Okay.
Yeah, so actually this sketch I started in Adobe Fresco. And I really liked how it connected with Photoshop, how seamless
So do you start fully digital? Do you start with like pencil and paper, or do you just go straight to
I wish, but
digital?
just digital first.
Okay.
Yeah, I do digital first. Although I'm trying to dip my toes into traditional art as well, but I'm a digital
artist. Yeah.
So that would be the first sketch that I do. Then I will try, of course, to refine it. So here it is more refined. You can tell that I've spent a bit more time refining, especially the characters, which were very loose. But yeah, so here I have like one character flying around on a bird. So the bird is kind of funny. Like when I was walking through the streets of Cordoba, you would see these really tiny birds like flying around the streets. So I was like, well, that would be cool to include it as well and have a character on top of it.
This gives me I don't know if you've seen the movie like The Boy and the Heron. The new,
I'm so looking forward to see it. I haven't seen it yet.
You haven't seen it yet? Oh, I get no spoilers. But it definitely gave me a little bit of that vibe. I like it. Okay.
Thank you. Well, that's great. I like that compliment.
You'll take it?
Fan.
Okay. Yeah.
So, yeah, and I decided to have a character kind of hanging the clothes, like normal life, ordinary things that you do in your day-to-day life, and then the third character kind of cutting some of the leaves and the plants and stuff. So that would be the stage of the sketch that I would do. Then, of course, refinement. Once the main idea is on the page, I slowly start outlining the elements as my artworks are outlined. So for this is what I would normally do. Here I normally jump into Illustrator. So here's how you would see it in Illustrator. So I just like develop it and copy paste it into Photoshop.
How long would you say this like step takes you versus like just sketching, like the initial drawing? What kind of takes you the longest amount of time?
Well, it does take me like a day.
Oh, okay.
It would take me like a day. I think like because I'm very like into the details, I want to get the shape right.
Yeah.
And so I spend probably quite a lot of time on this stage. But it's fun. It's quite relaxing. I have the main idea already, so it's kind of like I've already done the big part of developing the concept, and now I can just relax and
refine it, get all the little details.
Yeah,
right. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I will bring it into Photoshop, and then of course I will start adding the basic shapes. We need to start like building how it will look. So here I'm not thinking of color yet. I'm just like thinking of completing the piece. And once I have the basic shapes, I will of course start thinking about color. And this is quite a difficult part. It's a struggle sometimes. But it's difficult and an evolving process that requires experimentation. So sometimes, for example, here would be the first go at the illustration.
Interesting, yeah.
And this is like trying to apply maybe the colors from my photos, or maybe, you know, the first kind of thing that I have in my mind. So I would be like, oh, I'm thinking of blue tones, a blue background stuff, and then slowly start adding details. But when I was seeing this, I was thinking, well, this looks quite complex. I'm getting a bit too distracted. So I kind of started experimenting. So that would be option one. Then I was like, okay, blues are cool, but what about some warm tones on the background? How does it feel? And I mean, I do like it. I quite like the blues and stuff. They create a nice contrast, but I was still thinking, this is too much. Okay. I love saturation, but maybe it's too much.
Are all the circles in the top all the potential, like all the colors that included in the artwork? Okay.
Yeah, so here I think mainly I was like changing the background and seeing how it feels.
Yep.
But working from that original, very initial rough color palette that I had. And then I was like, okay, let's play around with features. Like something I normally do when I'm not like really sure what to do. I just, started playing around with gradient maps. So I can start like experimenting with like seeing the work in different colors, and then for that to give me ideas. And in this one, I really like the contrasty of the kind of, it's not pink, I think it's like coral color type of thing, and then the blues. And I was like, great, I quite like it. It feels more relaxed to the eye.
Less busy in terms of the other one had so many color variations.
Yeah, exactly. So then I was like, okay, cool. How can I mix both things in some way? So normally I would play with gradient maps. Here you can see very close to the original color palette, but I guess because it's like more refined, it's less. It feels different to when it's like super loose, like it's in the color palette on the page. So I colored in, but then I'm like thinking lights and shadows. I think like this is like the most fun part for me, because I start thinking, where is the light coming from? Where is the shadows? Where is the bouncing light that can add more volume?
I feel like it
things.
starts to come to life once you add a little bit more of that depth and everything.
Yeah,
to it. Yeah,
exactly. So it gives consistency. So sometimes I like to keep the same color for shadows and same color for lights and stuff. So here you can see a few squares, and those are the colors that I use to help me out to bring detail into quite a flat initial illustration. So I use the purple for the shadows overall on the entire composition, which gives them quite a lot of consistency on the composition. And I also use a maybe you cannot see well, I'm not sure, but it's like a different type of blue for the bouncing light.
Turquoise or something.
Yeah. So to help me out to bring even more detail to the shadows and lights. And then 2 different colors for the lights.
I mean, there's so much detail just almost in like that yellow and purple flower up the top there that I feel like once you add all of the different like gradients and colors to it, it starts to get like more dynamic, which is fun because then you have so many different like pieces throughout the illustration that your eye can kind of wander throughout.
Yes, yeah. I mean, sometimes I need to hold myself, like Nuria, don't add too much. Maybe it's like
you have to hold yourself back.
I need to be like, calm down. You love this stage of the process. So yeah, I would just start refining, honestly, and then this would be what I would call my finished illustration. Here you can see I added like some textured brushes, which is something I'm trying to experiment more with. I don't normally add it to my work, but I think it adds quite a nice feeling to the illustration.
We had a question in the chat from Keys around if you'd ever done any work in Fresco, in like the Fresco app, or if you've thought about trying it at all.
Oh yes, yeah. I mean, I've heard like good things from it, and I've had the experience for this illustration with the app, and it was like really nice. I think I've heard people doing animation as well, which I'm really looking forward to it. And I really liked the connection with Photoshop because it's my main app. So
being able to really easily just bring it then into Photoshop and finish it off,
Yeah, literally just save it on my iPad and then I can open my laptop and it's there ready. So that's pretty nice. I don't have to be airdropping things around.
That's true.
So yeah, and then I can just get into the detail. I like to work quite large scale my artworks, just in case I want to print them afterwards, or I want to just crop details to share online. And that's how I will look. So you can see the bouncing light on the character, then on top of the light, the shadows.
so much detail. I mean, like, stay zoomed in for a second. I feel like you're not even doing it justice. Wait, zoom in a little bit more.
Of course, yeah.
Let's go back in. I mean, even just like on this like fun bird with like the reins that you kind of have, like underneath, I feel like there's so much shadow work and kind of gradients happening underneath there, which is really fun. And like, I don't know, when you are kind of at this stage, do you feel like you're constantly going like in and out of the artwork? Or are you constantly like kind of working really like on each section? Like, I don't know, how do you kind of think about the full artwork versus like mini sections of the work?
Yeah, I do think a lot about the artwork. I like to just do this a lot of the time and be like,
that's
okay,
small?
that's small. Just
Okay.
like to get the very general idea, especially when I'm working with color and be like, okay.
Just take a step back, yeah.
Yeah, because you're working so many hours on it and you kind of maybe lose track of what you're doing. I also like to go to adjustments and just put the cursor over to check the values of the colors. Or if I'm like really stuck and I cannot figure out the colors, I like to just like try different adjustments and see like, oh, maybe I should tweak the pinks, maybe I should add more blues, or maybe it's I prefer it less saturated and so on.
That's actually a helpful tip, because I feel like if you start to look at it in the grayscale, you can kind of see where you're going a little too, if everything's really muted and light, or where you have like that contrast.
Yeah, it's really useful, especially black and white. Like, try to see, okay, some details are getting missed. It's not like, I mean, it has to be your preference. You have to like what you do. I don't think there's a right or wrong approach. So it's just about experimenting with the tools. Also, when I'm like thinking on color, I can take like, well, if I take this first option and I just like duplicate it and create like a smart object, and then I sometimes go over to the filters and camera raw filter and just start tweaking the colors itself, feeling like, okay, I like the blues, but what about if we change the temperature, how we feel colder, warmer, and so on. And it just gives me a lot of control over the specific colors, the hues, the saturation. And that's how I discover slowly what I like and what I go for on an artwork.
That's amazing. Well, I know we had like a couple more questions for you in the chat that I definitely want to get to, which is, one is like kind of going back to Fresco a little bit, which is just like when you use like a tablet, do you use like a stylus a lot? Do you have a favorite stylus you use or anything like that?
Yeah, so for Fresco it would be on my iPad, so it would just be the Apple Pencil and my iPad. And then once I normally just use the iPad for sketching, so if I'm on Fresco I would be just sketching my concept. And then for Photoshop, I will work with my Wacom tablet and Wacom pencil only. But other times I've just like, with the keyboard on the laptop, it's totally enough. It just depends if my hands get tired.
Yeah.
It's easier with the pencil.
It is definitely easier, yeah. And then we had another question around, like, what advice do you have to people who are just getting into illustration?
Oh, well, just keep excited about creating. I think it's really important to kind of like keep the flame going, you know, even if you're starting out, just keep going, keep experimenting, and just don't lose the drive to keep creating, because there's so much. I'm still a student, like I still have so many things I haven't done before, and I kind of have to keep on track of being like, oh, maybe I'm getting too comfortable, too comfy, maybe I should try to do something different. And maybe driving inspiration from ordinary things in life can also be a good exercise to be able to engage your creativity. Honestly, just keep doing work. I'll do a lot of personal work. It's always going to be the favorite thing for creatives to do, I think. And that could also lead to client projects further down the line. So yeah, I think that would be it. Just keep enthusiastic about creative work.
That's great, yeah, and I feel like we are so grateful that you took the time to like share your process with all of us, give us like a little bit of a sneak peek behind the actual artwork. Definitely check out Nuria's work. Thank you so much for being on the stream with us. We have even more content. This is our last stream live from Adobe MAX London. Thank you so much for joining us, and stay tuned for more content.
Hello!
Hello, everyone. I'm Andrew Hawkroddle.
I'm Ellie Mott.
And we are not in London.
No, sadly.
Sadly. We're over here in San Francisco. We took the jump across the pond, and we are joining you live from the Adobe offices here in San Francisco. Ellie, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm great and excited because we have, as you can see, so much about Photoshop today.
Yes, so many new fun things that we're going to talk about, and I'm excited to dive right in.
Yes.
And learn all of the new features and explore.
Yeah, so we have more content coming to you. I know that a lot of you have been watching over on the London time. We are over on Pacific time, and we are streaming for the next 5 hours. So we have a ton of content coming to you from some professionals like myself, Weekend Creative.
Yes.
And our friend Aaron Nace will be here. So make sure you stick around all day. We have a lot of generating with commercial photography. We're gonna be doing some retouching and compositing. We're creating a magazine cover. And then at the end of the day, I will be creating a campaign back here with Ellie. And Ellie, what are we doing all of these things in today?
We are going to be, well, mostly in Photoshop.
Oh, that's right.
Beta.
I can't even say that we're doing one thing because there are so many things today.
We're jumping around,
yes.
right? So today, right now, we're going to be kind of going through everything that was talked about at Max London and touching on all the new features in Photoshop Beta, in Firefly, in InDesign.
Yes, InDesign updates,
in
y'all.
InDesign, which is so
Sound
exciting.
The alarm.
And kind of walking you through all the new things that you can explore. And then later on, I think most of the streams will be focused in Photoshop, but jumping around a little bit
Yes,
too.
and we'll come back at the end of the day to InDesign as well. So let's hop in and talk about some of the stuff that is new. Chat, we would love to know where you are watching from. We're in San Francisco, and I know that we have friends over in London or the UK, so let us know where you're watching from and tuning in from in the chat.
Yes.
So let's talk about some of the new things. If you want to, you can go to blog.adobe.com, and this is just a great place. Anytime a release happens, this is where all of the articles are for, are landing, sorry. And you can see here that it has a section just for Max London. So we have image model 3 is here, which is really cool. We also have some adjustment presets. There is some information about InDesign here, which we are going to go through right now.
Let's do it.
Where should we start?
Oh my gosh. Well, maybe we should start in InDesign
Let's do that.
because we're excited about it.
We're excited about that. I love InDesign, big fan.
Yeah.
And so let's start right here with InDesign. And with InDesign, a lot of times you're doing layout, right? And you're having some issues or you're trying to find the perfect image or the right image to use. So I'm actually gonna close this real quick and we're gonna bring back, there we go. So InDesign has had an update and there are 2 things that have been added. One, you can now use Cloud Docs in InDesign.
Amazing.
And the benefit to using Cloud Docs is that you can collaborate with your friends with feedback. You can share so they can see what you're looking on, see what you're working on as you go. You can update those links.
Yeah.
So Cloud Docs, really powerful in Illustrator and Photoshop, now available in InDesign, which is really cool. And we also have a text to image beta, which is really cool. So let's keep going here. And this is a magazine that I had worked on that some of you at Adobe MAX London may be getting right now. And some of you, other people, may be getting it another time.
There you go.
So I'm gonna scroll down here and kind of just find an area that maybe I wanna add in a photo, right? So this is going to be an article that I work on for the magazine, and I wanna add in a photo and have a nice little text wrap. So what I can do in InDesign is I'm just going to add in a little ellipse here.
Voodoo Val says, oh, hey, that's me.
Hi, Val. Nice to see you.
Val is here. Keys, Michael from South America. That is awesome. I saw someone from New Mexico. Katarina is here.
Yes, all of our friends.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes, and what you can do now in InDesign is you can actually use text to image beta, which you can right click on your shape right there and then click on text to image beta. And here, we're just going to put in, excuse me, let's do movie theater snacks, and let's do popcorn, pretzels, and candy. We want to kind of continue the theme from the other page. And from there, we can just hit generate. And what's cool is it's going to use Adobe Firefly to generate an awesome image for us right here in InDesign. So you put in your, and this is great for placeholders,
amazing.
Great for layout to be
Yes.
able to visualize what you are working with. And you can
Yes.
see here that now we have a nice little image for us to start working with. Tasty. So we could turn on our text wrapping, all that, but right here in InDesign, really great for layout, to get your layouts locked in,
Yes.
to get the idea of what you want going on your pages.
Yeah,
in a flash.
I especially love using it for placeholders.
Yes.
I feel like that is so. I used to work for a magazine, and that would have been so helpful.
Yes.
Because we would just use, a rectangle or something, just a colored whatever, and you can't really visualize what it's going to be.
Yes, it is the end of like the gray box with the X through it.
Exactly.
You can just use text to image right here in Adobe InDesign, which is really cool. And it's nice to see a lot of new faces in chat. Hello,
Yes.
We have Eslam is here, Darren is here, Paul, nice to see you all. That rhymed. So let's hop over and talk about Photoshop. And this is a huge update for Photoshop, but it's not for Photoshop. Where can people get this?
This is in Photoshop beta.
Yes.
So you have to get the beta version of Photoshop, which Andrew will show you how to access.
So all you need to do is you're going to open up the Creative Cloud desktop app, and from there you're going to go to Apps. And here you can see right there, beta. And you're gonna click on beta right here, and it will show you all of the beta apps that you need. It also is right here. You can click and get started there. And I believe you can also, on the homepage right there, it is going to pop up and tell you that Photoshop beta is here. So go download Photoshop beta. Go do it, because there is a ton of new stuff, and let's hop in and see the first thing. We're gonna be generating a lot of stuff today, and so I do want your suggestions, chat. If you have suggestions of things that you wanna see, please put them in chat and let us know. All right, this is the fear of many designers right here. We're in Photoshop beta.
The blank page.
The blank page. We're in Photoshop beta, we have our blank page, we're getting started, and we don't know where to start. Well, there is a new tool that is super helpful for you to get started, to get your ideas flowing, and to start making images, right? In the past, we've only had to bring images into Photoshop. Now we can make images right in Photoshop.
Directly in Photoshop.
Yes, so we have a new button right here called Generate Image, and this is on the contextual toolbar right there. We also have it lingering over here in the corner if you'd like to work there. But we are going to generate image right here. And this is going to fill the whole area of our canvas. So no longer do I have to make a selection. I don't have to like pick the places that I want something to be. I can very simply just generate an image. So Ellie, give me a location.
Oh, okay. Somebody said that they were in Egypt, so why don't we do Egypt?
Ooh, let's do that. Let's do, let's see, desert landscape.
Yes.
Landscape in Egypt. And studio manager, give me an animal.
Platypus.
A platypus.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I feel like we've tried to do platypus before. Let's see what happens.
They're very mysterious.
Where are we going to put this platypus? Desert landscape with a P-L-A.
Yeah. I do not know how to spell that.
Y-P-U-S, platypus? That looks right.
It looks right.
Yep. In a oasis pond. All right, chat. So what we're going to do here is we are typing this in, and then we are going to click on photo. Now, if I wanted to, I could do a reference image, and that's going to allow me to just understand a little bit better what we want to do.
Yeah.
And so I'm not going to do that quite yet. I am going to look at effects here, and I know that I want to do hyper realistic, and then I can go to maybe some of these effects and see. I think antique photo could look cool.
That'd be fun.
So we're adding in some of these effects just to give us a little bit more of a specific look. So I think that that's going to be good. Let's go to concepts and see if anything's in there. Yeah, let's do nostalgic. Why not?
So if you've used Firefly, you'll recognize these effects that you're adding.
Yes.
Which is awesome that now you're going to be able to do all of that directly in
right
Photoshop.
Here in Photoshop,
beta.
which is really cool. So it's Photoshop beta, yes. Just assume, let's do a disclaimer. Anytime we say Photoshop, just assume it's Photoshop beta.
Photoshop beta.
So we're going to hit generate here, and it is going to generate that scene from us. Hold on to your hats, because
let's see.
I'm very nervous about the platypus in the desert. Let's see what happens. With image model 3, oh my goodness.
Wow, that is actually a beautiful.
Look at him doing a little backstroke. Oh my goodness. That is so great. And the reflections that are happening.
Wow.
So you can do this right in.
That is true. Robert says the platypus is from Australia. This is true. But with Image Model 3, you can make anything you want.
Yes.
You can put a platypus anywhere.
That's crazy.
To be as creative and
really great tool. And something else that I can do here is I can actually go in and maybe make some adjustments. And maybe I really like this one and the layout of this one. We do have a new tool that is right over here that is Generate Similar. And so I can use my reference style, but I also could right here generate similar. So clicking on these two little dots, and again, this is very familiar from Firefly on the web, is you can click on generate similar. And I like the layout of this one. And so we're gonna click on that, and it's gonna use that image as a reference for the next set of generations that we create.
Okay, while it's loading, we have a question. Does it take credits to do this in Photoshop?
Yes, each time that you use a generative anything, it is going to use a generative credit. I believe the moderators can drop a link to more information about generative credits. I think they renew every month, and you get a ton of them. If you're a Creative Cloud member, there's just an eternal amount, which is great.
And then Carol asked, will the results be about the same as generating from the web?
They are both using Image Model 3. So yes, I believe that they would be. So something else that we could do here is, let's say that we want to take this guy out. So I'm gonna remove the platypus because he doesn't actually belong here. Is I can just select this, and we can go to generative fill and not put anything in there and just hit generate. And that's going to remove him from the scene, which is really cool. But
Keith says, everyone, did the platypus just swim in our only oasis drinking water?
I know, right? We're like in the desert.
He
there
swam
we go.
a long way, yes.
And he's gone, so you can kind of see here that we have some different variations. And let me zoom in here, and you can actually see that the quality is dropping off right along that edge. You can see it really well right there on the edge. And what's really cool is there's a new tool, another new tool. This is not the greatest example, and we'll show this again, is that when you generate something, you can actually hover over your generation right here, and then you can click on this little button to the top left that is Enhance Detail. When I click on Enhance Detail, okay, it's too small. So when you click on Enhance Detail, if you're working with a larger image, it will give you more detail on that image. So I'm actually gonna go to Adobe Stock and find a really high quality photo real quick, just to show you how Enhance Detail works.
Let's do it. And Robert asked if this is the beta version. Yes, this is the beta version of Photoshop. So that's what we're working in right now. That's where the updates are.
So we are tuning in live from Egypt. One of our friends said that they were coming in from Egypt. So we are gonna stay on the Egypt theme. Hello, friends from Egypt. Let's do Egyptian desert.
Okay.
And so I'm doing this to get a really high, so if you're working with your own photos, I wanna get a super high pixel dense resolution photo. And let's see what we can get here. I mean, we gotta go, should we just go to the pyramids?
Let's do it.
It feels a little on par.
I kind of like some of those, like that is cool.
Let's do that. So let's go here, and we're gonna license this photo from Adobe Stock and then bring it over into Adobe Photoshop Beta. And the reason we're doing this is because I wanna show you the new Enhance Detail. So we're gonna go to Downloads, and we are going to open this up. And from here, let's say that we want, let's put a door here. And so what we can do is we're gonna make our selection. I'm just using the lasso tool. You can see there's a lot of hieroglyphics there, but I am going to select this area, and then we are going to do generative fill, and let's do stone door with gold details. Oops. And like a big handle.
Yeah.
So we're gonna generate that in, and what's cool is if I wanted to, I could actually use a reference for this, and I think that that's what I'm going to end up doing here, just to make sure that we stay exactly on where we would like to go. So I'm gonna look on stock for some examples, and then I'll use that as a reference. If you have your own image, then you could do that.
I mean, that's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's looking pretty good, and you can see here, I'm not mad about this one.
The first one is the best one for sure.
Yes, so we can come in here and you can see that it does have, let's look at the resolution of this image real quick. So the image right now is 300 pixels per inch, and we are looking at 5,000 by 3,000. So it's a pretty pixel dense.
Yeah.
But what I can do is right here, I can click on Enhance Detail. And what it's gonna do is it's going to think about the generation that it made and then enhance and give me a little bit more detail on that. So I'm gonna zoom out here. And we'll be able to see when I undo and redo, you can see it's very, very subtle, but you can see how we're getting more detail in there?
I definitely see that.
So it's just a really great way to add a little bit more of that detail to get, there we go, to get a little bit more of that texture. It's going to help you enhance that. So especially if you're using like people or you're putting things in that aren't just quite right, you can enhance detail and it will enhance and bring more quality to your generation, which is really cool.
Always helpful.
Yes.
Paul is asking if these sessions from today are going to be available as normal on Behance or just on YouTube.
Well, you can actually click over here somewhere. Our studio manager has a graphic somewhere. You can subscribe to us on Adobe Live on YouTube. Adobe is live every single Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday from 9 a.m. Pacific to 2 p.m. Pacific. So all day, Monday through Thursday. You can subscribe right there and follow us on Instagram as well.
Yes, follow us on Instagram for sure. There's so many fun videos that are always coming up. Great tips and tricks. So definitely follow along.
Yep. So what I didn't have here is I wanted to get a little bit of a better reference image. So let's go ahead and search here and let's just do a maybe stone door with gold. And this is going to be a combination of using Adobe Stock, and we could actually use Adobe Firefly. So let's go here. Let's go to Adobe Firefly, and we can go and type in a large gold door with stone details.
Oh, Carol is asking, is that a credit also? I think the enhanced detail is what she's asking about.
Yes, so
is a credit?
Anything that is using Firefly, anytime you generate something, it is using a generative credit, yes. So we are here now on firefly.adobe.com, and there have been updates here as well, which is crazy. You can see over in the corner, Firefly Image 3 is available in preview. So this is a little preview of what is to come, higher quality, works faster, everything is
Ooh, I love this arch.
Yes, these are much better. So I like this one a lot better. So I'm actually going to download this. And as I download it, it is going to apply those content authenticity initiative. Oh gosh,
the credentials.
Thank you, content credentials.
You're welcome.
The words all came together. It's going to apply content credentials to let us know that it has been generated in a Photoshop or in Firefly. We're gonna come back over to Photoshop here, and we are going to now use a reference image. So I like the door that I have, but I want to try for another one. We're gonna click right here and then go to choose image. We have our giant image right here, and we're gonna open. It's going to confirm that we have the rights to this reference image. It's really important that we are using things that we have the rights for. Adobe Firefly is trained on Adobe Stock, and it is trained to be commercially safe. And so we want to make sure that we maintain that throughout. So make sure you're using images that you have the rights to that you can work with. So we're going to hit confirm here. And then check this out. It is going to reference our image that we had and give us new generation. So we're going to click on generate, and it will use that reference that we have and then generate the new options. You can see here the reference does show up right there in the corner, and then the generations are showing up right here, which is really cool.
Let's see the suspense.
Ooh.
Wow. Ooh, I like, oh my gosh.
I like this one.
I kind of like that one.
Yep.
So ornate.
I like this one a lot. And you can see there that it's actually gotten really, really nice detail.
Yeah.
And let's see what happens when we
Beautiful.
enhance detail, if we get any more magic on this. And it is, let's see. Yep. So just a little bit more of that detail to give us a little bit more.
Yep.
Ooh.
That is so fun.
Into it. Okay, so love that, but it is a little bit too bright for me.
Yeah.
We have a new tool for that too. There's so much new. There's so much new here in Photoshop. We have a new tool for that.
They thought ahead.
They did.
They really thought ahead.
They were like, he's going to generate a door that's going to be a little bit too bright.
So how can we help Andrew?
Yes. So what we can do is we can use the adjustment brush. And this is a new tool hiding underneath the brush tool, and it is the adjustment brush tool. And what you can do is, a lot of times when you're editing, you're using adjustment layers, right?
Yeah.
We're coming down all the way in the corner. We're clicking here, make new adjustment layer, and then we're going in and making our adjustment layer. Well, we have a brush for that now. And so I want to take down the brightness of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my brush, and just like any other brush, we can use the brackets to make it bigger, to make it softer, harder. So we're going to make it pretty soft, and then I'm just going to brush in over this door.
Tim says, nice segue.
Yes, thank you. And you can see there that it made it really, really bright, which is not what we want. But as you paint with that, it is going to bring up in the properties panel the adjustments that you could be making with that layer, which is now a brush. So I'm going to bring the brightness down a little bit. We're going to bring the contrast down a lot a bit.
That looks so good. Paul asked, so if we use stock, that's okay for a reference image. Yes, if you've licensed the stock image, then you can use that.
Yep, and let me put you onto something really special here. Stock.adobe.com/ are you ready? Free. Stock.adobe.com/free. These are all free assets for you. It will search just the free assets. You also can generate in Firefly and then use that image within Photoshop, which is really cool.
Yes. So Nate asked, is Photoshop 2024 using Gen 3 or is it only Photoshop Beta using Image Model 3?
We are only in the beta. Photoshop Beta app is where we are.
Yes, and the beta version still uses credits, right?
Yes.
Anything that's generating is using credits.
And so let's go ahead and generate some more. I like this door a lot, so we're going to generate similar here, and it's going to give us some more options for this door.
Similar.
I loved it. It just gives you...
It's such a good tool.
Yes. So we're going to do that and see what happens. Now, from here, we are going to segue out of Egypt. I'm so sorry, Egypt, because we have another thing that we need to show. We've had a great trip.
A great time.
Ooh. Ooh, I like the ornate.
Beautiful.
I like that one.
That one's, look at the shadow that see how the shadow's like coming this way and then it included it on the door? Amazing.
That's really cool.
Amazing.
Okay, so let's say that we want to travel somewhere else. We need to show off the new replace background tool. Chat, where are you watching from and where would we like to travel next?
Where should we go?
I'm thinking that maybe we go somewhere a little more tropical.
Oh, somebody did say South America. Is there like a
Ooh, let's do that. Let's do
jungle or something?
Yeah, so let's go ahead and start our journey again with a new image. So we're going to go to new and we're going to just do a 1920 by 1080.
Perfect.
And from here, we are going to use that generate image again. So we're going to click on generate image, and here I am going to create, maybe we want to have let's say, mug of coffee in a jungle backdrop.
With a hammock? Like, what if you're in a hammock in the jungle drinking your coffee?
Yes.
And a toucan?
Yes.
Are toucans in the jungle?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Or a monkey?
Monkey. Let's do monkey.
A monkey.
Okay, so let's go ahead and type that in. We're going to do photo, and we are not going to do a reference image for now. Let's go into effects. We want to maybe do hyperrealistic, and let's see what happens here. So what we're going to do here is we're trying to create like a little scene. And let's say that we had a photo shoot that we done, that we had maybe a product photo that we needed to put in a bunch of different... Yes!
Monkey.
Yes. Hello. Oh,
he's so cute.
Okay, so this one's really, really cute, but we send this off. We have a product, right? Maybe we've actually, let's do this. This is really cute, but let's say that we've shot in the studio.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go to stock and we are going to do maybe just a coffee mug on white background. For quite a long time.
Yes.
So if I wanted to, I could just click right here on remove background and it is going to remove the background of this image for me. So it took away the saucer there, which is fine. We can just use the mug. So we've removed the background, but now we can replace the background by generating something.
Amazing.
So there is a new button down here that is generate background. So we're going to click here and we're going to generate background, and let's say a jungle scene. With a monkey, why not?
Let's do it. I love the monkey.
So let's see what happens here. And generating backgrounds is going to allow you to remove one thing from a scene and then put it into a completely new scene, which is really cool. I've used this a few times. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Oh, fun. It put on a little pedestal even.
It's so big.
It's so big. Okay, so what we can do is we could generate similar if we wanted to, or we could rate it if it's good, if it's poor, if it's needs to be reported.
Yeah.
Again, it is in beta, and so
yeah,
we are constantly working on it, constantly trying to make it better. So give us your feedback, which is really cool.
Yes.
All right, so let's go, and I want to use this as a backdrop.
Yeah. I love that backdrop.
This is really cool. So I'm gonna actually save this. We're gonna go to File, and I am going to just save a copy of this.
Could you just use that as a reference image can you use a reference image when you generate a background?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and do a JPEG, and let's do monkey coffee. We're gonna do this as high quality. Great. All right, got it there. So let's say that we want to just remove the background. So I'm going to select this, and I'm using my selection tool right here, the object select tool. It is just W, or if you don't have the magic wand, you can hold Shift and W. And I'm just going to select the coffee mug as well as the saucer. And if you wanted to, you could just click and drag around it, and it will actually find everything in that shape for you. So now it has all those pieces for me. So I'm going to remove the background. And actually, I think I can't right now. Hold on. Because, hold please. Because this is a generative layer. So if you're working on a generative layer, sometimes you will not have some of the functionality that you would if it was just a regular layer, because it's maintaining all of that information for you. And so let's go ahead and remove background. Let's see what it does if I just click on remove background. I'll bet it's gonna keep the monkey. Yep.
It loves the monkey.
It loves the monkey, which we do too, but he needs to go. So I'm going to go ahead and just come around the coffee cup. And I didn't do a great selection there. I got the idea though. Oh, Andrew. Come on, select it better.
You need some of that coffee.
I need some of this coffee. Please bring it to
me.
Go. So there we go. Got a better selection, and I can just use my mask to mask out. Oops. Oh, I'm using the adjustment brush. Let's get the regular brush there, and I can mask it out. There we go. All right, and we're going to mask out our friends.
Bye.
Bye, buddy. All right, so now we have our coffee. It is looking good. I'm gonna put it in the center of our image. And now I would like to generate a background. So we are going to maybe edit. Let's generate right here. So generate background. Let's put this in a modern kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Warm morning light. And then let's maybe put some, I don't know, pastries?
Yeah.
With pastries on a plate. And let's generate that and see what happens. So I am a little nervous. Let's see what happens because I have a selection currently. Yeah. I'm a little nervous that it's going to fill the selection, but it feels like it might not.
It didn't.
Wow. My gosh.
Look at all those reflections on the counter.
What in the world?
I mean, that's amazing.
That's
really
insane. Good. Okay, so let's go through some other options.
It got that warm light coming in through the window.
Oh.
The reflection.
My goodness.
Wow. That is so
cool.
Good.
That's so good.
The oven in the background.
And you know what?
That is amazing.
I'm gonna do something real quick just to have some fun. Someone's saying you can create a new background layer via layer, new background layer. Yes, thank you, Tim. Great example there. So I do like this one a lot. So I'm going to use this to generate similar.
Yes.
And then we're going to create a fun little GIF.
Oh,
right?
Let's do it.
Because we've had something like Structure Match on the web for a while.
Yeah.
This is
oh wow.
Not the same, but this is cool. Okay. I actually don't love these, so I'm going to delete those 3. I'm just going to generate more options because I want to keep the mug in the same place.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to create a GIF that like cycles through all the backgrounds so the mug will stay the same.
That's fun. Okay. I love this.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I love that one.
So let's do this. I'm going to generate one more, and then we are going to use our timeline to create a really cool little animation here. And if you've never used animation in Photoshop, really powerful, really easy.
Yes.
We can go to Window, and then we're going to go to Timeline. And from here, we're going to do Frame Animation. And so I'm actually going to just make a copy of each of these. So I'm hitting Control or Command J to make a new layer copy of that layer, and that way I can have one of each. Porque no los dos. All right, so we have our mug there looking good, and then we have all of the kitchen pieces right there as well. So let's do this. So we're gonna click on Create Frame Animation, and from there, we're just gonna turn each of these on. we're gonna hit plus and turn on the next one, and then hit plus and turn on the next one. So we'll kind of go through this, and I'll create 9 frames here really, really easily.
That's so fun. And it could be fun too if this was a client and they wanted to show all the different places that you could drink coffee or something like that.
Yes.
You know?
Yep, you have your product photography,
Yeah.
and then what we can do is we are going to select all of these and set it to a 0.2 second delay. And then when we hit play, watch what happens.
That's so fun.
That's pretty cool.
I love that it's like how it stays the same and everything else is changing. It kind of almost looks like, I don't know, like it's floating, but like it's also, I don't know. I love it. It looks great.
This is really cool. So this is a great kind of evolution of what we've seen with structure reference.
Yes.
Is you're able to kind of just push your content to a whole new level. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh no, I'm not. It's gonna explode in my head. Ah! Okay, so this
That is so fun.
Generate background, which is really cool. And let's do this. No, stop that. Hold on. Can you go to our headshots? Studio Manager, thank you. I clicked on the wrong thing. All right, we got it. Okay, we're back. So what we can do is we can actually take this and we can create a mock-up with this, which is really cool. So let's create a cool mock-up, and maybe we use the structure reference, or we use the image reference to create a cool mock-up. So let's start a new document again.
Let's do it.
Let's go 1920 by 1080 right here. And then we are going to create maybe a shoe.
Yeah.
And someone's saying, how did you make sure that the coffee cup didn't move at all between the variations? Great question. So what we did is we made our selection of our coffee cup right here. And actually, we'll show you again right now with the workflow with something else. So we're going to generate in the background here. We are going to generate an image. And this is just going to be a, maybe let's do a cool sneaker on a white background.
Yeah.
So let's do bright, sneakers on a white background. And it doesn't have to be on a white background, it's just gonna help us and it's gonna be a little bit easier. So we're gonna do photo. I am going to go to effects, and maybe we want to do a hyper-realistic for sure. Let's do beautiful, let's do hyper-realistic. And then maybe we do want to do a reference image here. And maybe we want to use Firefly to generate just a really cool pair of sneakers. So let's see here, and let's go to brightly colored pair of sneakers. And this is going to generate some options for us, and we're just using this as a reference for Photoshop when we go into it.
Gives you more control instead of having to generate something over and over and over.
Ooh, I'm not mad about these.
Those are fun.
Yep, so I'm gonna download that and we're gonna use that as our reference. So I'm gonna come back into Photoshop here, go to reference image, and then choose that Adobe stock of the shoes that we just created. So we're gonna hit OK here. And from there, we are going to generate. So let's see what happens. It should generate some awesome sneakers for us using Firefly Image Model 3. And then we'll be able to replace the background and generate a background on that, which is really cool.
Whoa.
Nice. Okay. I do want it to be isometric, and I'm gonna put that in here. So let's do isometric angle, and let's say studio shot.
Okay.
We're just a little more information. But look at the detail on those.
The detail is amazing. It's so good.
Oh my goodness. All right, so let's see. There we go. So we got
Gorgeous.
There we go. This is exactly what I want. That's so cool. That's so crazy. Okay, so this is exactly what I want and how I want it to look, but I do want to put a different background here. And so what I can do is I am going to go ahead and make a copy of this so that I have a copy of my actual generative layer. And from there, we are going to just rasterize this layer. So I'm gonna right click and then go down to rasterize layer. And then from there, we're just going to click on remove background. So super easy, we're gonna remove background.
Jan is asking why you generated the reference image in Firefly rather than in Photoshop.
Could have done either.
Yeah.
Could have done either. I just wanted to show kind of the back and forth there. So we have right here, we have removed the background, and now I can generate a background. So we're going to generate background, and let's do geometric, bright colored shapes. Let's do 3D render, and let's do like grid.
I think you have an extra letter in bright.
I do.
Yeah.
All right, there we go, bright. So we're gonna generate here, and it should generate a background for us. So this is how you generate all those different backgrounds, is you are going to remove background and then use generate background, and it actually has made the selection for me. You can see there.
It's keeping that in place,
Yep.
and it's not touching that object.
Whoa.
That is so fun. Oh my gosh.
Whoa. Okay, I love this
one. That
one.
is the best one.
This is so cool.
That is so fun.
What I'm gonna do is I am gonna generate similar to see if we can get some other options here. But this is looking really, really cool. And I'm gonna do one more thing, is that we can kind of paint in more things to this scene using generative fill. Okay, yes.
Oh, I love that.
Okay, that's really cool.
That is my favorite one.
Wait, yes, this is really cool. Also, this idea for a photo shoot is really to get like wire mesh.
I'm getting inspired.
I literally was looking at it, I was like, we can create us about to see some wire mesh in there.
Yeah,
this is a cool idea.
I've gotten like plastic grade stuff at Home Depot and painted it, but I love the idea of like you could spray paint it.
Yes, and then especially
colors.
having like lighting behind it.
Yes, you could put even like a gradient behind it with a, amazing.
Yes.
I love it.
Ooh, this is cool.
I love it.
So what we're gonna do here is I want to add in like some cool little like orbs. And so I'm going to do that just on another layer on top. And we're gonna layer this above these shoes. And let's go ahead and do this. And with Firefly Image Model 3, I'm thinking it's gonna do a pretty great job at creating these orbs for me. Let's see here. I don't actually want one there. Dang it. I always get excited and then like put it in the wrong place. I'm just gonna do, some little orbs here. All right, maybe we want one more over here. And maybe we want one more big one over here. All right, so that's good. And we're just going to do generative fill. And here we are using Firefly Image Model 3. It's gonna get pretty crazy right now. And let's do metallic.
Oh.
Reflective orb. Let's do like neon light, and let's do like glowing maybe. No, I don't want them glowing. No, I don't want. I want them just.
Okay.
I just want them. Yeah. So I'm gonna do metal mirror just to see if we can get a little reflection here.
Yeah.
I'm very interested. So we have made a selection.
See how well it will do that.
Yeah, we made a selection in a lot of different places.
Yeah.
And so it's gonna, I'm interested to see what it fills in and what it's going to pick up using all of those different selections together.
Wow, that is so cool.
That's pretty
Why did it
rad.
just do one?
I don't know. Let's see if it did. It did only do the one.
Maybe you have to do one at a time.
Yes, let's do that. So let's do one at a time. Also, that is absolutely insane.
That is really cool.
So let's just do a bunch of different layers here. And we are going to use our elliptical marquee tool. We're going to generate that one. Same prompt in there. And I am going to generate just a couple of these because that is really cool.
That is so cool.
Yes. I am obsessed with this image.
I love this image. Oh.
Oh no, we did so good.
Why did it? It's like new direction.
Okay.
It was the same prompt?
Yes. Interesting.
That is so interesting.
Okay, so we're going to generate similar.
Yeah.
And let's see what happens here.
Could you just, well, no, because then the reflection's going to be taking into place where the orb is. So you kind of have to generate it in place. You can't just move it around.
We got a good one. And now we're trying to figure out how to. Okay, this one is for sure the best.
Yeah. I love that it's even reflecting what the studio light would be.
Yes.
Which is crazy. That's cool.
So cool. Okay, so let's do maybe one up here, and let's do like a wavy. Oops, nope. I want to do another mirror. So let's go here. maybe on the grid. And let's do wavy. Let's do like obtuse, obtuse shaped mirror. And then let's say like bright neon reflection. This is fun to like map out a concept for a photo shoot.
Yeah, I feel like that. I've been starting to use Firefly so much for coming up with mood boards and concepts, especially with the structure reference. It's so helpful.
Yes. Ooh, let's do like an ooze drip.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So I do want to try multiple selections and see what happens. I don't know why it wasn't doing that. But let's see what happens here if I try to do...
Like a metallic
like a metallic
drip.
ooze.
Yes.
All right, so let's go here and let's go dripping metal, reflective neon color.
Okay.
I'm very interested to see...
Yeah, because it should recognize that you have multiple selections.
Yes, and it is filling the other selections. It's just filling them...
Not with the prompt.
Not with the metallic. Oh, and interesting. It's taking into consideration maybe all of them. So let's try that one at a time because I do want to see a like cool dripping ooze metal. So let's go generative fill and let's do metallic dripping ooze. And let's say reflective mirror neon color. And I just want like this cool like chrome drip. Oh, I should have put chrome in there.
I can picture it. Oh, chrome is a good, I know, I feel like this, all of this is making me be better at adjectives.
Yes.
Firefly and everything. Oh, maybe try it with chrome and see.
Yeah. We got one that's so good.
I know.
Chrome. And I wonder if, hold on, I have an idea.
What if you said the word liquid, like metallic? Did you say liquid?
Oh, liquid's a good idea. I put ooze. I think liquid is probably a better idea.
Ooze.
Yeah. So let's say liquid. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is, okay, that's gotten closer. Liquid. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a screenshot of this piece here. And I'm going to use that as my reference image.
Yes, that is a good idea. Robert also asked, could you put the shoe inside of a bubble?
Oh, yes, we can try.
Yeah.
It usually actually does pretty good with bubbles, but we can try. All right, so let's see here. I got my screenshot. That looks pretty good. We're gonna hit open there, and now that is my reference image.
Okay.
So again, new tool in Photoshop beta that just came out today, being able to use reference images. So we are going to try that, and someone's saying insert metallic, for the project, insert metallic orbs. So something that is really important about generating using Firefly is don't use verbs. So don't tell Photoshop to do something, just tell it what you want to see. And so metallic orbs actually might be good. So we're gonna generate using that reference image, and we have metallic dripping, ooze, it kept the ooze. We're gonna change the ooze to chrome. Let's see what happens here. If the reference image has gotten us any closer. Yes.
Much better.
Much better. Okay, actually, hold on.
That is actually pretty fun.
Okay, we're leaving that.
I love that.
Because that's really cool. And I do want to put one more up here. And let's put chrome dripping.
I wonder if you could find a dripping metal in stock.
Oh, yeah.
And use that as a reference.
Okay, let's try that. So neon color, and let's go over to stock and see, and actually let's just do, let's generate here, and let's do dripping chrome metal and see what happens.
Okay.
I like that we're using, and someone's saying, what do you say is add a metallic liquid instead of just liquid? You wouldn't say add, you would just say metallic liquid.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is much more.
That's a cool image.
That is so cool.
That's cool. And look at the detail and even like the skin imperfections and stuff. Like it's, yeah. Okay, so I think this is a good one. So we're gonna use that as our reference image.
I wonder too if the word neon is throwing it off.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, you're right.
If
Let's
it's
try it.
kind of thinking like you want it to be actually neon.
Yep. So let's
instead
do
of reflective.
Chrome dripping reflective. And then let's use that image that we just downloaded here as our reference image. And I do have another idea
I love
as
the
well.
variety in these images that were,
Right?
you go through all the different ones.
Pure chaos.
I love it.
Okay, so let's do reflective dripping chrome. And we have our image in there as the reference. Let's see what happens.
Let's see.
This is a really cool image.
It's so fun. I love it.
Yeah, okay. We're definitely getting closer. I want more reflection is the thing.
Yeah,
So
maybe say like reflecting the...
what I'm gonna do is I am going to, this is probably not the right answer, but it's not the wrong answer either. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to pull both of those images onto a document. So we're gonna go here, I'm gonna pull this one, and then we are going to do another, where's the drip that we had? There we go. So I'm gonna pull both of these onto this document. And I actually don't want the background, I think, on this one.
Yeah.
And so we are going to remove the background there. Boop. And there we go. I think that I'm gonna try to use this
As the reference.
as the reference. So I'm gonna screenshot this.
Smart.
I'm here to help. I'm gonna use this as the reference here and see if that, I'm just saved it as a screenshot, and let's see if that can get us any closer. We've gone on a journey.
We really
and we're gonna replace that reference image, and I'm gonna use just that screenshot that I have right here. So let's see what happens when we have reflective dripping chrome. I'm gonna do metallic. And I think that this could be a good workflow to like generate new things.
Yeah.
Is
to combine images into one reference image. That's actually so smart.
All right, let's see what happens. Please, please. Okay.
It's getting closer.
It is. This is exactly what I wanted, but like it doesn't look good.
Yeah.
Which I love Firefly for, is trying to like see, does this idea work?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm going to copy this one, and we're gonna do one more up here that is just one more kind of floating orb. So I'm gonna put that in. I'm gonna use our regular reference image that we had of this screenshot right there, and we are going to generate. Let's put one more up in that corner. We have a little bit more of a balanced composition. And then let's make sure that we went over everything that we needed to today. We talked about Image Model 3 releasing. Available in preview on firefly.adobe.com. Yes.
It really wants a disco ball.
It really, well, what I think is happening is it's reflecting the cage.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. I'm like, it's not doing disco ball. It's trying to reflect the grid.
It's trying to, but it's turning it into a disco ball.
Yep. And I'm going to try to do smooth here and see if that helps. Yeah. Okay, so Firefly Image Model 3 available in Photoshop Beta as well as Firefly in Preview. We had Generate Image. You can now start from scratch and just generate an image directly in Photoshop. Okay, smooth helped.
Oh, that one's good.
Yep, that one's great.
That one's really good.
Sweet. Ooh, I like it. Okay, so I like this one. I'm going to generate similar just to see.
Yes.
So we also had adjustment brushes, which we'll show you
again.
You
could try, dripping mercury.
Oh, mercury's a great idea.
Yeah.
That is a great
try
idea.
That after maybe.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, you're good. We also have generate similar, which we're doing right here, right now. Generate background, which is what we did to find this background that we have. Oh, dang it. Nope. All right. This is the best that we. This is the best we're gonna get. And that looks pretty okay to me. What I am gonna do, actually, let's see. I'm curious to see what happens here. I want to mask out just the ball because right now it's a square selection. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to remove the background from the orb and see what happens. Ooh, did that work? It did.
Wow.
Okay, that worked really well, and it got rid of a lot of the kind of like weirdness around the edge.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna come back here and I'm going to enhance just to make sure to see if there is, okay, it's too small, so that's good. Okay, so that was actually a really interesting workflow to see. Did I delete one of them? I did. Okay, there we go, it's back. Whew. I got scared. So I'm gonna remove the backgrounds on all of these just to make it so that we have a little bit more of like a clean look on these images. Move background there.
And then you could resize them too, right?
Ellie.
Because they're all kind of the same size right now, so maybe you could make one smaller.
Yes, you
the
are
background is gone.
so right. So let's see what happens here. Let's remove the background. And I'm just going to delete because there is a lot of extra overlap on this. There we go. So I just have those three, and you'll see here, those are our shoes. Okay, is this one, did it take the whole thing or did it just take, okay, let's try this. Let's apply that and let's remove the background here and see what we can get. Okay, it is taking too much, so I'm actually just gonna use the elliptical marquee tool.
Okay.
And we are going to make a circle and do it around this. Let's see here. No. Because it doesn't really have to be perfect.
No, it doesn't.
I just want to have this image. Come on. Yes, I just want that ball. There we go. So it's a lot cleaner and keeps the background pretty clean for us, which is nice. Gosh, this looks so cool. All right, so let's do our sneakers here. We got our sneakers, we got our background. Okay, let's do some adjustment brush real quick. And someone's saying, oh, never mind. I was like, mercury, unless it's bottled.
There's a lot of discussion about mercury happening.
Yeah, there's a lot of mercury stuff here. So let's go ahead and do, actually, let's do this. This will be interesting. So I have a whole bunch of different layers and pieces that I've been using. I'm going to use something that not a lot of people know exists, not a lot of people use, and that is a neural filter. This is not something that's new today. It's something that we're just talking about today. But neural filters are really, really powerful to bring your images together. So we're gonna go to harmonization here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna select the layer to harmonize. And I think this bright geometric 3D grid is what we want everything to look like. So we're gonna click there. It's going to reevaluate our image. I am gonna take the strength up quite a bit on the harmonization, and then we're gonna hit OK. And what it's gonna do is it's going to harmonize all of these different layers together. So you'll see here, see how it's just pulling those colors in?
Yeah, it makes it just look like everything was actually shot together.
Yes. Really cool. I didn't even think about it. So
amazing.
it has pulled those colors down a bit. Oops. It's pulled those colors down a bit to harmonize them with the overall scene.
It looks really good.
Which looks really good. So what I'm going to do here as well is I'm going to generate a overlay. So I want some neon colors. So we're going to go ahead, and I know that I am working with a 1920 by 1080. So we're going to do that.
About 3 minutes.
I am so good. Okay, so we're golden. We're gonna generate image here, and we're just going to do neon color light rays on, which way do I want to go? Black background. And the reason we want a black background is because I know we're going to screen this. So we're going to go to photo, and then we are going to go to effects. I want synthwave, and we're going to hit generate. It's going to generate a nice overlay for us, and I'm going to use this as a texture to go over that whole image to bring it together. So Firefly is really, really great for generating images or for generating textures. Yes.
That is so fun.
Okay, so we have this here. We're going to bring it back over into our composition here, and I'm going to put this just over the whole thing, and then change the blending mode to screen. Yeah.
Wow.
So I might actually bring it below the shoes. There we go.
Yes.
Which is really cool because the shoes are on their own layer. That's so cool.
That is so fun.
So really great image, we were able to create right here in Adobe Photoshop Beta. That is
amazing.
None of these, like all of this is generated.
That is crazy.
And this looks really cool. Again, if you're doing mock-ups, like you could go shoot this right now.
Yeah.
You could go get your props. Let's do it. We're gonna go shoot a new photo shoot with Weekend Creative.
Be right back.
And you can see that like some of the reflections aren't picking up exactly what the product is.
You can adjust that.
You can adjust that. You can play around with it. And again, this is a really, really great way to get started, to have some ideas, to kind of mood board and concept concept for your actual photo shoot. This is looking really, really cool. So go and play with the new update. Adobe Photoshop Beta is available, and we have Firefly Image Model 3 available today to all of you. And someone's saying, are those shoes from Is It Cake? Maybe those shoes are cake. You never know. All right,
We can
Ellie,
generate some cake.
what do we have coming up next, and what is going on for the rest of the day?
So we have streams happening the rest of the day. Coming up next, we are going to be back with using all of these new tools in commercial photography with Weekend Creative. So Arabella is going to be showing you some fun tricks there. And then later on, we have retouching and compositing with Aaron Nace and Andrew. And magazine covers, designing campaigns. Definitely stick around the rest of the day and make sure that you are subscribed to Adobe Live so you don't miss out on any of these awesome streams.
Yes, and follow us on Instagram. We'll see
Follow
you there.
us.
Bye, everybody.
Today we're going to design a poster. I'll walk you through the thinking behind the poster, the layout, and of course we'll do some research and generate imagery using Firefly 2.0. Cool, so let's start with the poster. Command N as a new document. So I'm gonna design it at 13.5 by 20 inches. What makes a poster in our mind is a building block. Literally all those tiny little credits, director, music by, etc., etc. The font that you'll be using for a building block is most likely B, B-E-E, like, you know, B. This is American standard. I've made it 50% gray here. We are taking a lot of liberties here, right? This is not professional, but let's Command T. I'm gonna shrink it a little bit.
We are creating, based on the popular vote, a Polish movie poster for Barbie.
Okay. I'm gonna make it really creepy. And let's go to Firefly. Let's see what we can come up with. So we're going to switch here to portrait. I'll turn on visual intensity. Maybe within color and tone, I can select vibrant colors. Boom. Maybe golden hour. Maybe this will add a little bit warmth to it. Let's do wide angle and let's click again and just to see what will be generated, right? There is actually setting for Art Deco. If we speak of movements, there is Art Deco movement. Boom. We can set it up as a separate parameter for this. And let's see. Ooh, now we're getting something twisted. So this is somewhat decent as for Polish interpretation of this. I'll save it. You can find save at the top right where you can click and download. We have a bunch of houses like this. We have house like that. We have house like this. Love that one. Let's use this one and I'm gonna just drag it into Photoshop. Good trick to make people look taller is to stretch the background a little bit taller so they look taller. How do we incorporate name in this poster, right? We're going to make it fun and make it maybe at the top somewhere here. Let me select like a interesting font for this. So let's get to the Barbie.
Tall, usually blonde, although not all Barbies.
Pink. This is sort of interesting. Okay, open in Photoshop. Select subject. It's okay, it looks like it was selected. I'm gonna click on the mask and bring her to our poster. So I'm gonna create a new layer and I'm gonna sample maybe yellowy sunny color and use a gradient to create a circular gradient for this. I'm gonna stretch this. I'm doing this to simulate the sun a little bit. Maybe we'll change the color of the type, dark purple maybe. We can actually do a little bit of trickery here. So we can add the mask and now just mask a little bit of this. You know, details are important. Let's duplicate the sun. I wanted to actually give Barbie a little bit of space, dimensionality between her and the building, right? So I'm separating her a little bit. I wanted to create a hybrid between half man and half horse. If not, I will just hack it and create a horse. Let's do this beautiful horse. And then let's generate the upper torso of a Ken. I'm gonna find the horse, open in Photoshop, boom. If you press C, you can crop it. If you hit Option and Mask, you'll get the reverse mask, of course. I'm gonna mask it a little bit, of course. B, 40%. I'll remove this head then. Let's merge it together and give it a little bit more of the haze. What I'm doing right now, I'm removing all the blacks from there so that all the contrast is removed. Color balance. So what I'm gonna affect is midtones here, right? So maybe let me just scroll it here. Maybe I will make it more pink a little bit here. So now I'll try to affect the highlights, make it even more pink here. Let's go into the shadows and make the shadows slightly darker, maybe also like pinkish in a way. Of course, we can do also manipulation with the curves. I will just darken it So what I'm doing right now, I'm guiding your eye where you should look at. So it's sort of vignetting essentially. So I'm sort of making you focus on this. So this is it. We designed a Polish poster for Barbie.
Thank you for making this so fun. That was so fun to watch and be a part of. And thank you guys. We'll see you back again sometime soon. Thanks for hanging out.
Hello. Welcome back. I'm Ellie.
I'm Arabella.
And we are Weekend Creative. We are a commercial photography duo in San Jose, California. And I am so excited to be here today with you guys. We're going to be kind of sharing some of the recaps from Max London and talking about how you can apply those to commercial photography. So it's going to be really fun. Please hop in the chat and say hello. Let us know where you guys are watching from. And please feel free to give us ideas as we go along. We want to be collaborative with you guys. So give ideas, ask questions. And I'm excited. It's going to be a really fun stream.
Yeah, we're just going to get right into it.
Let's get into it. Do you kind of want to just do a quick overview of what is new and where you are using these tools, and then we can dive right into some photos.
Yes, exactly. So what we're going to be doing today is going to be editing some of our commercial images. So we just did a test shoot recently for this alcohol brand. They're like a mezcal brand, and the photos came out so much fun. So I think we're going to just get right into editing some of those. But we want to use all of the new tools that have come out in this latest release in the Photoshop beta. So of course, if you've seen some things already, I know you know that we are working in Image Model 3, which is like insane.
So amazing. It is incredible.
It's incredible. So we are getting better results, improved, like a little bit faster, and we get to have some of those features that I know I really wanted in Adobe Firefly now within the native app, like in Photoshop beta. So, generate similar, generate background, all that kind of fun stuff that we have. And so we're just going to get right into it.
Let's do it.
So like I mentioned, I have some of these images here. So let's start with this one. I feel like this one's a really fun one. So we had this idea, I don't even know where this one came about. We just got inspired by the backgrounds and, just started playing with the colors. So the lovely brand here is called Madre Mezcal, and it's just gorgeous colors. I absolutely love it. So let me see. Let me do a little fit in view so you can actually see. Okay, great. So let's see. We have it shot here, and I think I'm going to warm it up just a little bit just before we get started here. Oh, that's already looking so much better. Maybe play around with the tint a little bit, kind of bring it a little bit more on the green side. And then there we go. So let's just go ahead and open that up.
We have Robert, Uma Corton's watching.
Amazing.
Miguel, Voodoo Val, of course.
Oh, yay.
Sean, yes.
Okay, so you guys, normally in commercial product photography, things are usually pretty real, right?
Yes.
And I think we'll do a little bit of that, but I think we'll also get a little whimsical too. I think it'll be fun for this stream just to really test the limits of this Image Model 3, because I've been playing around with it and it's insane. So normally when I'm, cleaning up, I kind of already have a separate layer, right? And I'm gonna call that cleanup. So I think this is really distracting, so I'm just gonna gen fill it out. Why not? So let's go ahead and just not give it a prompt and let it do its thing.
So if you generate something without a prompt, Photoshop will know that you want to actually just replace that or remove it.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's going to show me all the variations here on the right. 1 second. Oh my gosh, beautiful.
Beautiful. And if you wanted to add something specific, that's when you would enter your prompt.
Exactly. So I'm going to do that. I'm also I don't know why, but this is annoying me right here, this blue bottom of this little chess piece.
Yeah,
so I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to gen fill it. And the way that this has improved my workflow, you guys, I'm using this in my commercial work, in our commercial work right now. Even if it's just to get to that, what would have taken me 10, 15 minutes, does it so easily.
So
look
good.
at that. That's amazing.
I like I like the other one.
Do you like the other one too? What about this one?
I like that one best.
I think I like
That's
this one too.
That's the best one.
Yeah, right? Okay.
Yeah. That looks so good.
It looks so good. Ugh, I'm obsessed. Okay, amazing. So let's go ahead and go over to these. I don't know. Are you feeling this yellow is
I'm not into the yellow.
I'm not into the yellow either, right? No. I wonder if we can just gen fill it all.
Let's do it.
Maybe I'll do a few at a time and see if
it will do
multiple at once. Yeah, perfect. So let's go ahead and click that, and then there we go. So it always takes a few moments, but honestly,
Yes.
it's so much quicker than before. Like I feel like it used to be where you're like, you know, like
You're
what's
just,
that like
really
SpongeBob
waiting.
thing where it's like 100 hours later.
Hey, look at that.
Hey,
That's
okay,
great.
Amazing. That did a
Good
pretty
job,
good job, and I
Photoshop.
love that it continued to like retain the texture.
Yes.
And okay, that one's I think my favorite.
That's really good. Because
Yeah.
a little bit of yellow is fine. It's just
Yeah.
the bigger spots
The bigger
are kind of
spots.
distracting.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that over here as well.
Perfect.
And
if you
just
want to
take
get
a little
access
bit.
to all of the new updates, you have to download the Photoshop Beta app, which you can find in your Creative Cloud if you go to All Apps and then search for the beta.
Amazing.
You can download that and play around with all of these new features.
Beautiful. Okay, so that looks good to me, I think, for now. And then we're going to get into actually like maybe like changing up things that, you know, and adding things that weren't there before. So, okay, that's pretty good. Like, wow.
That looks awesome.
Amazing. Love it. It like totally cleaned that up. Okay. The other thing that I wanted to do was like, okay, I feel like this cocktail right here is super cute with the little pepper.
Yes.
But I feel like this one's a little bit boring. So I'm going to just...
The pepper is
gonna
just
change
kind
it
of,
up.
you can't really see it.
You can't really see it. And honestly, I think I just want to like change the entire cocktail, you know? Why not?
Okay, let's do it.
Let's see what happens. I feel like that's the phrase of the century. It's like, let's see what happens. So let's go ahead and change it to a, you know, cocktail, orange cocktail with a orange garnish, or orange slice garnish. Let's see what happens. Maybe I don't know how it's gonna do since we've kind of given it a shape already with the selection, but we'll see what happens. Okay.
Let's see.
I'm excited. I feel like this is always like the hard. I'm very curious how it's gonna deal.
I know.
Wow.
That is very impressive. Oh, I love that one.
Oh.
That one is.
Okay, that one's a little funky, but okay, let's
The
say
glass
we
is
love
beautiful, though.
this.
I
The
love
glass
that.
is gorgeous. I mean, come on, like wow. And then if you do a little generate similar, then we can see if there's more options that we have that we can play with.
I love that we can generate similar now, because that is something that in Firefly has been so awesome.
Yes, because
so
then we
being
get to
able
our
to do that in
result better.
Photoshop. Yes, yes.
Exactly. And then let's see.
Unicorn
hopefully-
says, "Time for a cocktail."
Time for a cocktail. I know, you guys. And this is such a good. Ooh.
Wow.
Oh. Wait. Oh my God. Look at how it added the little. It looks a little funky.
I think that first one.
I
Was
think that
still
first
the
one
best
is still. Yeah. Even this one though too is actually kind of pretty.
That one's really good. I just don't like the gloss as
I
much.
know. I don't either. I think you're right.
I
This one
like
is like
I like this
prettier.
one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do that. And then let's see. Okay, I don't really love that this whatever happened here.
Yeah.
So I'm just
It got a
gonna
little weird.
You know, let's see if we can just gen fill it. Maybe it'll decide that it wants to remove it. I don't know. I did keep the shadow. Maybe I should have selected the shadow as well.
Let's see what it does.
You know, let's see
what
what
happens.
happens.
We'll see what happens.
I'm telling you. It's the thing you have to say like anytime.
Little
wait.
dice.
Oh, I'm kind of into that.
Wait, I kind of like the marble, honestly.
Wait, okay, I also like this one though too because it's kind of like the shadow of it.
Yeah.
But I do like the marble as
But the
well.
shadow is kind of weird.
The shadow is weird, so maybe like we just need to also remove it and then have it fix
Can
the
we
shadow.
add some marbles in other
Elsewhere.
spots?
Yes,
I
think so.
I
think we
like
should.
that.
I
I
think
like
we
the
should.
little subtle pop of green.
Oh yeah, let's do it. So I feel like we should, because this is such a like funky, you know what I was thinking, it reminds me of like Alice in Wonderland a little bit. And I feel like we should just like add like really funky things. Oh my gosh, you guys.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
That is
I'm just like.
That is amazing.
Literally amazing. Okay. Wow. Okay, so how about we add something here then?
Okay.
Maybe another little marble ball. Yeah. Maybe I need a
light green marble.
Yeah, light green marble with shadow.
Okay, so what you could do is you could screenshot that other one and upload it as a reference image if it doesn't do something that's similar enough.
You know what? And you were absolutely right. I think that's what I have to do.
Let's see what it does.
Let's
Maybe
see.
it will know.
Ooh,
oh, actually, I like
okay.
the glass.
I
though.
like the glass too. Let me
I
generate
actually
similar.
like that a lot.
I like it too. Oh my gosh, that's really good.
Oh,
though.
thank you, Val. She just dropped our Instagram in the chat. If you want to follow us on Instagram, Weekend Creative is our Instagram.
Thanks.
And if you guys use any of the tips that you learned on the stream, please tag us
Yes.
and share your work. We would love to see what you guys create.
Amazing. Okay, so I did
Okay,
a
actually,
generate
that's
similar.
so good.
Ooh, this one's the best one, I think. Either that one or this one.
Look at the way it's doing the shadow.
I know. That's so
I actually
pretty.
like that. I'm fine that they're different.
Yeah, I'm okay with them being different too.
Mhm,
Okay, what if we added like a lizard or something?
Yes.
Like, what if?
Yes. What if it's climbing up the bottle?
What if it? Yeah, or
Could it?
something.
Or
I don't know.
where do you wanna put
like,
it?
let's do it right here where it's like really hard.
Okay, let's see.
I like this
What
pepper.
if there's two?
Ooh.
Like one there and then
one's like over
somewhere else.
here. Maybe. How about
One's there and then maybe one's on like the other side.
Oops. Yes. Okay, let's do
Let's
it.
start with one.
Okay.
Miguel says literally magic.
Let me do
It is.
lizard hanging out.
Lizard.
Do you think it knows? Do you think it understands the
Does it
vision?
know what hanging out? Does it hang out?
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Firefly,
no,
do you
this is-
relax?
You guys.
Okay, it's kind of weird though.
I know, but I kind of love it.
But it's kind of creepy.
Oh my god, that looks
Okay,
so
actually,
good.
that one's really good.
Okay, do you see, guys? Like, it's like taking into account that like the glass
Yeah.
is still there. We still
Yeah.
want to keep it, but it's like decided to put it behind. That's really. You don't like that one?
No, I like him. He just looks kind of creepy. But he's growing on me.
Okay. Look it. It's kind of like a little bit like a dragon.
Yeah,
maybe. Okay, you know what? The green is a vibe.
Which,
the
if
green
we
goes
wanted
with
to
this.
look specific, like us again, we could generate one in Firefly and bring it in.
Yeah,
or
that's
on
true.
another page, just
or
like
we can just
a
do
more specific
let's
kind of
see.
lizard.
Exactly. Let's do like a little. Let's generate, because that's another thing that we can do. We can literally just generate
Now
an
you
image.
can use a reference image,
Yes.
which is such a game changer.
Okay, so
What kind of lizard
what
do we
kind of lizard
want?
do we want? Let's see. It has to be like a
I
very
don't know kinds of
textured-
lizards.
I know, me neither. You guys, help us in the chat.
Guys, what are kinds of lizards?
Green and black and cream textured lizard hanging out. Maybe.
Well, it doesn't need to hang out here because it's just going to be.
That's true, but I feel like when you get closer to what it like, it does a better job.
Yeah,
you
okay,
know.
okay,
So
let's see.
let's see what happens. I don't know. You know, and we didn't give it a background either, so I don't even know how it's gonna gonna do it. We'll
see.
just see what happens.
Let's
but I did select photo. I guess I could also add something. Wow, that's actually beautiful.
Use the texture and the detail.
Yeah. Okay. Let's.
Robert asked if we can put something inside of the glass.
Ooh, okay,
We can
let's do
definitely
that.
try.
Let's do that. Okay, so let me go ahead and save this really quickly as for the reference. Okay. So if I go back here and I go into here, I can click on this little icon that says reference image, and now we can choose. So we've got our lizard. Let's see what happens.
Let's see.
Although actually this is pretty close to like
I mean, that's actually, yeah, it
but
really
maybe
is.
It'll
let's
give
see
us
what it
like
does.
some fun results. You know,
So
you never
do
know.
need to own the rights to whatever image you are using as your
Yes.
reference image, whether that's a stock image that you've licensed on Adobe Stock, or something that you generated, or an image that you've taken.
And this is what I mean by you have to have it pretty
needs to
close.
be kind of in the similar like the positioning to be
Yes.
similar.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You know
Well,
what?
I'm
into this.
into him. He's
I'm
great.
into him. Okay. What if we do what did we say? Somebody inside?
Something inside the glass. What
Okay.
if we add another kind of garnish or something in there?
Ooh,
Like maybe a
yes.
flower or
Maybe
something?
like yeah. Okay. Maybe like a wildflower garnish, cocktail garnish. Maybe I should add that so it knows. Okay. What kind of color? Maybe like a yellow?
Yeah. That's fun.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Why not? We've got the orange. We need a little something.
mhm.
Yeah, it feels like this needs to have like
Bring
a
in
second
the
thing.
yellow from the dice.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully it just knows what to do. And that's actually really cute.
Oh, I kind of like that too.
I
Actually,
like it too. I feel like it fits the color of that even a
Can
little
you
bit
generate
more.
similar just to see more options?
Yeah.
But I like that
I'm
one.
into that one
So
too.
cute.
That is really cute. But yeah, anyway, I was thinking that like the earlier I was playing around with adding like, you know, like a little girl with the blue dress and a white apron,
from
you know,
Alice in
Wonderland.
yeah.
Can't actually put those words in because they won't know. Oh, I like this.
I like that one. That's my favorite.
Ooh,
No,
which
I
one do
like-
we like?
I like
the middle one, or I kind of into this one. I don't know.
I kind of like the orange middle though.
Yeah, the shape is really good. I like that this one's a little bit more connected.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it is.
Right?
You're right.
All right, that looks cute. I'm obsessed with that. Okay, so let's go ahead and add just
The
like
chat
a little...
is asking for a cocktail umbrella.
Oh, okay, let's do that to this one.
Yes.
How about we do it to this one? So let's do... And hopefully I'm doing this right. Let's see. Is that like a pretty big enough selection here?
Yeah.
You could also, you guys, like feather your selection too to kind of like help things blend in a little bit more. But honestly, Jenfil just does it right all the time. So cocktail, umbrella, garnish. What color? Red?
Yeah.
Red. Cocktail, umbrella, garnish. That's kind of fun, you guys.
So fun.
Good suggestions. I'm into it. I love it. Ooh, oh my gosh. Okay, I'm trying to think of what else I could get inspired by. I guess maybe like plants. Maybe some plants. We can add some
add a
plants
little
into
cactus or something.
Ooh. Oh, I like that one.
That
That's
one's
better.
cute.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
I need to have a better selection. Maybe it needs
Yeah,
to be
'cause
lower.
the angle is kind of weird.
Yeah, here, let me do a little lower. Like that. Okay. Red, cocktail umbrella, garnish. That's really cute though. I'm into it. Good suggestions, you guys.
Keep them coming.
I know. I just love experimenting. I mean, can you believe we couldn't even do this? Like you would have to take hours to add stuff. Okay, yes. Wow. This one I think is it.
That's the best one.
That's the best one.
Yeah.
Should I generate some more and see if there's a better one?
Let's see.
Okay, cool. I'm into it. But yeah, earlier I was playing around with adding like a little girl, kind of running in between the chess pieces because she's lost.
She's lost.
She's lost. She needs to find her way. She needs to find her mom. That's what she needs to do. Madre.
Yeah, madre.
Ooh. Oh,
my gosh.
I like that
you
one.
could add like a drink me tag to the, you know how in Alice in Wonderland it's like, drink me, eat me.
Yes.
And
okay,
that's
which
what
one
made her
should we
small.
do? And then maybe like a little like a pastry or something that's like a little cookie or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, but which one should we add the drink me tag?
Probably to the bottle.
Yeah, actually.
Tag to the
you're
bottle.
right.
And I don't think it will add the text.
I don't think so either, but
But
that's okay. We can
we
always
could
add it
we can add
ourselves.
text,
Yeah,
yeah.
for sure. So let's go ahead and
Yeah, Keith says being mezcal, maybe a cactus somewhere on the table.
Wait,
yes. A cactus would be
yes.
great.
Maybe something like
over
here.
there. Yes.
Maybe it's like coming from the side, so it looks more like
it's coming in.
Actually, yeah. Okay.
Cocktail
let me do
straws
that
is
first,
another
actually. That's kind
suggestion.
of fun. Cocktail straws. Yeah, good idea, guys. Oh my gosh, I love it. Okay. So I don't really know what kind of selection I need to make for this, it's kind of a wild one. Okay.
Let's see.
Maybe it's like maybe it's a cactus plant.
In a pot. In a
right?
Maybe it's in like a colorful a guitar. Wow.
You guys. Oh my gosh. I can't even keep up. Okay. Let's do and it's off to the side, so it's not fully, like cacti or cactus? Tell us in the chat. Okay, cactus. Oh, cacti means multiple, right? Okay.
Yeah, cactus.
I should know this.
Plant.
Cactus. My last name is Espinoza, you guys, and in Spanish it means thorny. So cacti are my thing. I relate. Okay. In a decorative Mexican, does it know?
Does it know Mexican?
Does it know?
Let's see. Let's find out.
Or terracotta, maybe like a terracotta pot or something.
A decorated terracotta pot.
Terracotta. That's with 2 R's and 2 T's, right? I think
so. Is it 1 word or 2 words? Terracotta.
I don't know. Let's try.
We're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out. That'll be fun, actually. That'll tie in some of the green that we're missing, I think, because we've got some green elements here, but we need something over here.
I kind of want to add another animal.
I know. I kind of do too. Ooh.
Whoa.
Okay. Oh.
Okay. It doesn't know terracotta.
Doesn't know terracotta.
Maybe
That's okay.
it is 2 words. Maybe it is terracotta. Oh, Adobe clay pot.
Oh. Thank you,
Sean. Thank you.
In a Adobe pottery plant or
clay pot.
Clay pot. There we go. I do not listen. Okay, I'm loving these. You guys, like, we were like gonna eventually kind of crop this because we had sort of planned for it to be only like a 4x5.
Yeah.
But you
But
guys,
look
now
at
we
that.
can keep it, you know? Oh.
Okay. Yes.
Wait,
That's the one.
That is the
Look,
one.
it even took into account where the light is coming from. The light is coming from this way. You can see it on that middle bottle. And it took
Yes.
that into account on the pot.
Okay,
Amazing.
I love this.
10 out of
I kind
10.
of wonder if I want to make it bigger. Or is that okay?
We could add.
Maybe generate
because-
similar. We'll see.
Because someone said the guitar. We could put the guitar kind of behind.
Yeah.
Behind the
Good
pot.
idea. Good idea. This is like a musical, like, you know, like.
Now we're going into
fun-
Coco.
I know. Yeah, we're going into Coco here. You guys, I watched that movie 7 times in the theaters.
It's such a good movie.
It's such a good movie. Yes, I spent that much money, but it was so good. Wait, I love this one, but I wish it was just a little bit better. Okay, I'm into this one.
I think
that
that's a good
one's-
one.
Yes. I wonder if I can like move it just slightly. Oh no, it's gonna take into account like all of that.
Can you
Okay.
remove the background and then move it?
Yeah, let me see. I wonder what would be the best way. Maybe something like that, and then I can always go into the layer mask.
Yes.
And fix that. Well, that needs to get fixed, but you know, you can, I just want like this. I guess I could also, here's what I'll do. I know what I'll do. I'll just do another gen fill.
Sean says, when in doubt, add Adobe.
Yes. Yeah. Literally, that's a
Peter
good one.
says dried chilies.
Yes.
Clever
Okay.
says
What if
salt
like,
and lime.
let's put that here because I don't really want whatever's happening here. I feel like it looks weird.
It looks weird.
It looks weird. It kind of looks like a charcoal like thing.
Yeah.
Is that better? You know what? Maybe I'll just need to like do a little stamp magic. Oh, I guess I need a raster it. Okay, well, I'm happy with it. So we're going to do it.
It looks good.
Okay, so let's go ahead and add, so we had what? Chili peppers?
Dried chili peppers.
Dried chili peppers.
Yes.
Good idea. Okay, perfect. Let's do that. Wow, we really have filled in this scene, you guys.
It
oh
looks
my gosh.
so
It looks so
fun.
good. I feel
It
like we
looks
do need to add
so fun.
another.
Oh, chips and salsa.
Oh my gosh.
Of course.
You guys. Ugh.
What are we doing?
What are we doing? What are we doing with our lives? Okay. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Wait. Wait, the big pile or the little pile?
Kind of like that. I wish
This
it
one,
was
huh?
more spread out. I wish it was less.
I know. Dried chili peppers.
Can you
Small
give it a
amount.
number? Can you say 3
Yeah,
or
maybe
something?
like-
I wonder if it will know.
I think so. I think it'll know.
Okay.
Yeah. No, good idea. Because then it'll be kind of like a little sparse, like a little,
Yeah.
you know, evenly
Yeah.
spaced out. Okay, I'm into this. Okay, cool.
This is so fun.
I know. I am obsessed. Okay, hopefully it knows that that's what I want. Okay, well, it gave us
Tacos.
4. I don't like that it's like kind of...
Maybe the other one was better.
I think the other one was better.
Oh,
I think
Peter,
this one was
Peter
better.
says chilies on a string.
Oh, yes. Okay, dried or chili peppers on a string?
They're dried if they're on a string.
Dried
right?
chili
I think.
peppers on a string. You guys,
think
I
they're on
don't grocery shop for chili peppers, so I wouldn't know. I should, because I'm Mexican, but you know, I'm just kidding. You know, I did. There's a lot of like peppers that I have like no.
There's so many kinds of peppers.
So many kinds.
It is
like,
kind of crazy.
Whenever we like during Christmas, we always make the tamales, and we always have to make the
Yeah.
sauce for the meat. And I can't even I don't even remember the pronunciation of these peppers, but they're like guajillo and this and that, and I'm like, I can't remember it all. I just
Yum.
I don't mind that one.
That's fine.
That one's fine.
It's not
I
on a
think
string, but
you
that's
know,
okay.
That's okay. That's fine. Okay, do we need to add another animal? We need to add another
Yes.
animal, right? Like, what should it
animal
be?
should we have?
Maybe like one back here?
Yeah.
What should it be, though?
I mean, I'm partial to chickens.
Do you think? But will it does it look
fit?
weird?
Does it fit the,
I feel
the
like
vibe?
it won't fit. What is another little
A
like
tiny
critter?
sombrero on one of the chess pieces.
Wait, that's actually kind of fun.
Or on the lizard.
On the lizard,
a little sombrero. An armadillo, yes, Peter.
Yes.
That's it. We're gonna add an armadillo.
Wait, like
or a rooster, yes. I like the chicken.
Do you think it knows sombrero?
A desert snake. I kind of like the armadillo.
Let's do an armadillo. That'll be fun because we can do a snake in this other shot.
Yes. Oh, a scorpion. I don't
A
like
scorpion.
scorpions.
Let's do a scorpion.
I
I
don't
feel like
like
that's
them.
the vibe. Oh no, it doesn't know.
You know, it's funny because every
Maybe I
time
need to
I've
do a
tried
hat.
to do a hat, it doesn't understand.
But maybe it doesn't know sombrero. I need to like tell it hat. Let's see.
But
I
it
feel like-
might do not, like it's going to just do a random, like a baseball hat or something.
Yeah, that's true. But maybe it'll know. Maybe it'll know.
What if you
by
say-
the size,
What
the
if you
like
say
selection.
a Mexican hat? No, I'm telling you, it doesn't know hats.
Tiny straw hat?
Why don't you do, can you say Mexican, will it know Mexican?
I think it'll know. I mean, it obviously, you know, tiny Mexican hat.
Well, I don't know. It didn't know sombrero.
That's true. It did not know. So, I mean, I guess we can't rely on it. Just kidding.
Yeah, Mexican hat, Peter says.
Yeah, let's try
I
that.
don't know.
That's-
I've tried to do a lot of different hats, and it
Hats
just,
are hard.
But you know, that's the thing is hats really aren't that hard. So I don't know why it can't.
You guys.
It can't do it.
Oh my gosh. Wait, I like
why
this
is it
one.
doing it not on
Not
the,
on it? Is it because of my selection, do you think? No, I did select it. Okay. Well, what I could always do, I mean,
An
once
urban
I've
sombrero.
once I've generated it, I could truly just, you know, select it. You know, and then like
You need to merge some layers down, Firefly.
yeah, I
gets
probably
confused.
do. But I can always do a copy
This
merge.
pick is getting so hot. Fire even. A 10-gallon hat.
Okay, this is like such a like weird way to select and unselect, but I'm just gonna do it really quickly. Just because I really want this sombrero.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay. And then I'm just selecting, let me do a shift to add to my selection. Okay, and then what I can do is I do Command-Shift-C for copy merged, and then paste it, and then I can remove it, and then I can just bring this down, and I think that'll be
Beautiful.
good. I can always add some shadows and stuff like that, but that'll be, I feel like that's pretty good.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, let's do a little scorpion, and I think we're it with this image, but I do want to do some adjustments, so we can use our adjustment brush.
Also a new
as
feature.
well, a new feature. So let's go ahead and add the scorpion.
It's a massive
Scorpion
scorpion.
hanging out.
Massive.
No, but I think it'll know that, like, you know, maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
You
We'll
give
see.
it a lot of credit. Sometimes
do.
it does know. Sometimes it does.
Sometimes it knows.
But-
I mean, like, it obviously reads the entire scene to
Yeah.
know, like, perspective
That is
wise.
true.
See? Oh my god, I love that it's just the tail.
I know.
I'm
I
just
kind of
scared.
like, I don't like it.
Wait, you guys, this is so good. I'm obsessed. I love it.
That
Should I
is-
give it a color though? Maybe like
I don't mind it.
does a scorpion have
No.
other colors?
Oh, a pink scorpion.
Is that a thing? Do you think?
That's what
well,
Peter
I guess
says.
Let's do it. Why not?
Let's just
try
I
it. And
mean,
if not,
it
we
can
have
be
that option.
anything we want it to be.
I feel like we're missing something here.
Yeah, an armadillo.
An armadillo. So precious. Wait, why don't we add another, like a larger marble?
Okay.
Oh my gosh, you guys. Wow. It's definitely giving like a little bit more, you
I
know.
want a margarita.
You know what? I'm kind of into it. I'm into it. Let's leave
Go
it.
for it.
Okay, one last thing. Let's add one. Okay, that's really big.
A green scorpion. Okay, you got to make up your mind, Peter.
Oh, I need to add the shadow too. Okay, last thing and then we're good. Wow, we're getting ahead of ourselves here.
I love it. It's looking amazing.
Let's do like a green marble with shadow again. Let's see what it does. Hopefully it does exactly what I want it to.
So for anyone who is just joining us, Arabella is working in a Photoshop beta showing the new features that have just been released as of today. So make sure that you download the beta app so that you can play around with these new features. She's showing Image Model 3, which is now in Photoshop beta. It's also on Firefly on the web in preview, so you can check it out there as well. And next up, she's going to be showing some adjustment brushes, which is also a new feature.
Yes, you guys, we're just getting a little wild over here with all of these generations. I mean, the results are just incredible. Like, I'm going to just like group all this and show you everything that we generated.
That is, yeah, it is crazy.
And it's just insane.
Oh, a gem.
Yeah, I figured a gem might be kind of fun, like something like this.
Yeah,
like that's pretty.
I like that. I like
I'm into
that.
this.
That's really
Okay,
fun.
let me actually call this sombrero so that I remember what that is. Okay, and then now the other thing that I want to do, so let's go ahead and just group all these things together so you can see wow, that was a lot.
That's so fast.
It's so fast.
So
okay,
fast.
Jen, Phil for the win. Okay, you guys. Wow.
Wow.
Are you kidding me? The
That is
image
so
model
fun.
3 is so fire. So fire. Okay. So let's keep it moving. So I'm going to just grab the whole thing and copy merge and paste it. And then we are going to make some adjustments. So I'm just gonna call it clean 2.0, but it really isn't more cleaning, it's just more fun. So I'm gonna go over to this brush over here. We've got the adjustment brush tool, you guys. This is a fun little tool that instead of like having to do some extra steps, you kind of save a little step. So basically I can just start painting and you can see, and I had brightness contrast already set up here, but you can start with a different thing. Maybe you want to do like levels or something.
Yeah.
And basically, let's see, did I do that right? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so I have the opacity super low, but if I had it at 100, like you can get really crazy here. But let me actually make sure that, and actually I'm gonna go back a little bit here. Let's do a curves. And let's go ahead and bring down this opacity. And I can just start, oh, whoa, that's like too much. Oh my gosh.
Crazy.
Okay. Crazy. Well, let's go ahead and just paint it. And let's bring this whole thing down a little bit because it doesn't need to be as much. And then if I really wanted to continue, then I can just keep on moving. Like, let's say I just wanted to make all these, brighten up this whole thing. It is like the light is coming from the left, so it's going to naturally have a little bit of a,
And that looks realistic. You want to keep
Yes, I do want to
that,
keep some of it, but
You also want to make sure that the label is legible and the focus of the image because this is a product photo.
Exactly. And I have like a soft brush already. I think I like selected already. And then of course I can just kind of toggle back between like removing it or adding it. So it's pretty cool. And then you can just, I think I'm supposed to have like a little, where's my little contextual taskbar?
Where'd you go?
Oh, where'd you go? I don't know where to, oh, there it is. Okay, so basically if you have that here, you can also just add a new adjustment.
Amazing.
And then let's say I wanted to change the color of something, then I can just kind of select this. And actually, I'm supposed to be doing the opposite. There we go. So if I select that, there we go. So now I can just
So it just basically
that.
makes the whole masking process a lot easier because you don't have to make a mask. You can just paint it where you want it to be.
Exactly.
And then do the adjustment.
Exactly. So it's just like painting. Like it's just a fun new way to kind of select things. So let's say if I wanted to, let me add a new adjustment, hue saturation. I wanted to change the color of this. So I can just start painting on this orange, like vinyl cover, is that what it's called?
Yeah, Joshua says the adjustment brush definitely saves a click or two.
Yeah, it's great.
Absolutely.
And then maybe I actually want to increase the opacity a little bit more. So let's do a 70%. And it's kind of weird because at first it doesn't look like you're doing anything, but for the hue and saturation, you have to like then make the adjustments.
Change, yeah.
Yeah. So it's definitely a lot more noticeable when you do like a curves or levels, but it's pretty cool. So let me go ahead and and it might affect a little bit over here, but we can always go back into like remove things. But let's go ahead and change it to reds. And then now we can like make it a little bit more fun. But do you see how obviously like it's very painterly and I had a very low opacity. So, if you really wanted to add more, then start at opacity of 100% or something like that. But like how cool that I can just make these little tweaks, like make it a little bit more red. And then I can go back in with a more like, a little bit more of a sharper hardness. And then this time I can remove.
Javier says, that's incredible.
There we go. Amazing. Yeah. So then I can just make sure to clean that up. Perfect. Beautiful. Yeah, because you don't want, that's the one thing about having like monochromatic images is like, you have to be careful with what, when you're selecting, your selections definitely have to be a little bit more fine-tuned.
Yes, yeah.
Otherwise you're going to affect pretty much everything. Okay, like that's awesome. If we made it a little bit more red and it just kind of is a little bit more striking,
That's
right?
fun.
Like,
I love it. That looks so good.
I know. Okay, cool. So let's move on to a different image. I feel like let's have fun. So I have, let's see. Let's go ahead and remove this guy.
Bye.
Bye. So I have another image here that we plan to also have as just a 4x5 or a vertical. And you know, it'd be really fun if we could like fill out the whole scene. So let's just do it. So again, I'm gonna just bring up that temperature a little bit to kind of make it a little bit more what it's supposed to be. Kind of supposed to be a little bit more warmer. And then, actually I do kind of like it a little bit like that. Okay, let's go ahead and open that up. And actually I could have done a few more adjustments really. Maybe I'll do that.
This stream is brought to you by the color red.
Yeah, literally. So let's go ahead and just start going in. So I'm gonna call that our clean layer, and let's just see what we need to clean up. So do we want to extend this? Maybe like kind of fill it out a little bit?
Yeah, let's do it.
Why not? Let's see. Okay, so gen fill, we gotta just, you know,
let it do its thing.
But it's really just amazing. Like, and if we wanted to, we can always, you know, expand too and add, like if we wanted to go even more. Wow, that's beautiful.
That's so good.
Oh my gosh, that's so good. Wow, both of those. Wait, hold on.
Kind of like the one where it's almost all the way. Wait.
Yeah, I like that. And then maybe I'll just like add this.
Yeah. Avocados. Sean says we need avocados.
Let's do it. Let's
an
add
avocado.
An avocado.
It's an avocado. Do you guys know what I'm referencing? It's the cutest video.
That kid is so cute. You know, that would be me. I love avocados.
An avocado.
An avocado. Okay, why
Thanks.
aren't you extending my thing? Ugh, so sad.
Oh yeah, some guac.
Yeah, a little bowl of. Oh, we have to do the chips and salsa for this one.
Yes,
for sure.
we did not. We slacked on that last time.
Yeah, we did. We really did, and I'm sorry. Amazing. Well, you know what? If Genfill doesn't do it for this one, then it just does not want to do it.
It says no. It says
no.
This looks better.
You know, I'm just gonna leave it at that. It is what it is.
It's not. It's fine.
It's fine. Okay, so let's go ahead. So we've got so much like real estate. We have like all of this. Well, let's go ahead and just like Genfill that, kind of clean that up. And then
hand blown shot glasses. Can you fit in a mariachi band?
Wait, what if we did that?
Hilarious. What if there's a tiny mariachi
mariachi band? I am into this. Let's do it. Let's try it because why not?
Oh,
so what if
good.
this is like this is like large size and then they're just like tiny.
They're
this
tiny,
is the
but then there's
stage.
also like a big snake.
Yeah. Ooh.
Coming
yes.
in.
Like Trouble in Paradise. Like kind of just, you know,
Yes.
it's like ooh.
The tension. Let's build some
tension.
tension. This image doesn't have enough suspense.
Yeah. We need some suspense in here. Okay. Let's see. I don't know who's gonna know how to do it. Okay. Playing? Maybe?
Playing instruments.
Tiny mariachi band playing instruments.
In black outfits or in red outfits or
ooh, red outfits.
Okay.
In red traditional outfits.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
see what
I'm
it
really
does.
scared, you guys. This is like I think
Pushing the limits.
This is asking a lot. But you know what? I am here for it. Thank you for the suggestions.
I love the suggestions.
Yeah, you guys, it really the like possibilities are endless with this latest Model 3.
Wow. I am shook.
No words.
That is amazing.
Wow.
No. Whoa. Look at the shadows.
Incredible.
I'm so impressed.
Okay, I'm gonna remove.
Wait, can you zoom in a little bit more so I can see it better?
You guys. Okay, even if it's like you can't really see, like let's say they're figurines, you know, like.
Yes, but look at the second one.
I like this one more.
I think I like that one.
Yes, but let me take out traditional.
Yeah.
Red outfits. Maybe just like see what happens. Because I wonder if the traditional is making it like do something.
Yeah.
Because that's not really what a mariachi wears.
No.
You know, like they almost look more
I can
like.
hear the band.
There we go.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, I kind of I kind of like the second one.
Oh man.
What do you
I
like?
kind of like.
You like that one?
I think I like that one.
I
but
feel like
maybe
they're all too same.
They are all too same. Let's do it again. Let's just generate again.
Okay.
And see what happens. Because this is really good.
Time.
Who gave us that suggestion? Thank you.
Who was it? Peter? Someone? Oh, Keys also says we could add some paintings onto the vase. That'd be kind of fun.
Ooh, I'm into that. That's actually a really good way to like decorate, things that are already in your scene,
absolutely.
and you just want to give them a little bit more. Ooh, I like this one.
I kind of like that.
Oh, I like this
I feel
one.
like
I think I like this
less
one.
and less realistic.
I know. I think I like
go.
this one.
Okay.
I like that one. Okay.
Okay, wait. Let's do the snake.
Okay, let's do the snake. So which way should it slither? Like here?
Yeah, and then we could add something on the other side. Oh, Carol gave the suggestion. Thank you, Carol.
I don't even know if this is... It's just going to be what it is.
Let's see.
Okay.
A snake slithering.
Like a rattlesnake? Or
a slithering snake. Yeah, a rattlesnake.
Snake slithering. I think I'm just thinking of Slytherin as from Hogwarts.
I know, me too.
Oh man. Trouble in Paradise, you guys. This is going to be suspenseful. This is like pretty hardcore. I kind of love this because it's just like...
Why is it two?
Ooh,
oh, okay.
No. This... Wow. You guys. Okay, it got the shadow.
Good job, Photoshop.
Okay, the face is looking a little funky, but I think that's okay. We can always
adjust the face.
Maybe we can just gen fill the face only. Do you think maybe I should have put like snake face?
Yeah, maybe. Let's see.
Snake head? Maybe?
Mm-hmm. Rattlesnake head.
Rattlesnake head?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just the rattle, actually. That's kind of...
No, I kind of like the face.
Oh. Oh, no. Okay, let's do snake head. I think hopefully that should work. But I love, you guys, do you see how the details...
Overcorn says, sorry, no snake for me.
Do you guys see how, like, the details are still, like, everything from, like, the shadow, oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, that's it.
Whoa.
Too much.
Oh, I mean...
Too far.
I like this one.
I think that's good.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, you guys... Oh, the detail is definitely a lot better because I just worked small, like in this one. But okay, I want you guys to notice that it took into account where the shadows of the bottle and the bowls and made sure that it was in the shadow, right? So everything's darkened here. Whereas like if you try to do this on your own, like,
you
oh my gosh.
have to add that yourself and it takes forever.
Okay, what if there's another snake like coiled, like wrapped in here? Ew. Is that weird?
Let's try it.
Okay.
No, do it. See what it does.
Scary?
It's so scary.
Okay. How would it it would probably come up a little bit, right?
Clever says that's a boa's head. The fat one is more like the viper that rattlers are.
Ooh. Okay.
Joshua
I know nothing about snakes.
I mean, we can switch it.
Snake. I mean, I kind of like it. I'm
Okay.
into it. A snake coiled up, hanging out. That's like my favorite thing to add.
Joshua says, I love how much fun you all are having using GenFill. Yes,
You guys, this is so fun.
It's just so fun to play with.
Here's the one thing. So in commercial photography, right, like to actually get animals on set would be like
snake,
ridiculous.
So expensive.
Ridiculous. And there are shoots out there, commercial
who
shoots.
wants to have a snake on set?
I know.
No.
There are commercial shoots out there where people have gotten actual like butterflies or bugs like as part of like rings or like accessories. And like, I mean, we just saved ourselves so much. Well, one, like a scary situation where something happens, but like, wow.
Time, money. You have to pay for a snake handler. Who has the budget for that?
Who has the budget for that?
No.
Nobody. Unless you're super, super rich.
I kind of don't mind the green.
Into the green.
Yeah, the green is the best one.
Yeah, and I'm gonna because it like did a weird thing here, I'm just gonna go in with the brush and remove that, making sure that my foreground color is black because I'm working on that mask, right? So if there's something that you're like, I didn't really like that, just go ahead and remove it. Like that's it. That's all you gotta do.
There you go.
That's it. Perfect. I really like that. That's really cute. Okay, what should we add here? I feel like this needs something.
A lime, a flower, a orange slice. I don't know.
Maybe like, do you think it knows what tahini is? maybe like salt.
Yeah.
Like salt.
Salt.
Let's see. What do you call like a little pile of salt?
Yeah.
A little
No,
pile.
a tarantula. That's too far.
That's a lot,
That's
you guys.
too much. I can't do it.
Western cigar. Yes.
That is fun.
That's a good one.
Tarantula. I just am scared.
I'm scared too.
I'm scared of a
I'm
tarantula.
a little scared. I feel like the snake is already scary enough. Ooh.
That is beautiful.
You guys. Oh. I don't know about that one, but I like this one.
Again, it's taking into account the shadow. It's doing a little sprinkle.
Yeah. I'm
Love
into
it.
it. That's amazing. And you can always refine it too. Like let's say you wanted a little bit more of this and kind of blend it out a little bit more.
And it's got that good salty texture.
Wow.
Amazing.
I mean, just unbelievable.
I'm scared of spiders too. Yeah.
Let's do another cocktail.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yes.
Right?
Wait. Our chips and salsa. And our
my gosh.
avocados.
Oh my gosh. What are we doing? Okay. So let's do like an avocado like over here kind of cropped out maybe? Like, right?
Yeah. I think that's perfect.
Loved that vote of confidence. Okay, an avocado, like a open.
Peter says I had a pet tarantula for a while. You are so brave.
Very brave.
I know that they're very gentle and they don't hurt people.
They're very soft, actually. I've held one at camp,
too as a kid,
and
but
they're really cute.
I just now as an adult, I just can't do it.
Yeah, I get it. It's okay. It's not for everybody. You are doing the work, Peter, handling tarantulas. Okay, half avocado, like sliced avocado, or like full avocado.
Let's do a slice, like a half.
Or like a
avocado
halved avocado.
Half of an avocado.
Okay, half of an avocado. Ooh, that's gonna look really pretty because of texture. I feel like,
Yeah, let's see.
Let's see. Hopefully it knows that how we want it to look.
We have
This is so
about
cute.
10 minutes. So
Oh
if
my
you guys
gosh, how
have
did that-
any last suggestions or questions that you want to ask about any of the new
Wow.
features,
Ooh.
beautiful. Please feel free to drop those into the chat. Maybe we could add a whole avocado.
Like somewhere over here.
Yes, on the other side.
Yeah. Yes.
Careful, you'll end up with guacamole.
I feel like the chips and the bowl chips
Yes.
salsa like over here.
Yes.
Yes, I agree. Something like maybe like I don't know. Oh, no. I feel like it needs to be like kind of far away, right? Like kind of smaller.
Yeah.
Something like that. Okay.
Perfect.
Let's do like an avocado. Okay.
It's an avocado.
It's an avocado. Wow, this is so pretty. I'm like, I'm obsessed.
I love it.
Okay, you guys, we've been using all these like fun tools, and it's awesome that we can just like do it right within the app.
Pretty
right
incredible.
within. Yeah, it's that's not terrible.
It's kind of weird.
It is a little weird. Maybe I need to do a better selection.
I want the backside of it.
I want the backside of it too.
Yeah.
Like I want that,
Maybe
but
if
like
you say like a whole avocado.
Yeah.
Brown, not green.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind it because it kind of ties a little bit of the green,
know,
but
then
it
it
just
just looks
but I don't
so
like this
unripe.
side. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, you're right. But yeah, so I just love that we can like some of the things that I've been like playing around with in Firefly or that we can now do in here, and it's awesome.
And you could definitely do this as a way to mock up. That I'm good with that.
Even this
that
one too.
That one's good.
Yeah,
I like that
I'm
one.
into this one.
You can use this as a way to mock up images that you could use as, ideas to show your client, which is always super helpful. Peter really wants an armadillo passing through.
Should I do this one then? On this side?
Maybe an armadillo. Smaller though.
Okay. How big are armadillos?
I don't know.
Are they kind of big?
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I could be completely wrong though.
No, I think they are. I think you're right. But it could be a baby armadillo.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, let's see what it does. Let's.
Okay.
Is that how you spell it? Baby armadillo with
think
2 L's?
so.
Baby armadillo
I think so, yeah.
passing through, hanging out. Just kidding.
That's the theme of this stream.
Hanging out with us.
Peter says they're cat-sized.
Oh.
Actually, I think it's
well,
just,
then maybe it'll just
I
get...
think it's just 1 L.
Oh, whoops. Well, we'll see. Maybe it'll still know.
Does it know?
Hopefully. I'm like, I can't even like necessarily picture an armadillo in my head right now.
I'm just picturing, oh,
wait, I'm kind of into it.
It's so tiny. I actually kind of like the grass.
I really like it.
I don't know why.
I don't know what that is. Oh.
No.
No.
I like the grass. and
I
like
really like the tiny armadillo, you guys.
It's so small.
I just want to like, you know.
Oh, I want chocolate, but I'll settle
put
for
it in my pocket.
a cacao fruit.
Ooh,
I don't even know
okay.
what that looks like.
I don't even know what that
does
looks like
look
either.
like?
I mean, should we generate like a new thing and see what?
Also, Peter, I want to know what the name of your tarantula was.
Oh my God,
I've
yes.
been wondering. Tell me.
Okay, let's see. So like, what were we just talking about? It's like
cacao fruit.
Cacao fruit on a sunny fruit tree.
No, I think
Or
like just the fruit. Because where are we
Okay.
gonna put a tree?
Cacao fruit on a table? Is that what
Sure.
Is it like,
Yeah.
Is that what is happening? I don't know. I feel like I need to.
It's
I
a
need to see.
mini armadillo. Oh yeah, painting on the vase.
Yes, we have to do
Okay,
that.
we have 6 minutes.
Perfect. Okay. Oh, yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That is cool. I like that.
That is cool. Okay, I'm into it. Let's definitely add that. Okay, now that you know, sorry, I'm like, yeah, now that you know what it looks like, let's see how it like does it to like actually add
and
it
if it
in
does
there.
it, we can use that.
Let's
as
do
our
it like
reference.
here.
Yes.
Okay, maybe that's too big. Okay, there we go. Okay, cacao fruit with shadow, maybe. I mean, the shadow will fall this way,
I
but
love
like
that
we'll
baby
see.
armadillo. Me too.
I love it too, you guys.
I just keep thinking of, have you guys watched the episode of Friends with the holiday armadillo? It's a great episode.
I have not. I'm sorry.
He's the holiday armadillo.
Oh my gosh.
So
okay.
good. So good.
Wow.
That is beautiful.
You guys. Oh my God. I mean, I kind of like the empty one too.
Like the first one.
Yeah. Wait, can I generate similar? Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sometimes I feel like with generate similar, and of course things are gonna improve, you know. But I feel like the more you generate similar, the more unrealistic it starts to turn. So I feel like you have to kind of only do it once, or like, you know.
Yeah.
It's like it's a give or take. But you know what? Oh, hey.
I mean,
that's not bad.
I still kind of like the first one.
I still like the first one too. Maybe I just generate again. Let's do it again and then see.
Okay.
We'll see. Maybe. I really like it though. That's pretty cool. Okay, definitely got to do the decorative. That's actually a really good use case. Like, let's see how it does with like the texture and the shadow and the light. Okay. Oh. Oh, I kind of like that one too.
Yeah, that's
I like
fine.
the empty for some reason. But we can keep this one. What do you think?
I'm fine either way.
Okay, let's keep that one. Okay, cool. So now let's
put
do
some red painting on the vase.
Yes. So maybe we do like, we kind of follow the motion. Actually, maybe I'm just gonna do like, I'm gonna select it all. So I want it to like also do it like this, right?
Yeah. Let's see what it does.
See what it does. Okay. How do we describe this though?
Red floral.
Red decorative paint.
Flowers and
with
swirls.
Flowers and swirls.
Mexican? Will it know?
Maybe red Mexican style decorative paint with flowers. Let's just do that. No swirls. Let's see what happens if like maybe it'll just know to do the little like things. You know, I have like something in my head, but I like can't necessarily. I don't even know what that's called. What the style? You know what I mean?
Oh, an Inca vase. Is that what it's called?
Maybe. Oh, wow. Good job.
Yeah, you're so smart.
I know. Y'all are so smart. Wait, that's actually kind of cute. It didn't do it like for all of it, but Maybe I need to do one at a time.
Maybe.
Okay, this is actually kind of cute though.
Aztec or Mayan.
Oh, Aztec. Yes. Okay. Yes. Aztec red. Aztec decorative paint. Should I remove the flowers? Maybe it's like. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Let's see. Hopefully it knows what to do. But otherwise, like maybe what I need to do actually is select.
I could do this all day. Me too.
Me too.
And we are doing it all day because
we are
3 more streams after this. Next up is going to be retouching and compositing with Aaron Nace, and Andrew will be back as well. And then at noon Pacific time, Arabella is going to be generating some magazine covers. They're going to be so fun, you guys. Cat magazines, so definitely stick around for that. And then another stream with Andrew after that about compositing a layout. So
okay, it didn't do what I wanted it to do. That looks like candy cane or something. So I'm just gonna do red decorative paint with flowers, maybe without like a style, and then it'll do it. But I think that might be our last generation.
I think it is.
I can't believe it. How did we get here already?
I know.
I'll have to zoom out just so you guys can see it all, but. Wow, I love it. I did really like the flowers actually. The flowers from earlier.
Not bad.
They were not that bad.
They were not bad.
I'm just curious what.
All right, we have.
It'll.
Oh
no.
Okay.
Okay, you know what? This was the best that we could get.
That's the best one. Thank you guys so much for joining. Like I said, there are so many more streams coming up all the rest of the day, so make sure that you stick around. Subscribe to Adobe Live on YouTube so that you can know whenever they're live. Every day, which is awesome. And also follow Adobe Live on Instagram so you know what's coming up. And we will see you guys in a little bit.
Bye.
Today's class is all about how to improve your workflow in Photoshop. We've got a JPEG and I've got a .ai file that's Adobe stock. We're gonna drag them both right into Photoshop. Now, let's say that you were working with a logo and your client says, hey, I wanna see that in a real world setting. We're gonna start by removing all of the actual branding that was on the building. So you can hit L for your lasso tool there. Making selections around the existing logo. So we're gonna click on generative fill. And if you wanna remove something, I generally just don't type anything in there at all. I'll just click right here on generate. And you can see there, yep, it's completely removed it like magic. Pretty great object removal to start off with. I'm gonna create a new document. I'm gonna hit Control Command N. So let's use our move tool. We're gonna just click and drag and bring those in. I'm on my layer 1. I'm gonna hit M for my marquee tool, and I'm just gonna make a selection right around that logo. And then selecting on layer 1, I'm gonna hit Control Command J. It's gonna take whatever the content that was in that selection, and it's just gonna duplicate that onto a new layer. Now we're just gonna do this a few different times. I want this to be in the exact center. You can hit Control Command A to select all. Click on your move tool. You're gonna see your alignment controls right over here. So if I wanted in the center, well, I just go center and center. If I wanted to shift click all these layers, I can then center boop and boop. Check that out. All of our logos are perfectly centered. So let's go to File. We're gonna go to Save As, logo.psd. Time to place, we're going to go to our File menu and go all the way down where it says Place Linked. And then I'm just gonna choose logo.psd, what we just saved. We're gonna hit Control Command T to bring our transform window up. I'm gonna just start to shrink this down a little bit. I want it to kind of look like it's in perspective. Hold Control or Command, and you're gonna have your little white arrow, and you can just click on that, just drag that up. We're gonna create a new solid color fill layer right above it. All right, let's just choose a white color. I'm gonna right click on this layer and I'm gonna go down to where it says create a clipping mask. It's automatically gonna make this layer here only visible where the layer underneath it is visible. So I'm gonna double click here on the color. So we wanna choose a color from our photo, a color that might be white in real life, but that doesn't mean that it's perfectly white in the photograph. So we're just gonna do the same exact process. Put it right about there. We can scale this down even more. If you just click and drag there, it's gonna scale it, but it's gonna do it from the opposite corner. If you wanna scale from the center, hold Alt or Option, and that'll scale it from the center. I wanna see if I can take some of the reflection and put it over top of my window sign. L for my lasso tool, and let's just go ahead and grab this entire glass. Now we're gonna hit Control Command J, and that's gonna just duplicate that onto a new layer. And I'm gonna click and just drag that right above my logo, and then we're gonna right click on this, and I'm gonna say, create clipping mask. We're gonna change it to a screen blend mode. These reflections are now showing up over top of my logo. A lot of the times, edges in photographs are actually not that sharp. So I'm gonna go to filter, we're gonna go down to blur, and I'm gonna go to a Gaussian blur, something really, really small. So as we zoom out, it's gonna look, wow, that looks pretty real. So now check this out. If I wanna switch this to, let's say this one, literally all I have to do is save this. I hit Control-Command-S to save it, and boom, it automatically updates in place with the perspective, with the color, and also has the reflection placed over top of it. Blending mode tips.
Let's do it.
We've got a picture of our subject. Let's just grab our move tool. I'm gonna click and drag from one image to another. Now, anytime you have light elements on a dark background, you can use the blending mode screen, and it's gonna make the dark background completely invisible, right above your layer stack. We're gonna use screen. We're just gonna scale this up, rotate it, you can transform it. And now let's say this is a little bit too distracting right here on her face, right? We're just gonna click on the layer mask icon, just paint black on our layer mask, and boom, it's gone. We've got our last example here. I just wanna cut this candy cane out, right? So I'm gonna use the pen tool to do this. I'm gonna right click on this, and we're gonna go to where it says make selection. Duplicate that. And then I'm gonna click and drag from one image to another. And as you can see, this doesn't really look realistic at all. Convert this to a smart object. Next, what we're gonna do is hit Control-Command-L for our levels. I wanna go to my individual channels. We're doing that with our red channel. We're gonna do it with our green channel. We'll just go ahead and pull that down. And we're gonna do it with our blue channel. So this allows me to make this darker while at the same time, I can color balance it. So I'm gonna hit Control-Command-U for our hue saturation. So I'm gonna go where it says reds, and we're just gonna get it a little bit closer to the reds that are actually in my picture. I think this is the tip of the day, doing the tip of the day dance.
I'm doing the tip of the day dance.
It's hovering, it needs a shadow, right? So let's hold Control or Command and click on the candy cane. That's just gonna turn that layer into a selection. I'm gonna make a new layer. We're gonna go to Edit, and I'm just gonna go to Fill. We'll just fill it with white. You're gonna use our lasso tool. So I'm gonna define the area that I want to use generative fill. And on a new layer, we'll hit Shift Delete, and I'll just fill this with a color. I'm gonna hold Control or Command and click on that layer. You can see it's now a selection. And then I'm gonna go to this layer and hit Delete. So let's turn that into a selection by hold Control or Command and just click on that layer. This is around the candy cane, but not the candy cane. And on a new layer, I'm gonna just go to Generative Fill, and it's gonna give us a perfect shadow. Look at that. So this went from not looking realistic at all, it generated a perfect shadow.
Thank you all for joining, and we will see you next time, folks. We'll see you around the bend.
See you
Adios,
around the
everybody.
bend. Bye, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And to intro our guest, I'll use some words from the chat. It is Kane says, he gives so many great Photoshop tips. I love watching his videos. That's right. It's Aaron Nace, y'all.
Oh, what's up, Andrew? Hey, everyone in the chat. Good to see you guys.
Nice to see you all here. We are covering a lot of the new things that are available today in the Photoshop beta app. And if we want to hop over to my screen real quick, I want to show you where you can download that just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. So you're going to open up the Creative Cloud desktop app, and from there you are going to go to apps, and you'll see in the beta tab right here, you will be able to grab right there, Next Gen AI is here. You can download that and work with us today. So Aaron, hi, welcome. Tell us about you, who you are, what you do. Give us the rundown.
Hey guys, my name is Aaron Nace. I teach Photoshop and photography online under the umbrella Flern. So if you guys have ever watched our videos, it's like Photoshop Learn. Flern.
Yes.
It's fun to say. Been teaching for over 10 years now. It's been almost a decade, and release free videos on YouTube. And then we have a website where we have more advanced content as well. So super excited to be here and excited to get into these new features in Photoshop. This is like blowing me away. All these like updates to like all these AI tools that we've used, and like they blew us away last year. and they're just doing it again.
Again and again and again. And it's funny, Kane, I think was watching the cut down that was happening, the clip that was happening before we transitioned, which was you.
Yep.
And here you are. So yes,
live in the studio.
We have manifested. We said his name 3 times and he is here now. So let's go ahead and hop in and take a look at what we're going to be working on in Photoshop. Ooh, fashion.
Right, yes.
Drama.
Okay, so we're starting with this image and looking really good. I want to just like add more green to this photo because it's already really cool. So let's go ahead and zoom into this photo, and the first thing I want to do is I want to put a green hat on our subject. So we're just gonna basically make a quick selection. Now I know you guys saw with Weekend Creative like the new tool, so we're gonna go up here to generative fill, and I'm just gonna type in green hat. There we go, green hat, and then click on generate. So we have some new options within the beta. We can generate completely from scratch, kind of like Adobe Firefly, basically coming right into Photoshop. But we can also generate similar. So if we like,
yes.
I'm getting yes on a lot of these. Let's go ahead and click on generate one more time, just so we have a few different options. And we're gonna start off by showing you 2 of these brand new features within Photoshop, which are, it's kind of game changer. Honestly, like every time there's added features to this AI stuff, like I already thought it was so good, like as perfect as it'll ever get, and then it gets better. Yeah. Okay, so that one looks pretty cool. So it's
I'm into it.
It's a weird
Whatever
little green
it is,
hat,
it's
but
fashion.
it kind of matches, you know, her clothing there. So what we're gonna do is, let's say we like this one. We're gonna go right over here to our little thumbnail, okay? And we can actually go here and say generate similar now for the first time. So generate similar, and basically it's just going to make more options that are relatively close to this. So if you have something that you like and you want to create like, you know, variations of that, generate similar is the way to go. So they're just gonna generate right up here. Ooh, I like these little beanies.
Oh yeah, little beanies.
That's actually pretty cool.
That's better, yeah.
Okay, that's actually pretty cool. So the beanie looks good. And then now we're gonna move into like the next big like ask from so many people is like, I like this, but I want a higher resolution version of this.
Yes.
And we can do that for the first time ever. So if you go to your thumbnail here, you'll see this little icon which will just generate a higher resolution. Now in this case, it's saying the variation is too small.
Yes, which is interesting that it's basically checking, is what you generated losing its quality because of the size? And if it isn't, it's basically just saying like, hey, you're good.
It's
like,
already good.
You're good. So you'll only run into that if you're working with like really high quality images. And it will just give you a little bit of extra texture, a little bit of extra enhancement.
Yes, and so I did that earlier too. So I was like, okay, let's just try like a larger area. There we go. So we're gonna just kind of come right down here and make our selection. There we go. We'll go to generative fill, and I'm just gonna type in green dress.
Yes, and this is leveraging Adobe Firefly Image Model 3.
The upgrade.
I don't think we ever got 2 in Photoshop. We just jumped straight to 3. And so it is available in Photoshop Beta as well as on the web in a preview. So you can check that out. It is way, way better than what has been happening in the past. Ooh, a nice little like long,
right?
It's turned into a dress.
It's turned into what we had a shirt and a skirt before, but it's turned into a dress. Let's just do, I like this. Let's do that again. Let's try generate similar once more, because I do like what's going on. This is a little bit like I don't want to see those things.
Yep. And I believe that the enhance works if you are generating larger than 1,000 by 1,000 pixels.
Yes.
So if your width or height is more than 1,000 pixels, I believe that's when the resolution will start to go down a little bit, and then you can use that enhance.
All right, so let's try it here. So we've done a little bit of a larger area. You can see here was the original, and then these are the generated pixels. So we're gonna go right over here and then upscale this. Enhance it. It says enhancing detail, and there we go. You can see that it actually did that. If I hit Control Command Z, we can see here's the before, okay? And then here's the after, and it did it.
It does. It gets just that little bit of crispness. It's just sharpening it a little bit, giving you a little bit more. And I believe that it is just increasing the resolution, re-rendering that for you so that you have a really high quality of that generation.
Yeah, super, super cool. So the next thing I want to do, we're going to feature another brand new tool here. Everything's green except for her sunglasses.
Yes.
So I found a reference image. I was just searching through Adobe stock. Let's go ahead and pull up. We got a bunch of great examples for you guys today. All right, so we have this other image from Adobe stock. Let's just go ahead and pull this in. I was like, these are cool sunglasses.
Yes.
I want to use these sunglasses on our subject.
Okay.
So first thing I'm gonna do is just cut these out, right? Like we don't need a whole rest of the image. So we're gonna just use the lasso tool just to make a selection real quick around there. I'm gonna hit Controller Command J and then just make that background invisible. And then, you know what? We're gonna hit Controller Command T to just transform that right over there. And then why not? We're gonna just use this new remove background.
Yes.
So
if you haven't used that button, if you were just trying to like quickly remove something, it's gonna save you so much time going and trying to mask. It's so fast, and it's usually really, really clean.
Boom. So there we go. We removed the background. So what I'm gonna do now, let's go ahead and I'm gonna crop this in. There we go. Crop this in, and then let's just save this out. So we're just gonna save this. I'm gonna just put it as a JPEG. The reason I did this is so like the model won't get confused. There was a bunch of other stuff in the original photo, right?
Yep.
So we're gonna go ahead and hit save.
I did get nervous when we pulled it up. I was like, it's gonna reference a whole lot of things. And so isolating is a great idea to do that. And even if you wanna be lazy and you don't wanna cut stuff out, you could probably just screenshot it. Like you would like,
totally just screenshot
but this
it,
will
yeah.
give us a much more precise look. But if you watch the first stream we did that, we literally put a bunch of like random things on a page and screenshot it and then use it as reference.
That's so smart.
If you want to give vibes, like just throw everything on a page, screenshot it, and then save it out, and you can use it as your style reference.
That's absolutely brilliant. I'm kind of like, there's a big part of me that like wants to composite these sunglasses old school,
right?
You know? So okay, let's just try. I'm gonna click and drag these in here.
Oh yeah, let's do a little before and after.
Let's just see like what I can do. I'm not gonna spend like an hour, but like let's see human versus computer, like the old, you know. Okay, so first thing that we're seeing is like the light doesn't really match, right? Like from one image to another. The light is not matching. The lenses aren't the lenses aren't transparent here. And then like you can see where they're folded over, right?
Yep.
So we can see like this would probably take, to do a good job, maybe an hour to try to put these sunglasses on there.
Yeah.
At least. And you know, you'd have to calculate the shadow. So let's go ahead and try it, you know, with the help of AI. So we're just gonna grab our lasso tool. Let's go ahead and just zoom in here with the lasso tool. Now the other thing, let's see if we can do a object selection tool. Let's see if it grabs these sunglasses. What do you think?
Yes, it is going to. What is it
It's
selecting
a bit
right now?
bigger.
Oh, it's selecting on the.
We got to click on our background layer. There we
There
go. Object selection.
So I learned this actually from Jesus.
Yeah.
Is if you're trying to replace something, to make the selection and then use the expand
Make
and
it
expand by
bigger.
like 5 or 10 pixels, and
Totally.
it gives you that little like blending edge, and it makes it so that it like feels really smooth.
Totally. So we. That's a really good call. And Jesus, thanks for the tip.
Shout out, thanks, buddy.
So we went ahead and selected our sunglasses. So let's go right up here to our selection editor here, and we're gonna go to expand selection. Let's try 10 pixels?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so we've expanded that out. That looks really good. So now let's go ahead and just create a new layer. We're gonna use generative fill, and this time, for the first time ever in the history of the world.
Yep, never happened. We invented this button right now for this stream.
Yeah. We're gonna go ahead and upload our image. So you can do a reference image, and we're gonna hit choose image, and then I'm just gonna go to this sunglasses.jpg that we just made. All right, let's hit open. So you don't even have to type anything in here because it knows that you have a reference image, and let's go ahead and click on generate.
And this trick of selecting and expanding, I've used a lot for removing people. So if we wanted to remove her completely, we could
super smart.
We could mask her, make a copy, and then expand it, and then it would generative fill the building behind her.
That's so smart. It's doing a pretty good job here. The eyes behind it are a little bit like,
a little too much.
You know.
Yeah.
You never know what it's gonna give you, right?
Yes.
It's gonna be like.
And someone saying, when is this coming to the general release? Don't know, don't have an answer for you, but it is available right now in beta for you.
Yeah.
You can go download it, you can use it. It is available for you right now.
She's
so mad. She's like, oh, you're taking my picture again?
Come on. All right, we'll do generate one more time. It got the sunglasses though.
And we also could generate similar if we
job.
find one that is like kind of on par to kind of hone it in a little bit.
Point. generate similar.
I also wonder if it would make a difference if we
That's
put
pretty
in,
good, actually.
like dark. Oh, that is pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'd say it nailed it. You know, we especially with eyes, you know, we just got to take what we can get.
It's very true.
The other
You know
thing-
what?
Yeah.
And I think that it's pulling in the white from those sunglasses, which is interesting. So I wonder if we like blacked out those sunglasses, see like the edge of ours, it's rendering in that like whiteness. And so I wonder if our original source image, if we just blacked out the lenses, if it would give us sunglasses that would be blacked out so we wouldn't have to see your eyes.
That's a really good,
Right?
Yeah, I think you're totally right about that.
I was just I was just noticing that because I was thinking through like where is the white coming from on the edge or like the like purple, and it's like, oh, it's taking into consideration what's there and what we gave it, and it's pulling in those pieces that we wouldn't even think about. It's like, oh, it's just a lens. That it's like, oh, I have to consider the white and the purple, and we're like, no, that's not important. And so if you ever get something like this where you're trying to find and get like a perfect generation, think about how Firefly's understanding it and what it's trying to do.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that looks great. So here was the original sunglasses, and then here's where it complemented. So it got the color and like the green and the purple, you know, did that really well. But the shape is kind of like the original sunglasses shape, more or less.
Yep.
So it's kind of combining all those things together, which is really, really cool. All right.
Crazy.
Oh no, I think this is looking really good. So let's just go, we can see the before and after. I mean, that all looks perfectly natural. Crazy to do that within AI. All right, we ready for our next example?
Let's do it.
All right, so speaking of Jesus Ramirez, I was just with Jesus and Bailey and Lisa Carney and Kim and Chris Converse. We were all outside of Mexico City like a week ago.
After the eclipse.
And we took this picture. This is these pyramids right outside of Mexico City. It's an amazing, amazing location. So the first thing I want to do, let's just remove this little barrier, right? I want to just like, get rid of this area. So we're just going to use our lasso tool here. Let's go a little quick tip too, by the way. I don't know if you guys ever done this. When you're using the lasso tool, you can make a selection, regular lasso tool, but if you hold Alt or Option, it converts the regular lasso tool into a polygonal lasso tool, and then you let go of Alt or Option and you have a regular lasso tool again. So you can go back and forth. Isn't that kind of nice?
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, so you can just start with your selection, hold Alt or Option, and then you got the polygonal lasso tool. There we go. And then it kind of comes right down there. And you have your selection right there.
Yep. And can you zoom in real quick on the like edge of your leg? So we did a little bit of overlap, and that's really important to do the overlap because then it will blend that. So it's not going to replace the gene there. It's just going to help to blend. If you don't go all the way over, it's going to leave like a weird little connection. And so you want to make sure that you go over in your selection like you did.
Totally. There we go. And boom. You
done.
can see it nailed it 100%, and then we'll just upscale it a little bit. There we go, and it's a perfect match.
That's so cool
for what's behind it. All right, let's get this area as well, and there we go. So that was kind of a cool tip with the regular lasso tool, but it also works with the polygonal lasso tool. So if you're starting with like a polygon selection, and then you hold Alt or Option, you have the regular lasso tool, and you let go of Alt or Option, and then it's back to the polygonal lasso tool. So it works for both the regular lasso tool and the polygonal.
That's so interesting. And hello from Dallas is Kobe. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us, Kobe. Let us know where you all are watching from. My goodness, what a sentence. Let us know where y'all are watching from. My family's out in Houston, Texas. Shout out Houston. We are in San Francisco, and you are coming in from Mexico City. So we are international, and we're broadcasting from Max London. So we are worldwide today here on Adobe Live. And yes, the chat is loving the pro tips. You always bring the pro tips. Always show us the hottest hotkeys. So yes, if you have any questions as well that may not pertain to what we're working on, please feel free to put your questions in there. We bring in people like Aaron to answer your questions, hang out live with you. It is a live stream, so ask your questions and maybe you can get them answered.
Yeah. All right. So I'm excited. This is like the pretty standard stuff, right? We want to like remove a distraction and things like that.
And this is a great example of the enhance because you didn't make like a full selection, but the total width of your selection was more than 1,000 pixels.
Yeah. So we just clicked on enhance right here, and as you can see, like I cannot tell what was done with AI and what was the original photo. I mean, it did an absolutely perfect
Couldn't
job.
even pick it out.
So there we go, living life on the edge. You know, I don't need no, you know, barrier to keep me from falling backwards. I'm good. So here's another like kind of fun tip that when I want to remove a bunch of stuff using generative fill, here's what I like to do sometimes. I actually like to use Quick Mask. Have you ever done this before?
I have, but only because I've seen people do it on Adobe Live, and I'm like, am I supposed to be doing it like this? So please, teach me. I am a newbie to Quick Mask.
Okay, you definitely don't have to. Like, of course, you could just create, like, you could grab your lasso tool and, you know, just like select those people and hold shift and select those people and hold shift. You could do that. But one of the fun things to do is hit this Quick Mask icon right here. You can also hit Q for Quick Mask.
Yep.
So go ahead and click on that. And then you can actually just use your brush tool, and then that's gonna make your selection. So basically, you just paint right over top of, there we go. Let's just make sure. All right, cool. So we're just basically just painting at this point right over top of everything we want to remove. So Quick Mask mode is basically a way for you to paint selections. So if I'm gonna remove a ton of little people, things like that from the background, there we go. Rather than try to make selections of all this, Quick Mask mode can be a really fun, quick, easy way to do it. All right.
Yes, and we do have a shout out and a hello from our friends Lisa, Kim, Bailey, and Chris. And
Guys.
Jesus is here. They're in a bus in Mexico. Hello, thank you so much for joining us, Jesus. And Jesus is saying, yes, I think maybe he took this photo.
Yeah, Jesus did take this picture of me. Shout out to Jesus.
Royalties are in the mail. Thanks, Jesus.
Oh my God, so fun. We had an absolute blast hanging out in Mexico City.
All right, so we've used Quick Mask, and this is like using the lasso tool, but we're just brushing instead of having to click through.
You can just use a paintbrush, exactly. It's so nice. So now we're just gonna click off of Quick Mask mode, and you can see here,
selection.
Boom, all of that where I just painted with the brush tool is now a selection, which is so cool. Now, sometimes it'll do the inverse, like you can see the outside edge of my images selected. So we're just gonna go right up here to the inverse icon, and now you can see just the people are selected.
Yep. I always have to use the lasso tool and hover over to see what's selected. Like my brain, I always go to lasso and then hover. I'm like, okay, this part is. Okay, I need to reverse it.
This part, yeah, and that's a really good tip. You can also just look at the edge right here.
Yep.
Like, so if the edge is selected, it basically means everything but the people are selected. And then here you can just click on that. You can also, I believe, honestly, you can hit Q for Quick Mask mode, and that'll show you what's selected as well.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so when you hit Q for Quick Mask mode, there we go. Everything that is red is not selected, and everything that is white, or transparent in this case, is selected.
Okay.
So that's another way to do it too. Alrighty. So basically we were just using the paintbrush to paint in that selection. Let's just click on Generative Fill, and we're gonna click on Generate. Just wanna remove all those people in the background. Jesus and Lisa and Kim and Chris, and Bailey, they weren't in the background, so they're taking the picture.
Yeah, you're all here in our hearts.
Yeah, in our hearts, in our minds.
Oh my goodness.
And look at that. It got rid of all.
Crazy.
So, if you get to this place like this and you're like, I didn't get there early enough, I wanted to take the picture with no one in the background, well, don't worry about it. Now you can do it, even if there was a bunch of people. Okay, so now we're gonna get into some fun, because I wanna, the funny thing we learned on this trip was that I think it was the Aztecs who got here to these pyramids. They found these pyramids. The Aztecs found them.
Oh.
Yeah. So we actually have no idea who built these. It wasn't the Mayans. It wasn't the Aztecs. It was like, we don't really know when they were built, and we don't know who built them at all. So, I'm thinking like, let's go aliens.
Let's go aliens, yeah. And the eclipse just happened. It feels right. It feels right.
We want to do it. So let's just, I want to put a spaceship here in the background, like a flying saucer. I think that'll be fun.
And when you're using Generative Fill to add stuff into your images with Firefly Image Model 3, you want to make sure that you're making a selection that's kind of the size of what you're trying to generate.
Yeah.
If you made a box there, it would generate a box of a flying saucer. So you want to kind of envision what you want to be there. Yes, perfect.
That's looking pretty good. I also want to see, what they know that the top 3 layers of these pyramids were destroyed. So when the Spanish came in, I guess they wanted to like use some of the rocks, and they just wanted to kind of like change up ideologies. So they destroyed a lot of these things. So I want to see like what this might have looked like originally. You know, like we're amateur archaeologists here. We're doing some reconstruction.
Reconstruction.
Here. All right, so we're just gonna type in pyramid. There we go, and hit generate.
And it should understand from the context of the type of stone that it's gonna use, the moss. It should add all that stuff based on the photo as it starts to generate.
Yeah. Another interesting thing, there we go, that,
Closer.
Hey, that's looking a little bit better. There we go. That's looking pretty good. Let's try to do it again. Another interesting thing that I learned while on the tour here is that this was a matriarchal society. How do you say that word?
Matriarchal. Yeah.
Matriarchal. There was a queen and the women were in charge. So the men were like sent off to go to war, and the women decided who lived and who died, and they ran things. So, you know, pretty interesting like cultural reference there. All right, let's try it again. Pyramid, and let's click on generate. I went back in time to see the original pyramid before.
I like the alien ship just hovering there.
Just hovering over?
Yes,
Yeah.
Adobe Live History Channel Edition. Yes.
There we go. All right, that looks pretty cool. We could just get rid of that one. All right, there we go. So if we wanted to see like what this pyramid might have looked like, well, we can we can generate one right there. All right, let's get rid of the flying saucer. I think that looks pretty cool. That's a nice nice image. So this is our before and our after, and of course we have this little guide book here. So you could say I went back in time and saw the pyramids as they originally were. Even though we have no idea.
There is a new tool. I'm going to throw you on a little bit of a rabbit trail here.
Yeah.
There's a new tool that, let's say that like pyramids are great.
Yeah.
But let's say that we wanted to tell your friends that you actually went to go to New York City and see like the big city.
Oh.
This is a great example.
This actually is a great example
of how we could use a new tool that is replace background.
All right, let's do it.
So we can very easily remove the background. We've done that with one click.
There we go. Let's go ahead and do it.
If you have a subject like this, it's going to do a really great job at removing.
There we go.
Pretty clean. Pretty clean on there.
Pretty good.
Not bad. And now we have a new button that is generate background.
Generate background. All right, so you want to put New York City?
Yeah, let's see it. Yeah. And that way we just like...
I'm a world traveler.
Yeah, if people are like, hey, I saw you were at this location.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, I wasn't actually.
I thought you were in Mexico last week.
You got to throw them off the
New
trail.
York City.
We were alien hunting. We don't want them to know the results that we found, so we have to put ourselves somewhere else.
Wow.
Okay, made it to New York City.
Pretty good.
That's crazy.
What? Yeah. What an insane,
Just being able to have a photo and then being able to generate.
Yeah. And if some parts of it like work better than others, like something that, I've definitely like done is just kind of crop in. Like, like let's say the bottom or whatever you don't like that so much, you can totally just crop in and, like use that back part of it.
And if you want to zoom on the buildings, this actually might be a great use case for using enhance because we generated such a huge space. Let's enhance and see what happens. All right, let's click on
enhance and then see what these are. Let's see here.
Good luck, everybody.
Hey, pretty good.
More detail.
Definitely more detail in there, for sure. For sure. So, yeah, looking really good. So you can just take a picture of yourself anywhere in the world and completely
on the green screen in the studio, we could be anywhere we want.
Yeah, we're green screening it up today. All right, we got another really great example for you. I've got a pretty I would say kind of practical example here of like a group photo. Let's say this is a company photo or whatever. But we want to remove someone. I'm gonna just get rid of this guy here.
Sorry, buddy.
Sorry, dude. And honestly, this is like a pretty difficult thing to do.
Yes, I was looking at the photo. It's like overlapping her shoulder.
Yes.
The background has tufting on the, this would be very difficult to do.
Yeah, this is like legit kind of hard. We're gonna be using some Photoshop magic, some AI stuff, and we're gonna show you how to work around. So basically, what we need to do is I need to completely remove this guy so I can see the couch behind him.
Sorry, buddy.
And then I need to cut her out and move her over and then generate all the shadows for her as
Oh, there's a lot going on. All right,
yeah.
let's do it.
And then I also want to get rid of this TV back there and just put another light back there as well.
Okay. Wow.
Okay.
And like all of those things are extremely difficult on their own.
On
and
their
we're going to do
own.
all 3 in the next like 15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go ahead and select this guy. We're going to start with like a use case that I think a lot of us are going to come into, where like what I want to do is select this guy and just remove him, right? So we made a selection right around him. We're just going to click on generative fill and then click on generate. Now, I want him gone, but what Firefly is probably going to do is think that I want another person there, right?
Ooh, I'm interested to see what it does. Yeah.
That's what it did in my preview, like when I was doing this. See, it's just trying to put another person there, and you know, they look okay, but that's not what I want. I want the couch behind that person. So what we're gonna do instead of just trying to remove that guy, we're gonna tell Firefly to remove all of the people here. So it's not going to try to generate people because I'm selecting literally all of the people and telling it to remove everyone, right?
Okay, yes.
So this is me basically telling the model that like, you know, all the people should be gone from this. Don't try to put another person there.
Yeah, I want no people.
We want no people. Okay, which is basically gonna give us the couch background. Boom, right? All the people are gone.
What?
Yeah, all of the people are gone. And let's go ahead and enhance this. So we're just gonna increase the detail on this. Okay. So now let's go ahead and take a look at our layers.
That's so crazy. You got the tufting in the
crazy,
lighting.
right? It did an
That's so
amazing
wild.
job. So all of the people are now gone, right? So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna take this layer, my generative fill layer, let's go ahead and group it with itself and then put a layer mask on it. We're gonna invert that layer mask, and then I can literally just paint this back over top of this guy. So let's just paint back. I'm just using my brush tool here on the layer mask, and now I'm painting this guy away. All right, there we go.
That's so cool.
There we go. We're gonna paint her away also, and then I'll cut her out one more time. Okay, so let's go ahead and just lower the flow so it gets us a nice mix from one image to another.
That is crazy. Thanks for stopping by, Jesus. Have a fun trip. Bye.
Thanks, guys. All right.
This is so wild.
There we go. All right, and then let's just bring her arm back in there. So basically, we just got rid of both of them. But we don't want that, right? Like, we still want her. So what we're gonna do is now I'm gonna go back to my original layer, and we're just gonna make a selection around her. Let me see if I can use this object selection tool to find her. Boom.
Oh, yeah. And that mask
Couldn't be
is
easier.
usually so crisp using the object selection tool.
How nice is that? So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna take this background layer, we're gonna duplicate that background layer and then add this as a layer mask on the background layer. So basically I just have her on her own layer now.
Okay.
Okay, so we have, let's just go over our layers here because like this is kind of complex stuff, honestly. Yes. So we have our background, then above that, I have like this gen fill that we did where we removed everyone and then I layer masked it. And now above that, let me just put this right above there, I have just her. So I can use my move tool and just bring her over here, right? So she's gonna be leaning against this other woman. And then now we have, let's just do a quick mask there. But now we're left with like the rest, like she doesn't necessarily look like she has a shadow there, a shadow on this other side. So what we're gonna do is create a new layer and we're gonna gen fill the shadow. So I'm selecting around my subject. There we go. Let's just do this one side here first. Let's go ahead and hold shift. So I'm hoping that it's gonna take the shadow from the subject on the right and then put it on the subject on the left. So let's just click here. I'm gonna type in shadow and hit enter there. And then we can do a shadow from her on the left. So anytime you need to composite people together, like wherever they're actually come together, you can just gen fill that little area and you can see it did a really good job there. Okay, fantastic. All that looks really good. That area maybe not as well.
Yep.
All right, there we go. But I can just, there we go. I can just kind of mask this out here.
That looks so nice. And we're just masking out with a softer brush,
Yep,
right?
just masking out with a softer brush. Exactly. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is I'm just basically going to go on the left-hand side of this, and then we're gonna use AI to generate the shadow. So we'll just go right over here, boom, click on generative fill and type in shadow and hit enter. So we basically just scooched her over and we have a totally different image. There we go, almost done.
I'm so excited for the before and after on this.
All right, there we go. That looks pretty good. So we have our shadow there and you can, I mean, it looks really good. The next thing I want to do is let's just go ahead and remove this entire TV here in the background. There we go. Let's click on generative fill, just type in remove and click on generate.
And Renee's saying, isn't this the guy from Flern?
Yeah.
It's the guy from Flern. It's Mr. Flern.
It's Mr. Flern himself. I should just change my name to Flern. Good to see you guys in the chat. All right, so we removed that completely, and look, it put that light there. That's exactly what we wanted. Put that light there, and you know what? We're gonna go ahead and upscale that because we can now. So we have our group portrait and we could go ahead and crop in if we wanted to, but basically let's go ahead and group all that stuff. So there's our before with these people extra, and then here is the after where we kind of like brought her over, completely removed the guy, and I gotta say, it looks really natural. The fact that we could do this in 10 minutes is absolutely mind-blowing.
That's pretty crazy.
Oh man.
That's so wild. And if we wanted to get like exactly that lamp, we could probably take a screenshot of that area.
Yeah.
And then use that as the reference image.
You know what? Let's try it.
Let's try it. I think that using like pieces, it's basically using a clone stamp, but like an AI clone stamp.
It totally
that like you're
is.
saving like, hey, this is the thing that I want here. Use that as a reference to then fill in this other area.
All right, so I'm gonna gen fill this lamp out. There we go. So it just totally goes away. All right, we'll say that's good enough for now. And then we're gonna screenshot this lamp here. All right, and then we're gonna make another selection here and we'll click on generative fill and then we'll add an image. Let's go ahead and choose the image. This is just gonna be on our desktop. Here's the screenshot that I just made. All right, let's click on generate.
And this is interesting because
it's nuts, honestly.
It could be like a clone stamp, but it'd be really hard to clone stamp and get it to blend well.
Yeah.
And this hopefully is gonna blend really well and look good. Okay.
Pretty good.
Pretty okay.
Yeah, pretty okay.
Not pretty okay. I wonder if we put in a prompt and added like a light fixture on a wall or something.
All right.
I wonder how much it helps if you have a prompt in there versus not having a prompt and just having a reference image. And we're about to find out. If it looks better, then it helps. If it doesn't, then it doesn't matter.
There we go. Yeah. In my experience, when I it does look better for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? But I think the original gen fill actually just did a really good job. Like
I agree,
that looks pretty close to it. So I'm pretty happy with it. Of course you could clone stamp it and, you know, blend it traditionally and things like that. But I'm super happy with this. I mean, the fact that we were able to remove that guy and move her over that quickly and easily, mind blown.
Yep. And Ray is saying, I'm still learning. I've only subbed 1 week. Well, thanks for subbing. Thanks so much for joining us here on Adobe Live. We're live every single day from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday with great content just like this.
Amazing.
All right, we're going to the ocean.
We're going to the
traveling
ocean
a lot today.
Yeah. So this is a cool image. Now, we got a bunch of people jumping off the boat. I want to create like a kind of an ad with this image. So I want to rotate the boat out and then I want to put some text that kind of like goes behind the boat. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab our crop tool. So C for the crop tool. And we're gonna go ahead and rotate this around. There we go. We're gonna go all the way over here. And then we wanna just kind of expand this out in that direction. So we're gonna use generative expand. So where it says fill, you can go ahead and click on generative expand and then click here on generate. There we go. And it's basically just gonna create all this information for us. Everywhere that you see is white is gonna be completely, ocean.
Yep. And if you want to, you also can play around with this on firefly.adobe.com now. Generative Expand has been added as a preview for you to go test out over on firefly.adobe.com.
Nice. And of course, we want to increase our resolution here. So let's go ahead and enhance this detail. Boom. And that's looking really, really good. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do, let's hit T for the type tool. We're just going to type in summer. There we go. Let's go and make our type. I'm going to go over here to my properties window. We'll just make our color white here and make this a little bit larger. Fantastic. And then, you know what? I'm going to go back to my original boat here, back on the background, and we're going to go to select subject and see what that does.
And something that we kind of glazed over is that the type tool is new. The type menus just look a little bit different in Photoshop. Yep. And so if you haven't used them yet, I do believe that that happened a couple weeks ago, but if you haven't used it yet, there are new options. It's a little bit of a new user interface for you to work with. My goodness, there's a lot of tongue twisters happening.
There's a lot of tongue twisters. Let's use the object selection tool. Here we go. And
that's so interesting that it's
only the background to a regular layer.
I don't know why it would just be grabbing the entire. I don't know. That's interesting.
There we go. I turned on sample all layers and just did a new one. Cool. There we go. And let's hold shift and get these people kind of jumping in the water too. Okay, so my summer type, let's go ahead and I'm gonna group this type with itself, and then I'm gonna put a layer mask on the group, and then let's go ahead and invert that layer mask. Okay, so now I have this type, and you can see it kind of like shows up behind the sailboat and behind the people, things like that. So let's go ahead, we're gonna make this text a little bit larger. There we go. And we do have new options with the type tool. We have these new type options that we can go ahead and add faux bold and things like that. We can click here, which will go to more properties, which opens up our properties window. And then here you can see I can change the font weight. So we're just gonna try to go, let's go to light. I think that looks good. And then I wanna hit summer, I'm gonna hit Controller Command J to duplicate this and type in summer vacation. Hit Controller Command T, there we go. And then kind of bring this down there. Fantastic. And then let's go ahead and change the font weight on this too. So let's go from light, let's go down to like medium, and then make this a bit smaller. All right, and then this one, I wanna change my properties. Let's go where it says light, let's go to thin. All right, cool. I'm gonna shift click on the two of those, hit V for my move tool, and then align those to the right. There we go, and I can move just these. There we are. And there we are. I can move these, and then the mask is gonna stay in the same place because the mask is on the entire group. So I can move both of these, and I can unlink the layer and the mask, so I can move both of these.
It's still masking the vacation.
It is still masking vacation. Not if I move each individually.
Why? That's weird. So if you have both of them selected, interesting. Welcome to Photoshop Beta. So actually, this is a great reason to talk about this. Is right up above that, there's a little beaker icon right next to the share at the top of your bar.
Right over here, yeah.
Yep. So you can click there and you can send feedback. So that is like definitely I don't see a reason why that would be happening. So it may be a bug, and so we could report that bug and say, hey, the beta app, let's fix this before we send it out. You can click on that little beaker and it will give us an opportunity to hear from you if you find something like that. I love finding little bugs on stream.
Yeah.
It's fun.
There we go. Now the next thing I want to do, I want to add like a tropical island here on the bottom of this, there we go, on the bottom of this image. So we're just going to make a selection right over here, and we're going to click on Generative Fill, Tropical Island above, and click on Generate. There we go. Isn't this cool though? I love this. Look how we were able to like cut this person out and have them jump over top of the lettering.
It's very like Royal Caribbean ad. Like it's,
This could be you.
Ooh, we got a little reef.
We got a reef there.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and upscale that. And then you know what? Let's try this brand new tool here. We're gonna go to generate similar because I like this.
That was a great example that we had one that was a reef, one that was more of just like more water, and then one that was an actual island.
Yes.
We said, hey, we like the island one. Show us more of that, please.
Show us more islands.
Show us more islands.
Oh, there we go. Some tropical island. Here we go. I think I like this one the best. I think that one, let's do a few more. I'll just hit Tropical Island above. We'll do this to give us a few more variations.
Yes, this does feel precarious for a boat to be in the space between that island and the reef. I'm stressed.
There we go. We have a few different options here. All right, that's kind of cool. This might be kind of nice too. It's a little bit safer.
It's a little bit safer.
It's still underwater.
Yes.
All right.
A reef.
So our summer vacation, which is pretty cool because literally we started with this image, and if you guys remember, it was tilted completely to its side. So we added all this stuff using generative expand, generative fill, the new enhance, as well as, you know, generate similar, and we did some really cool masking stuff here as well. So a ton of different uses.
Yeah.
All right, we got more examples for you.
More examples, more examples.
Yeah. All right, so here is our next example. And this is an example for basically like what I would consider retouching, right? I want to get rid of this stuff that's behind these subjects, right? Because it's really distracting. And anytime you have distractions like this, you know, getting rid of these can help draw a lot more focus to your subjects.
Yep, and especially thinking about the contrast that's about to be and how much that kills the contrast of the blue sky in the background. Just the little details of removing things sometimes make it a lot better.
100%. So we're just gonna make that a selection right there. Let's click on generative fill and then click on generate. And then we'll get into why I chose this image because it's kind of going like right over top of her face. So we're gonna have, you know, we're gonna have a couple different steps we can take for that. Like here, if it generates a slightly different head,
doesn't matter,
you know, piece of fabric, that's not that big of a deal. You know, but if it's gonna generate a different face, I'll fix my selection in just a second. I'm on a trackpad over here.
I promise I'll All right. This is going to be interesting to see what it does to our face.
You can hold Alt or Option and, you know, kind of fix up your selection here. There we go. Because this is something that we run into with GenFill a lot, is sometimes it'll just kind of like generate, you know, extra facial features or whatever, right? So I'm doing my best job to create a nice, accurate selection here with our subject. You can see I've selected just the background here. Let's click on generative fill and click on generate. Okay, so ideally, it would just get rid of that thing on the background and leave the subject alone. But sometimes what happens is it'll generate like the subject will extend into the selection. All right, so we can see here, it did actually a pretty good job in this case. I
and
gotta
the only
say.
thing that's changing is a little bit of the nose, and then we've got the eyelashes.
Yeah, a little bit of the nose and the eyelashes. All in all, I think it actually did like a pretty good job.
Oh yeah.
But we don't want her nose changed at all, right? Like that's not, you know, that's not gonna work. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's go ahead and make that visible. I'm gonna put a layer mask here on the group. So I took that GenFill layer, grouped it with itself, and we have a layer mask. So now what we're gonna do is just use our brush tool, and then we're gonna paint black on the layer mask right here. And this is just going to make sure that we have just her original nose, right? Now, it's a little bit tricky because we have original nose, but then right beneath it, basically, we had, you know, what was that thing, right? The piece of distraction from the background. So what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna use my brush tool now. We're gonna hit B for the brush tool, and I'm gonna make a selection of this color. And let's just make our brush a little bit smaller. And then we're just gonna basically, there we go. I'm gonna hold Shift and click, which connects each of the little clicks that I make. And every time that I click again, it basically draws a straight line in between the areas that I clicked. So it's a really cool way that you can actually like kind of cut objects out and things like that. So again, I'm just clicking and holding Shift. There we go. And then we can make sure that that's her original nose and that we did not affect it at all, basically. All right.
Boom.
There we go. And that worked pretty well. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing with this other guy over here.
What a great image for a use case, because it's going directly into the beard and then it's going directly into the... You found the one to show this off.
Found the one, exactly. And a lot of the times, you know, you'll have a fantastic portrait, but there's just something in the background that's distracting. And, you know, sometimes you can kind of move the camera around, things like that. Did a really good job, actually.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, you know, you're just kind of like, there we go. You're just kind of at the mercy of whatever image you have. So being able to remove this stuff, honestly, it can make a huge difference in your images.
Yep. And something, this would be a great candidate too, is if we had a shot like this and we wanted it to be on like a flat orange studio backdrop. Again, replacing background is always an option. And for something like this, could have a very stark change from shooting out where they're shooting to like, it looks like a studio shot now.
Yes, exactly. So you can see, let's go ahead and show you the before and after with that. Like so much more powerful.
That would have been so much stamping.
Yeah, exactly. Would have taken absolutely forever. And kind of getting to your next point, that's our next example is we're gonna completely replace a background.
Let's do it.
So moving into our next example, let's go ahead and open up our Finder window here. There we go. All right, we've got this guy. Let's go ahead and bring him in. So he's actually photographed in like a studio background, right? So let's go ahead and I'm gonna hit C for our crop tool. We're gonna start with generative expand, just to give us a little bit more room here. There we go. And go ahead and click on enter. And I wanna see what he would look like in a few different environments. So we're gonna be using the new background replacement tools.
Cool.
All right, do we have any suggestions from the chat?
Where do we wanna go?
Where do we wanna go? Where do we wanna put this guy here?
Yes, and someone's saying I spent 2 hours yesterday trying to clean up an image. You can do it in just a few minutes now. It's super easy.
I know,
where do we
right?
want to send our model? Can we do maybe like a, and I don't know how we'd communicate this, in front of like an aquarium, so like it's like watery, like reflective light
like
kind
underwater.
of thing? Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna start with remove background. So we've just got our subject here. We're gonna go right to remove background. You can see it basically did a select subject and then created a mask, which is great. And then our brand new generate background here. So we're gonna go to, and we'll just type in underwater.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Underwater.
There we go, underwater, and see what happens.
We have some great suggestions coming in from chat. And chat, there are a couple that we can do and a couple we can't do. So Eiffel Tower, yes, we can do Eiffel Tower because there is Adobe stock of Eiffel Tower. McDonald's, Adobe Firefly does not recognize intellectual property, so it will not generate McDonald's. Alaska, it's a location, yes. Rodeo, sure. Nightclub, Amsterdam, yes, all that. So any of those that are not a specific intellectual property, it will be able to generate, especially things like the Eiffel Tower. That like my brain is like, oh, I can't do Eiffel, or I can't do intellectual property, and so Eiffel Tower is like, no, it's a location. There's pictures of that, and so it will be able to generate that.
Amsterdam?
Yeah, let's do Amsterdam. What's cool too is it's taking into account the focal length of this photo. That the subject is sharp, and then it's blurring out the background, so it has a nice little focal length.
So cool.
Oh, someone's saying Japan with the street lights at night so you can see reflections. Yes.
I want to like copy and place. Hey, that's pretty good for Amsterdam. I'm sold.
Yeah.
All right, Japan with street lights.
Yep, and maybe at night in the rain.
Nice. Let's click on generate and see what we get.
And if you ever get like a weird to where it's not meshing together, you can try to add on some adjustment layers. You can use the harmonize filter.
It
gave, that's so cool. It gave him an umbrella.
No way.
This guy's cooler than we'll ever be. And like he's just so daintily just like, oh, this umbrella?
Dude, that is so chill. Yeah, I think that's
crazy
that's the win.
That it gave an umbrella.
I am into it for sure. You know what I want to use? I want to use this brand new generate image here. So let's just generate image, and let's just do Japan street lights night range. So we're gonna generate this. We're gonna say the content. Let's do a photo. We don't need a reference image and we don't need any effects. Let's go ahead and click on generate. And then this is gonna give an image that isn't trying to blend in with the original photograph of this person. It's just gonna give me a, image Japan streetlights in the background. But what's cool here is because we already used this remove background, it's just putting it behind my subject. Now I can always go here and like refine this layer mask, for instance. Like if I click on this layer mask, I can still go, let's hit F for full screen here. I can still go to, remember we have all the, traditional tools like select and mask. we can still use all of these, right? Like I can go to, there we go, something like this. We could just shift our edge in a little bit. Let's just bring up a little bit of feathering, a little bit of contrast. There we go. Let's bring our edge in.
Oh, and someone's saying, is it possible to change the reflection in the glasses? That's a great question.
Yeah,
yes,
it's definitely possible to do that.
In theory, we could select those and generative fill and just put reflection of whatever the scene is. I don't know actually.
That's a good question. All right, do we like this? Do we like the umbrella? I think this is kind of like,
I like the umbrella.
This takes the cake.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say we want to put this as the reflection though, right? So let's try this. Let's put that right above our subject, okay? Now we want to select inside of those glasses, right? So let's go to our object selection tool. Let's go see, all right. We'll try with the magic wand instead. There we go. Make sure we hit sample all layers. Just try to sample all this.
We're back. We're back.
We're back. All right, so I'm magic wanding basically inside of this reflection here. And then let's go to the lasso tool and I'll just kind of, we're doing a quick-ish version of this for everyone at home. So we got just a few more minutes.
We do.
Right. You know what, I'm gonna leave those original ones there. So I got those magic wand tools in there. Let's go ahead and then add that as a layer mask to this. And then I can unlink those. And then basically we got the reflection of Japan in there, right? All right, let's see. There we go. I'm gonna just paint that back in there.
I would not have ever thought about doing it like this, but you're basically putting it so that they're windows now.
Yeah.
And then we'll be able to like just change the opacity or multiple or whatever the, we could paint in some black. Like you could do so many things to make it look more blended, like it is that reflection of an actual area.
All right, that looks cool.
So interesting.
And then let's take this from the original layer and then duplicate it back over top of there and then set that to like a screen blend mode or something like that. So we still have the reflection, the light, so you guys see that? So this is the light from the original photo going back over top of the reflection. And then we have the reflection as a layer. And I can kind of move this around in there, cool. But the layer mask is gonna stay in the same place. And actually, because this is a gen fill layer, if I go into my properties, I can change this out too to have different gen fill. This is the one that like worked in terms of like color, but I could go ahead, you know what? We could go ahead and say generate similar.
We could, and we have about 30 seconds left. So make sure you stick around. We do have more content coming to you for the rest of the day here on Adobe Live. 2 more hours of streaming. After this, we are creating a magazine cover. It is going to be a cat-tastic time. It's going to be super cute. I know that we're doing a cat magazine, so stick around for that, and then I'll be back at the end of the day to possibly continue that magazine into a campaign. So join us for that. We'll do some InDesign at the end of the day as well. That looks great.
Amazing, right?
We did it. So thanks so much for joining us. Stick around for more content and go download the Photoshop beta app and try out Firefly Image Model 3. See you in just a minute. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Today, we're going to be talking about how I made this candle head. Whenever you're doing composites, the more that you don't have to find elements from stock, the better. So for me, I shot me in this location, right? And then I did the match, I did the hand, and then I photographed the candle in the same place. So let's hop over to Lightroom. Now you can see these are the 4 frames that I used to create this image. The reason why it's important to photograph all those elements the same is because they're gonna have the same lighting. It's also photographed at the same vantage point with the same lens. This is our starting point. I just did a little bit of darkening on the background with an adjustment layer really quickly, and then I just basically did a black box along the top, kind of coming in here and cleaning up just the edges. So here's where we're gonna start. I'm gonna go over to my candle. I'm gonna make a lasso around the top of this candle. I'm gonna hold down Option or Alt, and I'm gonna click with my magic wand tool around the edge here. So we'll go to Select, Modify, and Contract. It's 2 pixels. And then I'm gonna press OK, and that's just going to tighten up that edge. We take the same selection and we do another modification to it. Select, Modify, feather and do probably a 2% feather on this area too. Command or Control C to copy these pixels, and then I'm going to come over here and I'm just going to do Command or Control V to paste those pixels into this image. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to choose to convert to Smart Object. Let's go ahead and hit Command or Control T. So I'm going to hold down Shift and click and drag it over. Take this layer that we have and I want to go ahead and just pull down the opacity of it just slightly so that I can kind of see the underlying layer. I'm going to activate the warp option here. I'm just lining up the sides. We're going to go ahead and create a mask over our candle head layer. I'll make sure that I'm using the brush tool and I'm just going to start brushing away the candle from where I don't want it to be. I'm going to make 5 hue saturation adjustment layers and I'm going to clip them all to my candle head. All right, let's see. I've got darken, lighten, color match, remove saturation, add saturation, and they're all clipped to our candle head layer. For darken, I am going to come up and I'm going to just change the blend mode from normal to multiply, decrease a little bit of the saturation, darken just a touch. I'm going to invert it, Command or Control I. For lighten, I'm just going to go up and change the blend mode to screen, and then I'm going to invert it. So for this, I'm going to click on the icon of my layer, and then I'm going to come to my properties window, probably choose colorize, and then I want to find a color in here and a saturation value that the base kind of matches what I'm kind of working on. Remove saturation. We're just going to decrease the saturation in our properties. Add saturation to our add saturation layer, and then invert this mask, add saturation, and invert, subtract saturation. So I'm going to start with darken. And I'm going to make sure that I'm painting with my brush tool. I'm going to make sure that I am painting with white. So I'm darkening this in this area here. So now we've got our lighten. I'm going to come over here and just lighten up the top corner of the candle over here. So now we're going to come to our remove saturation, and I'm going to go in here to start to remove this crazy saturation from this corner. I'm going to take my candle head layer. I'm going to go down to my effects choice right here, and I'm gonna do inner shadow. I have changed the blend mode for my inner shadow to screen, which is a lightening blend mode. Then I've changed the angle of where that light is gonna hit, and I've also changed the color to be a light whitish. It's its own layer. Now I can add a mask to it and only reveal it where I want it to be. That area there was selected from that image. So I pasted it into the area here, and then I went ahead and added a bit of a mask to it. Changing the lighting, changing the color, changing the saturation value, and adding some darkness. Next, got rid of that, and then I added my new arm. Then I added the drips. And I'm just gonna lasso this area. So I've got the selection here. We're just gonna fill it with a skin tone of a color. So I'm gonna right click here and I'm gonna choose to convert to Smart Object. And so we'll come to our effects and we're gonna choose bevel and emboss. Now I need to add a drop shadow to this as well. We're gonna turn all 3 of these into layers like I've done before. So we'll go back to our drip layer. We're gonna go into our filter gallery, and then I did a sandstone texture. So I'm going to create a new layer, and I'm going to clip this to the underlying layer as well. Shift delete. I am going to choose 50% gray, and then I'm going to change the blend mode to soft light. And then I'm going to be painting with black and white. So coming in here, getting these drops. Then I added some blobs using the exact same technique. I started kind of creating the color and the lighting from this. And this is just color layers on a blend mode. Then I got into the color grading and then just some overall dodge and burn. And that's kind of how we got to the final. See you soon, everyone. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Adobe Live. Woo! Joining us in the studio is the amazing Arabella Espinosa from Weekend Creative.
Thanks.
I am so excited. My name is Aaron Nace from Flern, and today we are doing a cat. I keep clapping in the microphone. It's right here.
You know what?
Sorry.
It's the end of the day for us. We're just kind of like, we've been doing this for a few hours now. So,
oh my God.
I'm so excited. Thank you
We're going
so
to
much
have
for
a blast
being here.
of a stream today. How cool.
I am so excited. You guys, today we are designing, we're rebranding a cat magazine. So I don't know if y'all are familiar with Modern Cat, but they are a cat magazine.
I'm a subscriber.
Let me just pull them up right now.
I don't have any cats, but I love Modern Cat magazine.
So here's Modern Cat. Now, no shade.
No shade. Pretty good.
I mean,
I'm
the
digging
photos,
this picture right here.
I am loving this.
Yeah.
So cute. But we can do better. We need to modernize it a little bit. Let's say this is it's a cat magazine for your millennial, your modern, person like me. Just kidding. But we need to do something more fun with this. So we're just gonna do it all from scratch, using all of our new favorite tools, all of the new improved tools that we have in the Photoshop beta. So I feel like we should just get started. And if we have some time, then we'll also do some ads. I had some ads planned out, like ad pages.
Yes, we're going to have
things.
some time.
So I think
I need to see these ads.
Okay. So let's just get right into it. Obviously, you guys already know what's out there, and we're just gonna use all of the, typical stuff that we've been playing around with all day. So
I like
let's
that you
go
have
ahead
your
and do
Photoshop light theme.
Everyone always comments on that.
I've got it set to dark, but seeing this as light, I'm like, this is kind of fancy
love
looking.
it.
Actually.
Someone, and I always bring this up, but someone called it felt like a straight jacket. It's like, wait, why?
I'm gonna change mine. I'm actually digging it. It's like old school,
Yeah, definitely.
But new school is the new old school. Or
Yeah.
old school is the new school.
Yeah, something like that. You got it.
Older millennial over here.
All right. We're all millennials here.
There we go. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it. Okay, so obviously, the star of the show is that we need to have a cat. And then we need to have some fun text. I feel like we got to go bold. We got to go modern.
Yes.
So just let's have fun with it. So let's go ahead and actually maybe I'll just have it on a separate file that I'm going to generate. So we have that new option on our contextual taskbar, generate image, and it brings up this lovely,
amazing,
thing here, and we can just describe what we want, right? And of course, you can play around with all these different already set text prompts, but I'm just going to go ahead and go into photo, make sure I select that, and I'm going to say, let's see, a artsy ginger cat with, I don't know, maybe clear glasses like I'm wearing right now.
I like that.
So with clear glasses in a living room, let's say. I'm not giving it too much direction yet. I kind of want to see what happens, and we can kind of refine whatever it is.
Can we put sassy? Can we make the cat sassy?
Yes. Wait, can it be sassy instead of let's see, a sassy ginger cat with clear glasses in a living room.
Sonia says ginger cat. Yes.
Maybe it's perched up or something somewhere.
Ooh, yeah.
With clear glasses, perched on a couch. What color is the couch?
Taupe.
Taupe. Perfect. Got it. Okay, let's just generate that and let's see what happens. And thankfully, it could just, you can start from scratch, you guys. You don't even need to. I mean, I am not a designer at the end of the day. I'm a photographer.
Yeah.
But look at how amazing it is for me to. Wow. Just
Dude,
wow.
That's photorealistic.
You guys, are you kidding me? Wait, this one's actually really cute.
It's really good,
That's
honestly.
really good. Okay, if I wanted to continue adding things to it, maybe I add in a living room, in a mid-century modern living room.
Yes.
My
head is why would we even need photography anymore?
No, hey, don't say that because that's my job.
Yeah, well, your photography we need, but
for product, for commercial,
Yes,
But
that's
honestly,
necessary.
this is pretty darn good.
It looks like a photograph.
I love it. It's so good. I mean, I could really go into the detail, but it's it's pretty good. And I feel like for this magazine cover, we're gonna, I think this is all whoa!
Oh,
do you see this 70s?
I'm into this cat, man. I feel like that cat is
whoa! Wait, I think this is modern. This is
I aspire to be how cool that cat is, honestly.
I am obsessed. Oh my God. And I also love that it added kind of like this like lime or like, I don't know, what is this, like light olive green like couch?
Yes.
It's so perfect. Now, if I wanted to be really specific about my cat, right? So I could always go into the reference image here and choose an image.
Yes.
Right? So I have prepared a few photos here.
Oh, yes.
So I do
Cat
have
photos.
cats. I have a little diva named Bull.
Oh, Bull.
That is her. And then I've got Coffee, and he is just a whole,
yeah.
he's just a lion. He's got Maine Coon in him, so he's.
Oh, yeah,
But then I've got a few outdoor cats too. So I've got Blondie. And then we've got this one I call
So much
Tuxedo Mask.
personality. Oh my God.
If you know that reference, if you've seen Sailor Moon, Tuxedo
Yes.
Mask, this is
That's
a
Tuxedo
whole
Mask,
vibe. So
100%.
maybe I do want like a tuxedo kind of style cat. I can always select that photo, and I think it would probably start to reference, maybe it wants that cat instead. The thing that's kind of iffy right now with the reference image is that it might want to put it exactly how it is. So
Yes.
it's a little bit of trial and error here. But we're going to test it out. We'll see.
We're going to test it.
We're going to test it. It might even take the colors from the image, like all of... Whoa!
Dude, I'm impressed.
Are you kidding? That's really good.
Wow.
Okay, let's say I'm like over it and I'm like, I don't want Tuxedo Mask anymore. Let's try some Coffee over here.
Yes.
So I have that image. Let's go ahead and generate and let's see what happens. But honestly, it's like pretty impressive. Like, because normally I think in certain images it wants to just paste the image in there. Whereas for some reason it works for this. Are you kidding?
Dude.
That's literally.
How close does that look like to your cat, honestly?
Literally.
Like, pretty close.
Pretty close.
Pretty good.
That is insane.
Like, if someone showed you this, would you believe that that's your cat?
Oh my God, I think I think
close?
this one I would.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty good. I'm impressed. I kind of like this one because it's more like front.
It's very
right?
Harry Potter-esque.
It is very Harry Potter. So let's say like maybe I want to... maybe I'm not like loving these glasses. I can always like, be more specific and just like, let's say we want some like olive green glasses or something.
Yes.
What I'm curious about is if it's going to, how it will do with the eyes. So I might have to remove the selection
from the eyes.
From the
just
eyes.
Do the outer part.
Yeah, because sometimes, you never know.
You never know.
You never know. So let's just go ahead and generate that and see what we get. I kind of want like, it's a vibe. Olive green glasses.
I'm excited.
I'm excited too. Okay, let's see how that does. So close, but wow, I mean the detail and
Dude.
Gosh. That is so good. I love how like the
Yoko
reflections
Ono.
even. I know. Okay, I'm into this. This. Let's go ahead and just like clean it up a little bit. Get rid of that. Maybe over here we like add something. What should we add? We should like do some, maybe like a pillow or something. So it's not just like this weird.
Like a cat toy?
Yeah. Oh no, it doesn't want to do it. Let me do it again. Hold on. Hopefully.
Sometimes if you just hit like the dot.
I need to do the period thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that next time if it doesn't work. But hopefully it does it this time. Let's see. But yeah, I think that's pretty close. I think I'm ready to like move that into our magazine cover.
It's looking really good.
It's
and
looking
then are we
really
gonna
good.
take some of the green color from the glasses and incorporate that into the design? Oh yeah.
Exactly. Ooh. Okay. Oh,
that
there we
looks
go. That's better.
Super fluffy.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go. I feel like that's probably
That's
fine.
perfect.
That's perfect. So let's go ahead and just add like a little pillow here or something so that it's not. Maybe something kind of like a cream pillow. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty good. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere.
Right there.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this green screen here. I'm like, yeah.
Right.
It's
Here.
reversed
Oh,
though. There we go. Yeah. Put a pillow here.
Right there. See, you're right on top of it. There you go.
Wow. How high does this camera go? Oh, it cuts off right there. Okay. There we go. Back in the studio view.
Back in the studio. Okay, here we go. That's perfect.
Ooh,
oh my God, I think this one. Literally perfect. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this, so let's get going. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this entire thing. I'm doing a copy merge, so I'm kind of doing Command-Shift-C.
Yep.
And then I'm just gonna paste it in here, but really, like, I'm gonna hide this for now, right?
Okay.
So let's keep that there. Let's go ahead and add some text, I feel like, or actually some color. Let's do some color. So let's add a layer. And let's get our little bucket. I haven't used our bucket in a hot minute.
Do you ever use the solid color fill layer?
I do sometimes, but sometimes if I'm just like, let's just go old school.
We're going straight paint bucket here. I don't think I've used the paint bucket tool. Oh boy. Maybe ever. I don't know.
Never.
I'm digging it.
You know, but you guys can also do a layer, new fill layer, solid color. And there we go. But since it's kind of like on its own layer, I'm fine with either way. But let's see. Maybe like...
I love the solid fill color layer because you can double click on the color like right there, the thumbnail. You can just double click on that and change the color
then if I need to change it, which maybe I will actually. Like let's say I do maybe like a lighter like olivey color so that our text can be that dark green.
I love it.
Right? So something kind of like this. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm also loving the paint bucket tool, if I'm being honest.
You know what? Sometimes you just gotta have fun and play around. Why not? Okay, so let's go ahead and make that darker. So I want this to be pretty big. So I kind of played around with a few fonts, but of course, you guys, there's so much more available to us now that we have all of the Adobe fonts. It does take it's like a little slow to like go through. I don't know if that's just my my laptop or
sometimes
but I already kind of decided ahead of time that I wanted to use this this one right here. Look how mod that is.
That's so cool.
Okay, so what is it called?
Sure.
It's a vibe. So we're calling it Modern Cat, right? Modern Cat. So let's go ahead and increase. Oh, whoa, that's too much. Maybe like 150? No, that's still too much. Okay. 120, something like that. Okay.
There we go.
Ooh, you guys, it's a vibe. Good. Okay, and then if you select the layer, whichever layer that's like, got something filled into it, you can always use these little, what do you call it? To like align the alignment tools. Yeah, you can align to the center, you can align it at the top, all of that. And yeah, that looks amazing. Okay, now we have to add cat, obviously. That's what this is. So let's go ahead and just make it like huge. And maybe this will be like a 3. No, that's still too much. So if we do like 270. Ooh, that's kind of like that's really good. Maybe a little bit less. That's a little crazy.
I don't know. I kind of like it.
You like it?
Yeah, I liked it.
But then we need to make room for our image, and all of our text and stuff too, because it's a magazine cover.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Well, can we do the whole like put the cat in front of the word cat to make it
Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, we can do this and then have the photo here.
Oh, that's an idea.
Like, so I had originally thought that I would put it here and then the image would be here, but honestly, I like either way. We can play around with it, right?
Or you could like do a select subject with the cat and then put the cat in front of the word cat.
Ooh,
so like just the head sticks over top of it,
Yes.
So like still see it's
a good
modern
idea.
cat, but
Yeah. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna let you get into it.
No, I'm into it. Let's play because that's what this is all about, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me go ahead and just place this how I want it. Maybe it goes a little bit even smaller, but I do want this. So I have the option to select and I always forget the word for this. Is it tracking or something? I think.
Probably.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
There we go. Now that's looking really good. Okay, so then what we could do, so initially I thought, okay, what if we just do like a little moment here. Oops.
Yes, digging it.
So something like this, and then we can go back to our image. Obviously this is not how it's gonna be cropped, but we can add a layer mask, unlink that, and then move it around. Oops, not that one. Make sure you have your image selected.
Yeah.
And there we go. Oh my gosh. Can you believe?
It's too good.
It's so good. Like, okay, but now what was the other way? So you had said it was like where cat's at the bottom, maybe? Or
like if, all right, so let's try duplicating this layer and then and then removing the layer mask.
Yes. Oh, and then removing.
Just like delete the layer mask. Okay.
Perfect.
Now we'll go to select subject.
I love this. Okay, select subject. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see.
All right. So select
Ooh,
subject.
okay.
And then we can put a layer mask on this now.
Yes.
And then we can put the cat, like if you bring the cat above the word cat, like there you go.
Yes.
Something like that.
And then
can
put
work.
it on. Ooh. Okay, yeah, I see. Oh, cute.
So it's going
it like goes above.
the word cat. Yeah.
Cute.
And then what? Okay, you want to take it one step further?
Yeah, let's take
Which
it a
would be
step
fun?
further.
Okay, so the very top layer,
Yes.
duplicate that one more time.
Okay.
And then
see, this is why we have Aaron here, because he's gonna show me all the things. This is a good
it's a good
partnership.
vibe, right?
It's a good vibe.
Okay,
yeah.
so on the layer right below it.
Okay.
That one, go ahead and just delete that layer mask.
Okay, delete the layer mask.
Delete the layer
Perfect.
mask. We don't even need it, right?
Perfect.
Okay, so what, and now, okay, now what you have is go ahead and take your letters. So take your like modern letter all the way to the top. So bring that all the way to the top. Yep.
Okay.
And then the cat, put it between the two cat layers.
Yes.
There
okay.
you go. So now
I'm into this.
Now if you click your two cat layers. There we go. And then use your move tool. Then you can move them. But see how the background stays behind the lettering.
It stays there.
But the cat is going to stay in front
I'm
of the
obsessed with this.
cat
Wait,
words.
okay, yes. Let me just go ahead and...
There we go.
There we go. You know what? This is why we have you here.
This is so fun, right?
This is so fun. I'm into this. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add some text, some more like bylines and things, right? Maybe we need to add like a little bit of like, oh, issue something, right?
Yes.
Like we gotta know what we're doing here. So let's go ahead.
We need some articles that are going to be in Modern Cat.
Right,
Okay,
exactly.
This
so
would be great.
I have a few in mind.
You
So
got some
I
in
was like,
mind.
I had cause and effect, right? Like, or like, perfect personalities, why your cat is so moody and angsty, or like, you know what I mean? It's gotta have like the title, and then it's gotta have like the byline, the little like
Feeling
description.
frisky.
Feeling frisky. Why is every cat obsessed with friskies?
Yes, and we need some from the chat. So this is a perfect time from everyone at home.
Maybe a few felines.
Maybe a few felines, Renee. Awesome. So we need some lines from the chat at home.
Okay.
What
In
are
the
these
meantime, I'm
articles
gonna add
be?
like our issue, like
Yes.
all the little things. So
Okay.
I need because that is like our modern that's got the font. We need like a secondary font, like a recommendation pairing. So I actually did the work already ahead of time to like find a font that works with this. I looked, which is a great resource, guys, fonts.adobe.com. When you go and search up a font, you can then click on recommendations and it'll show people using that font with other pairings that go well with it.
Can we see that?
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
because I have never seen that before.
Yeah.
You're blowing my mind right now.
Okay, so I'll log in a second. I think it'll log me in
Should
immediately.
we switch to the
there
studio
we go.
view? So okay, there we go.
There we go. Okay. I know. I didn't have to do
login
anything.
information. Perfect. All right.
Okay, so I think I had impetus as like
That's the main font.
The main font, right?
Yes.
So then we can go here,
Okay.
and in recommendations we can go down here, and this is a good pairing that goes with it, and it looks good. So
Oh
I'm
my
like, oh, this
gosh.
is Davis regular. Great. I can then go back into
That
here.
is brilliant. I never knew about that.
Yeah. So wow, am I showing you something?
You're showing me something. Mind is blowing.
Okay, so let's go ahead and change this to Davis regular. And obviously this is way too big, but yeah, it's a great, neat little tool.
I love it.
You know,
I'm always trying to like figure out what fonts go together.
Right? Because that's the hardest thing. Like, I feel like.
I need like a graphic designer over here, you
Yeah.
know? But, thanks to everyone on the internet, you know?
Okay, so maybe this is what? Issue, what's your favorite number?
I feel like, what's a cat number?
Ooh, I feel like a cat number is either like a 3.
I was thinking 3 too.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, 33.
Ooh,
yeah. 33.
Yes, perfect. Okay, and then maybe we need to just like open this up a little bit. Something like, actually way more than that. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I am digging it.
So like that. And then maybe like over here is, so I'll just go ahead and duplicate that. Also, you guys, the mess that is happening over here, don't pay attention. You know, name your layers, organize your layers.
A pervert was thinking
just,
3 too.
What happened?
A pervert from the chat was also thinking the number 3.
Hey, amazing. Okay.
Joshua
and then,
says 3 also. Dude,
see,
we're all
nailed
in
it.
sync.
Well, we're all in
Yes, all
sync.
of us. Everyone from home. Kane says 9 too. So we need to put maybe August 9th.
Ooh, August. Ooh, okay. There you go.
There we go.
And then I can just pull this.
This is looking really good, I gotta say.
Amazing. Okay, cool. It's like bugging me that this is like slightly off. Like, I don't know if it's just my eyes.
Which is slightly off center? The
I
cat
think it's
or
like,
the text?
I don't know.
What do
Let
you
me
think is
see.
slightly off center?
I think it's like, no, the cat is not even off center because this is like fine. This is like kind of perfect.
Okay.
But I think it's more of like the stuff that's here. You know what I mean? Like this is so clean and then there's like so much happening over here.
Yes, okay, yeah.
I guess I could always like gen fill some stuff over here if I
For
really wanted
sure.
to, but for sure.
For sure.
Or I can always like, maybe this is just all on this side.
I think that looks better.
Honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm in.
And actually also this needs to.
That
this
can be
something-
gen filled down
This is just
down
gonna
there.
gen fill right here.
Boom.
Boom. Perfect. Okay, yeah.
It's
then
so
I'll,
funny because little things like this, like
Yeah.
that little bar on the
Yeah.
bottom, like that would have just taken forever. And it's always the simplest, smallest thing where it's
Literally.
like,
Literally.
dude, you don't even know I
Well,
just
'cause
spent an
look at
hour
how
on
much
that
like
thing.
how many things there are. Like the texture is like whenever there's texture
Yeah.
from like clothing or wow, beautiful.
Done.
Done.
Oh my gosh.
Done. Wow. Okay. So loving this. Let's go ahead and just make this one a little bit smaller. And I feel like everyone at home is probably screaming like, there's shortcuts for this.
No, you're doing
But
great.
you know, it is what it is. Okay. So let's go ahead and do a light maybe and make it like a little bit tinier. So it's like
Ooh,
a little
yes.
bit more like, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
how
I
they
could
do it.
even like do like a little line or something.
Ooh, I like that.
Right? Something.
A feline.
A feline? I actually don't really know how to do like what. How would you even like do something like this?
Yeah,
I feel
that's a
like this is
good way to do
probably.
it,
Let me
yeah.
just do a little layer. Maybe like we do a little stroke,
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
And then I probably should have zoomed in for this, but it's okay. Okay.
There's a million billion ways.
I know. There's so many. Okay. Oh, that did like a. Let me fill it in instead, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we do a fill, then foreground color, or maybe just color so that I can actually pick it. There we go. Amazing.
Nice.
Okay, and then I can always just literally
Transform it.
transform it.
There you go.
Something like that. Wow. Love it. Love it. Love it.
It's
Love it.
so
love it.
good.
Okay. So now let's go ahead and do our our articles.
Yes.
Okay. So give me some articles. Has anyone said anything? I feel like for sure clause and effect.
Yeah, clause and effect is
Clause
one.
and
All right, so
effect.
now's the other time to suggest some articles. So we're gonna write some new articles.
I
We
have
need
it for
some
one
from
of
the
them.
chat.
Clause
Okay.
and effect. Why you should never declaw your cat.
Ooh, I love this.
Yeah.
And it's true.
It's
That's
true.
a real.
You really shouldn't.
You're doing a service right now to the public.
I am doing.
Cats of the world unite and thank you.
Yeah, there we go. Clause and effect. Let's bring that up a little bit. We need them to be like pretty massive.
That's actually super brilliant. I kind of want you to write a cat magazine now.
Thank you. That is
Come on.
such an honor.
It's legit good.
was
Right?
like,
Everyone
you
at
know-
home, are we giving Arabella some actual props for this? I'm like, kind of want you to be a copywriter here.
Aw.
I would read it.
I actually really enjoyed writing when I was when I was in school, but it's the work of getting it all, it's like that thing when you it's like starting a new Photoshop file and you're like, what do I want to do?
What do I
you know
do?
what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like the same thing, but on Word, and you're just like,
Yeah, it's like round one, get all your thoughts on there. Round two, make it a little bit cut it down. Round three, make it witty,
Yeah.
That's my process anyway.
Okay, maybe another one is catitude, and it's kind of like decoding your cat's
what is actually mean?
Decoding all the meows.
Decoding the meows.
Decoding the meows.
We've got some great chats from home. So Carol says, toilet training 101, save litter. Apurva, cat club,
Life
the
as a
next
cat
meow.
Oh.
We've got a cat language for humans. That could be a for catitude. That could be that.
Yeah.
Headline news. Meowsk me anything. I am just cat.
I am obsessed,
How to
you guys.
claim a couch. Oh my god, that's honestly really good. Oh, I love the idea of this being a magazine for cats.
I think this should be a magazine for cats, actually.
100 ways to ignore your human. Sounds like Sonia actually has a cat.
Oh my god, I love it. Okay, so clause and effect, but then it would ruin our clause and effect article, right? Because then it's like why you should never declaw your cats.
Yes.
Or why you should never declaw us. Us? No, that sounds weird.
Leave our claws.
Leave our claws be.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm going back and forth.
Too good.
I think
Just go with your gut.
I'm gonna go with my gut.
Go
Okay,
with your gut.
Why you should never declaw your cat?
Yes.
Is it? I feel like this needs to go down, huh? Like, yeah.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, I'll fix it in a second.
I want to read this magazine.
Right?
No joke. You know?
It's so fun. Okay, so I think that looks good. And then let me bring down catitude. And honestly, like we could play with different text, like the color so that it stands out more. Or what we could do as well, we could, literally make an adjustment layer to our cat photo here.
Oh,
clip
there
it.
we go.
Make sure we clip it. And then, oh wait, it needs to do like all of it, huh? That's what I need to do. Because it's getting all this too. Whoops. Let me see. Ooh, I think maybe what I need to do. Let's see. Okay, so that's clipped there, but maybe if I can duplicate that and do it for this one. Create clipping mask. Did that fix it for that one? Oh yeah, I guess it did.
There you go.
And then, workarounds.
Do what you gotta do.
That's the weird thing about generative fill is that it throws off like everything that you do normally,
All your workflow
like
stuff.
workflow stuff. So it is a little funky, but you know what? That feels better,
That's
right? Now you can
good.
read it a little bit better.
The other thing that you can do is like a drop shadow, and
You know
I
what?
really
Adjustment brush tool.
Adjustment brush
tool. So we could do a little bloop bloop, and then let's see. So we do a little curves. It's gonna be bright right now, but I'll switch it right now. Something like that. That's definitely a lot, but if
There we go.
Oh, and actually, let me change all of these. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. Okay, so it looks like it's just the RGB. There you go. Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah. Or wait, did it do it brighter? Why did it do it brighter? Is it because it's that blue line? What is that?
You hit the reset button right there.
Yes.
There you go.
But then it does it. Yeah, look at.
Because it's doing all 3 color channels.
Oh, I see. Okay. So
right.
then how about we do a levels adjustment? Let's see.
Yeah, there we go.
And then, okay, it's going to do it bright for now. But if we do this way, there we go.
Oh, looking good.
There we go.
Perfect.
Now we can see it better. Okay, we found it.
Clause and effect.
Okay, there you go. Clause and effect. Okay, so for catitude, let's do, what is our description here? Oh, it's like decoding your cat's meows.
Yes.
Or no, decoding. Why? Maybe what cat has the most catitude? It's got to be I feel like gingers have a lot of catitude.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
You know it.
Why are furry? No. All the attitudes, the multiple personalities.
Yeah, there we go.
Of our ginger cats
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, one more.
You're good
Let's
at
see.
this.
So maybe we do
Meow language. Nice.
Ooh, yes. Although now we're doing all C's. Should it be like another C thing?
Hobbies for 3 a.m. says Sonia. I love that.
Oh, how about well, we're gonna go off the C's here, but we're gonna do perfect naps, and then it's like
naps. Yes.
Maybe it's like how to get your cat to something about the 3 a.m. zoomies.
Yes.
You know? Okay, let's see.
Hobbies for 3 a.m.
Okay, so maybe it's like, how to get your cat to stop waking you up
Yes.
at 3 a.m.
There we go.
Okay, perfect. Wow, that looks amazing. I might just even like move all of these.
Yeah.
Like down, right?
Yeah.
Like should they be down?
They should be
or
down.
Is this gonna be too like, you know? I kind of do like them up here too.
It looks good up there, yeah.
Maybe that's fine. And then maybe we do some more over here, right? Like that would be the idea. You can do that. And then let's see. Okay, how about, and we can still technically change this. Okay, great.
Yes.
So what if we added a bit of grain to our text or something? So maybe we do, let's go ahead and duplicate that layer for modern.
Okay.
Or actually, I wonder, oh yeah, actually I'm gonna do that. Okay, if we do, let's do a gradient overlay here.
Ooh, I like that.
I know, I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's.
And you can change the blend mode of those gradients
That's
too.
true. I'm gonna see what happens if I do that. I'm gonna press OK, and then I'm gonna make the layer style its own layer. And then now I'm gonna like add some text or some grain to that.
Oh, I like this.
Some noise. Ooh.
What?
Okay, that's kind of
really
fun.
Fancy now.
Maybe we change the like. Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, let's
How about
zoom in so that everyone at home can really see that effect.
Thank you.
There we go. Look at that.
Wow.
Whoa. It's like glitter now.
It is like glitter. Maybe we do it with the cat one too.
We've got to.
Okay.
All right.
Let's do it.
Let's do this step by step. Everyone at home needs to like
and
really
sorry
get their
for the
heads around
disorganization on the layers part, but
this.
you know,
You're doing great.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's a work in progress, you know.
Exactly. Okay, so basically you want to double click the cat layer, right? That pulls up the layer style.
Okay.
And then we want to select gradient overlay. And of course we already have the gradient selected. It's kind of like transparent to black. Obviously you can play around with all kinds of things. Like if you really want to, you can go crazy. But I feel like that's, you know, something like that. And I think it is based on like your foreground color too. So, but if you double click on that gradient, then you can also select, you know.
There we go.
So if we do like black, I want to make sure I do that. There we go. So that's that, right? The gradient overlay, you're good to go. Press OK. And then we go over to layer. Layer style.
This is the key right here.
And create layer so that it's separated. Yes. Now. And then it shows up right here at the top. And then now on that layer, it's basically clipped to that that text layer.
So
you
cool.
can do filter. And of course, I love, okay, this is a new thing that I've noticed in the Photoshop as well. I think it's not super new anymore, but it can save multiple filters now. Yes,
I know.
Right? Isn't that amazing?
Ah,
so then I can just do add noise, and there we
add
go.
Noise. Same
so, and then
noise
now
as
we
before.
go to, maybe, what was it that we did? Color dodge. That's
Color
right. Look
dodge.
at that. Oh my goodness, you guys. I love it.
This is too good.
It's so good. Okay, so I figured that we would also do some fun, some ads that belong in this magazine, right? Because the ads also have to be like fun and, you know, and modern.
And we're gonna need some help from everyone at home for
We're
these
gonna need
too.
some help. So I do, okay, so we all know, at least my cats love a good cardboard box. I don't know why I buy them all the expensive toys,
They don't
all
want
the
that.
automatic,
They just want the cardboard boxes.
They just want the cardboard box. So
it's
I
like
figured,
at Christmas when the wrapping paper is the most fun, you know?
Yes, yeah. So I figured that we would do like a modern, you know, like a little fun thing.
All right.
So here we go. So I figured we would start with a little shipping box because that is what they love, right? So let's go ahead and
if it fits, it sits.
Exactly. So let's go ahead and remove the background. So now we've got, and actually I'm going to remove this that base layer and remove it so that we are good to go.
Transparent.
Nice. And I want to make this kind of small, right? Because this is like the page, the ad page, right? So I kind of want it to be like somewhere here maybe. And I feel like that feels good.
Yeah.
Something like that, right? So now it's great because then we can edit the background and generate a background.
Crazy.
So, crazy. So let's go ahead and do that.
All right. What are we going to generate? I feel like I got to get out of the way over here. What are we generating right there?
Let's generate.
Oh, they moved
there
us. Okay, now it's that way. This flip thing is messing me up.
No, this way.
Yeah. I know, right? Yeah.
It is weird.
That way.
Cool. Okay, so let's do. I feel like this has to be pretty modern. So maybe we can do like a peach, what is it called? Backdrop with like an arched hallway, like very just like
fancy
it's
with
just
it.
Fancy, So maybe it's like peach. Let's see. I don't know if dreamscape is the right.
Let's go for it.
Let's go for it. Peach
can't
dreamscape
go wrong
with
dreamscape.
an arched hallway. Yeah, let's try that. Why not? Let's go ahead and generate it. Let's do it. Let's see what happens.
I mean, you
I'm
can't
nervous.
go wrong, You could just type anything in and hit the button again. So at this point, it's like, do whatever comes to
your
you.
heart desires.
Your heart desires,
I love it. Okay. So close. And I figured that for the text.
Yes.
Let's say this is an actual brand. They just sell you shipping boxes for cats. Wow. Okay. That's amazing.
Looking pretty. I'm going to order that box.
I mean, this is really cute.
Yeah, come on.
Are you kidding me? That's really good.
It's legit good.
So good. Okay, so if we do, that's beautiful. Okay, so I was thinking that the brand name was called The Box.
Okay.
And then the byline, it's just a simple byline and it just says, because cats know what they really want.
Yeah, they do.
And that's it.
Yes.
And then I don't know what else you would need from an ad. It's like so simple.
Yeah,
it's
the box.
It's the box. Okay, so let's do, oh man, that's so pretty. I kind of want to do a generate similar and see what happens.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah, let's do that. And then I know you've been playing around with the increasing the
resolution.
Enhance the resolution. I wonder if that would work in this situation.
Oh yeah,
probably,
definitely.
Right?
For sure. It's the best.
I mean, I'm just curious. It's the best.
It's the best. You just click there and it does it.
I know. I was noticing that you have to do it with like a bigger image or bigger selection or bigger generation, right?
Yeah, because I think that generates like a 1024 by 1024 image.
Yes.
So if whatever it generates is within that size, no need. Ooh,
oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know.
I do like this generate similar, honestly.
It's so good. Which one do we like? I like this one.
That one's really nice.
I kind of want to generate more so that it goes more. But then, I don't know.
So it keeps going down?
So it keeps going down?
I wonder if you did like a gen fill layer on top of this.
I also kind of really like this one too.
So good. Yeah.
Maybe this one actually.
I think this is my favorite.
And then maybe I just gen fill this out because this is kind of distracting.
Yeah, that's
me.
a little distracting. We'll say.
Yeah.
Give us some different option right there.
Yeah. Maybe I need to include this so that it's like all
smart.
Right? I mean, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully, and actually, I might need to do this on top of this because otherwise the shipping box won't. You know what I mean? It has to sit on top.
It's got to be on top of it, for sure.
That's one thing that you have to pay attention to is when you're generating.
Yes.
That you're doing it on top of,
Yeah.
Oh,
hey,
there you
that's
go.
What we wanted.
That is exactly what we wanted. Oh my gosh.
Boom.
That's beautiful.
Read our
Done.
minds.
I mean, this looks like low-key looks like we're about to take off, like flight,
Yeah.
It's just like.
I was thinking this was what heaven looks like.
I mean, to cats, right?
My own private room with clouds in the background with just a box? Yes,
with
please.
Just a box? Okay, I really actually liked that Davis one for this one too, but maybe just Maybe we got,
Grabbing colors from the image. I love it.
Yes, we gotta like do, I need to like select that. Whoops. Maybe it needs to be, it needs to be something like, something lighter.
There we go.
Yeah, and then maybe like even a little bit lighter. Yeah,
Yes.
there we go.
I like that.
The box. And it's just like
Period.
period. It doesn't need anything else.
It doesn't.
And maybe it needs to be like maybe a little bit bold.
Oh yes.
Right?
Bold
The box.
The box. This is so good, honestly, already.
Wow. You guys, if this was an ad, can you imagine?
Yeah, I'm in.
I would get it. Even though I could probably get a box anyway from Amazon.
It literally is gonna come to your house all the time anyway.
What would make this box more special that it needs to be its own brand?
I think what would be actually cool is if there were perforated sections of the box that you could punch out.
You know, there is actually a brand of boxes that does that, where it's like they make custom boxes, but it's like a whole little house, and so the cats can like go in. And then you can make your own too. I've seen some DIY like YouTube videos where like
that's legit.
It's like a taco stand and where the cat can go in and then it's like popping out.
Oh my god, it's too good.
Okay, this one definitely needs to be like a different font. So let's do like a something skinny. Hold on, let me move it so we can actually see what's happening. Okay, let's go to more fonts because we need to find something here. Ooh. Wait, I guess I kind of need to see it with the font too,
with the other one. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's kind of nice.
That's nice.
It's hard because there's so many that you're like, oh my gosh, it's going to take forever to pick. There's a bajillion.
There's like what's the tool called? It's like a match font.
Yeah.
Have you ever used that?
No.
It can, so it's actually kind of cool. So if you just created like a regular new layer.
Okay.
If you got like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I have seconds.
Okay. And then now we're just going to use like, basically go to type up at the very top where it says type, like of the type menu there.
Yes.
And then go down to where it
font?
says match font. Yep. And then take that box, the like background box like this thing, and then put it over just the word, the box there. And then make it a little bit smaller. So it's like, you know, kind of just like
how do I, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect. And so put it over the word that you want to watch. There, yep, you did it perfect. So now it's going to search for that font. So it's going to try to find that exact font.
Okay.
But the cool thing is...
Oh, wait, did I not? Whoops.
Let's try it one more time.
Let's try it one more time.
You're doing great.
Okay.
Okay, match font, and then, just bring that perfect, and then just give it a second because it's searching for fonts.
Got it.
So it's like, teet, 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 teet. But the cool thing is it's going to find it, but it's also going to find really similar fonts too, which is kind of fun. So you can go ahead and download any of those similar fonts that you want.
Wow.
You download that, and then once you download that, I like to hit that star right there. There you go. And then if you hit OK, perfect. So then like if you go to your because font there, that one there. Okay, and then click on that little down there. Then you can go to your stars.
My stars.
Which they just changed this. They just updated this.
Oh, maybe in your fonts?
Yeah, in your fonts. And then click on the star there. There you go. That's the one there.
That is really neat.
Similar now. It's not the exact same font, but it's kind of similar. So maybe they kind of go together. You know?
That's true.
And then maybe you could change the font weight of that. So it's, in this case, it's only black.
Oh, in this case, it does only have, dang it. Darn.
Shucks.
All right. Well, that was really cool though, actually, because that's a fun little thing. Yeah, I like it. Okay, maybe it's like we need to go to like a clean.
Yeah, let's go clean.
Let's go clean. So maybe like, I mean, I don't mind that.
That's
actually.
Pretty, actually.
That's
I
really
like
pretty.
That one. There we go.
Yeah, because cats know what they really want. Period.
Yeah, they do.
Literally. Okay, let's bring this down. Wow. Okay, I definitely need to make that a little bit.
2 lines.
It's yes. 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 And then it's here.
And then it's here, yeah.
Wow. And then maybe I make it a little smaller, and then maybe I like make it even a little lighter, so it just stands out a little bit more.
Smart.
There we go. Oh, did that do that? I never know. Okay.
Is there a font weight that's like a little bit
stronger? Yeah, maybe I do. Let's see.
You could do a faux bold on that.
Ooh, Ooh, I don't mind that. Oh, that's
There
true.
we go, yeah.
I could do a faux bold, actually.
I know that's kind of like a no-no for like, you know.
Well, because I'm not a designer.
There you go. So you get to go away with it.
There
Your
we
cats
go.
don't mind.
Okay, yes. You guys.
Honestly, this looks really good. I want to go there, wherever this is.
Wherever this is.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine?
Can I live there? Can that be my home?
Oh my gosh, someone said
Just live in
fluffy
that
carpet
box?
needed. Ooh, like a carpet here?
Oh, that's brilliant.
That is so smart. Let's do
we
it.
could Jen fill that.
Yeah, should I just do the whole thing? Let me see. Fluffy.
Extra fluffy.
Extra fluffy carpet.
Yes.
Right? Okay, let's see. I'm into this. Wow. Okay. I love it. Oh my gosh. This looks like a fun ad. I would totally get this box.
I'm legit digging this, honestly.
I think my cat would really enjoy it too. My cats.
Yeah. I feel like we need like a hint of a cat somewhere in here,
You
like
know
a
what?
shadow of a cat or something like that. You
Ooh,
know,
how
like
about like a little like a cat tail, like
Like a
almost,
cat
or like
tail,
the
yes.
half of a cat like moving away from the scene.
Yes,
You know?
I like that.
Ooh. Ooh,
Oh, that's I'm in
good.
that, yeah.
That is good.
We're
Okay,
getting
maybe
there.
I can like just go into that layer mask.
Yes.
And use a soft brush, bring down the opacity a little bit.
Ooh,
And blend
Yeah,
it,
smart.
baby.
If you go all the way on the left,
Yeah?
you're so fast at this already.
I know, I'm like lightning speed. Wow.
Boom.
Okay, what were you saying?
I'm like,
You're like-
I'm not even gonna say it at this point. I'm like, you already did it.
I could also do like a little gradient like situation.
Yeah.
But you know,
You
right
did
now
it.
we did it. We don't have time. Just kidding.
You're amazing. Yeah.
Okay,
Trying
that
to
actually looks
slow
really
down
good.
a lightning bolt. Good luck.
I know.
It's already done.
There we go. Okay, that's you guys. That's really good.
It's legit good.
Okay, so let's add the cute little cat like just
Yeah.
like walking away. Maybe
Yeah.
another one's over here walking away too. Or actually
Yes.
it's here, like in here to kind of like add like,
I think it should be in there
you know?
for sure.
Okay, let's do that. So let's go ahead and do
Like a cat tail? What do you think? Hey, that's looking good.
you know,
Yeah.
it just needs to be like somewhat of a, you know.
Yes.
So what kind of cat?
Tabby cat.
Tabby cat what not walking away. Wait, walking away? Yeah, walking away.
Walking away.
Walking away.
I'm out of here.
Let's hope. I don't know. We'll see. It might be like, what do you want? Maybe I should have done the tail upward,
Yeah.
right? Maybe.
Well, we're gonna see.
guess we'll see.
We're already in it. You know,
We're already
it's
in
happening
it. We're
now.
already in it. You're right.
You know, we're.
Oh my
Hey, pretty
God,
good.
that's so cute. Wait. That's really precious. I like this. I want to generate similar to see, because I like,
Yeah.
maybe I need to be bigger. Maybe it needs to be bigger, the selection.
Yeah, I think bigger. And
Right?
then, what do you think about like? Should it be walking away or should it be walking towards, the box? You know.
I just like the little tail. Like I like
I
that
like
it's like
the
a
tail,
little like,
too.
ooh, wait, that's really cute. I think I like this one.
It's really good.
That's good. Okay,
Yes.
now another one that's kind of like peeking here too. So like,
Purvis says, "I know that cat. I know that cat. She's from my neighborhood."
Aww. Cat. Maybe this one's like a white
Oh
cat
yeah. Ooh, a
walking
white cat.
away
Ooh, fancy.
behind. Something like that. I don't know. We'll
Yes.
see. I know. Fancy. Let's see. Hopefully. Wow, this is looking really good, guys.
It's
this is totally
really good.
We went like an extra level of what I was planning for this.
We're just
so
gonna design the whole magazine.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Wait.
Oh,
That
that's
one.
good.
Okay,
right
I'm
there.
gonna generate
Let's do
similar.
Generate similar.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. 100% agree. I love that it did the shadow and everything too.
Yes.
I think that's and actually, you know what? Maybe it's in relation to the box.
It's
I feel like
small.
it's small. So maybe I
Yeah.
need to do a bigger.
Yeah, bigger
Oh,
selection.
that's not bad.
That's looking better there.
Oh, I like that too. Should I try for
Is there okay?
Let me do a bigger.
I know right now they just added where you can move a gen fill and then regenerate it.
Really?
Yes. But I don't know if you can scale it and regenerate it.
Yeah.
We should find out.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it.
Live. no pressure.
Why not? No pressure.
Right? Let's find out.
Okay, so we've got.
Because I know you can move it. Okay.
Just kidding. Didn't mean that. Okay, there we go.
There we go. So let's see if you want to choose one that's all the way in the frame.
There we go.
There we go. So let's try scale that.
Okay.
Like, yep. There we go. And then move it to the left there. There we go. And then hit enter. And then you should be able to
generate again.
Generate again. Yeah.
Really?
Right? I mean,
You're
I'm like
right?
looking around. I'm like,
wait, actually, this is really smart to try though, because I would, yeah, that's great. Because then it's like if you like something,
yes,
then you can just move it and hopefully, oh.
Okay, well, Okay, didn't work exactly.
Didn't work exactly. What is happening here?
A cat outlet plug.
This is the beauty of doing things live, right?
Okay, so maybe not scale, but I know you can move and then regenerate. And that
okay,
will work.
That's pretty cool though.
But let's go
that.
with your original.
I don't mind this actually. I like that it's kind of like a little bit tucked in.
A little bit tucked in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you
And
guys.
we've got about 3 minutes to go.
Maybe we do one more in the box.
Let's do one more in the box,
Okay.
and then it's gonna be like boom, boom,
Boom,
boom,
boom, boom.
We are champions.
Okay, perfect.
Everyone at home, your suggestions have been fantastic.
I know you guys have done an amazing job, like just adding all the
Leaving
suggestions.
me speechless, or should I say catatonic?
Catastic.
Catastic.
Oh, baby.
Oh, I feel like that's kind of perfect,
That is
honestly.
so cute. Wait, okay, do we like the chunkier one?
Oh. Mad points for chunky.
Mad points. Well, actually, I really like the color of this one.
Yes.
But let me add some more. We've got a few minutes.
We got minutes.
We got minutes.
We can do magic.
Amazing. I'm into this. Good job.
It's so good. This is good teamwork. This is the epitome of teamwork. This is all you ever want,
Exactly. Wow. Oh.
It's too good.
You guys. I love it. Okay, although does it look like so maybe
It's like,
this one's
get
just
out
a
of-
kitten. Maybe this is a kitten.
It's a kitten,
It's a
yeah.
kitten. So,
Yeah.
I just don't
That
really
one's
like
the
that
best one.
I think
That's
that
kind of
one's
the best one.
best.
Maybe
Okay.
we'll remove the white cat. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe we do, huh?
It's a little bit
but
cleaner.
it's so cute. I don't know.
Yeah. It's
let's
a
do
toss-up.
one over here.
Yeah.
Like walking in.
There we go. When we submit it
white,
to,
fluffy
Fancy Cat,
Exactly.
we can submit
Modern cat.
modern cat. We can submit variations.
Yeah, exactly.
So they'll.
Okay. Amazing. Let's just let's pray this one looks good. The selection is a little funky, but it is what it is.
Looks good.
Oh my gosh.
Just a sleeping giant cat.
Wait. What do we like?
I like the big sleeping cat.
Do you?
Scale might be a little.
The scale's off.
But I'm in.
Maybe it's just a giant cat.
It's a giant cat.
You know
There can be
what?
giant cats.
This world doesn't exist, so I feel like it's okay. Wow, you guys,
Wow.
we did that from scratch.
From
and then also,
scratch.
where's our
And we can go back to modern cat.
modern cat
Oh.
and our The Box ad. You guys, thank you so
Arabella,
much.
you did an amazing job. Thank you so
you.
much. And thank you everyone at home for joining us in our chat. This was an absolutely fantastic broadcast. Join us. We've got another great broadcast coming up for you right after this one.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
See
We're
you
going to
guys?
be designing
Oh my
a
gosh.
campaign.
Woo woo.
All right. We'll see you then. Bye, everyone.
It's all about style matching. So I'm gonna show you how to use generative fill and how to use Adobe Firefly to match your style of something that you've created. So when we're working with this image, let's say I wanna reimagine it in a different style. So I wanna create this out of clay. And we have generative fill, and I'm just going to do this as clay. So it just generates clay, right? And it's not necessarily taking in the input of what's happening in the background. It is just 100% filling with clay. Here's what we do. We're going to create a new layer hitting Control-Shift-N. We're going to hit the Q hotkey. And Q is going to take us into quick mask. You can see here that we have that red layer. That means we're in a quick mask mode. So using the paint bucket tool, we're gonna make sure that we have black set right here. Boom, click right there. So the whole thing is selected red. That means that it is filled 100% with black. I'm going to hit Control-Shift-F. and that's going to bring up the fade panel. So if I change this to about 50%, so I'm going to hit OK right here. To go out of quick mask mode and just use our selection, we're going to hit Q. So we're going to hit generative fill, and maybe let's do colored clay. So there we go. It is converted and it's done a really good job. But what it's telling me is that it's actually considering the prompt a little bit too much. Let's do 75 and see what happens. And same thing, I'm going to do colored clay. All right, so we've gotten a lot closer. I like what's happening with the type. One more time with that workflow. Let's do 65 this time. So you can see here, this is the 65% and this is the 75%. So you can see it gets a little bit cleaner and it gets a little bit closer to that original image. Let's hop over and take a look at Adobe Firefly. Let's come in here and I'm going to do a living room at Christmas, fireplace, Christmas tree, gifts, wreath, candles, and a chair. So then at the end here, I am going to type in line art, sketch, and maybe pencil drawing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the image. So now I'm just going to go to Control New and create a new document. So Control Shift N is going to create a new layer. Q to enter quick mask, fill with 100% black. And we're going to fade the selection to about 90%. Which means that it's only going to be considering 10% of the prompt and keeping 90% of the sketch. We're gonna hit OK here. From there, we're going to do generative fill, and we're just gonna describe the sketch that we've seen. So we're going to hit generate here. You can see that it's a little bit different, but it's only taking in 10% of that sketch, right? Here's where the magic comes in. I'm going to set this at 50% and then generative fill. We are going to put that same prompt in and hit generate. Turned out pretty good here. So you can see that we have matched the sketch almost perfectly using that 50%. I need this chair to be red. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new layer and we're going to help give Firefly some more information. And so I'm just going to try to paint in some of this color and we are looking fantastic. Okay, now we are going to do our workflow one more time. There we go. So we have our red chair with the blue pillow. We've got the blue curtains over here. So check this out. We are going to open up a document that I have here. So I'm going to use the object selection just to select that little guy. We are going to Control C to copy, and then we're going to paste him right into our scene. I also am going to grab this Christmas tree here. I am going to add a gradient map over the whole thing. That's just going to help me bring the colors together. From there, I'm going to change the blending mode of this to soft light. And we're going to hit Control Alt Shift E. And that is going to merge everything down. So go to filter gallery, and let's go ahead and try a charcoal pen. So we've converted into a sketch. Let's go ahead and do our workflow. And I'm just describing the sketch scene that we have here. So we do oil painting and then bright colors. And then here you can see that it has converted that into this different style. So really, really cool workflow. So we're gonna go back into Adobe Firefly on the web right here. And I'm gonna show you another way to kind of match your style. Pattern of cactus and tropical flowers. So I can come over here and I can actually change in the reference image gallery. So this is going to match a style. So we're gonna upload my own image and now it's uploaded as my style reference. Now I do want it to consider this image a lot. So we're going to hit generate. So now you can see we do have the cactus and it has changed from those renders that we had in the past and it is matched the reference of the image that I uploaded. I'm not mad about these at all. Thanks so much for joining me. Hopefully you learned a bunch during this stream. It is a really fun workflow. So play around with that, try to create something and see what you can make using this style matching technique. Bye everyone.
Hello.
Hi everybody, welcome back.
Welcome back. I'm Ellie Mott.
I'm Andrew Hockrattle.
And we are here once again working in some of the new features that were announced at MAX London.
Yes, MAX London. That was the place. We are here at MAX San Francisco. We're in San Francisco, taking over. Yeah. All y'all in London are probably asleep by now.
Yes.
But we are continuing on the day. What did we talk about today? What got released?
We have talked about so much. There are so many new features. We were in Photoshop beta earlier. There are, you have the ability to do an image match. Yep. In Photoshop. You have the ability to generate an image from nothing in Photoshop beta. and image model 3, which is now in Firefly in preview, and then also in Photoshop beta. We played a little bit in InDesign. We're going to get more into that in a few minutes. And was that all? Was there anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay.
And we do have some new things in InDesign. And guess what,
Yes.
chat? We are having an InDesign stream. InDesign stream. InDesign stream. We never stream InDesign here on Adobe Live. And look at us. We're here.
We're doing it.
InDesign. I am going to take myself back to where I started to design. We're going to go to Workspace and we're going to do that Essentials Classic. Ooh.
Beautiful.
Oh, it's taking me back. It's taking me back. All right, so we are going to be in InDesign, and the reason that we're working in InDesign today is because there is a new feature in InDesign. Where did my page go? Did I just lose my page? No, we've been here for 3 seconds.
InDesign, this is your moment, InDesign.
This is your moment, InDesign.
Don't mess it up.
We're trying to give you a moment to shine. Okay, we're back. We got it. So what we're going to be doing today is we are going to be vibing off of the last stream. And what was happening on the last stream if people weren't watching?
The last stream was all about cats, and Arabella was working on a cat magazine. She was kind of updating the branding of an existing cat magazine and also doing some ads for that in Photoshop. So if you guys missed that, you can always watch the replay of all of these streams. That will be available for you. And so we're going to kind of do part 2 and move into a cat-alog.
Yes.
And please say hello in the chat. Let us know where you guys are watching from. And please feel free to give your thoughts, ideas, inputs. If you guys have suggestions, drop those in the chat and we will try to implement those. And if you have questions as well about all the new features, please feel free to drop those in as well.
Yes. So let's go ahead and hop in here. And someone's saying I'm still 2 apps away from InDesign. No, it's okay. It's okay. We'll get there.
It's okay.
And Raphael, hi, nice to see you. Raphael. All right. So what we're going to do is we're hopping into InDesign and we are going to create a cover for our cat-alog. And I'm actually going to get started right here in InDesign. What's really cool is now we have a new feature and we can go to Window, Text to Image, Beta.
Amazing.
And it is beta here in Adobe Illustrator. And let's just type in something for our cover. We want to have a beautiful, so let's do beautiful cat. Do you want calico?
Yes, I love
calico cat sitting in a box. And then maybe let's do like a, I want like an Adobe, like walls and maybe like, and cactus.
Oh yeah.
Right? I want it to be like a Phoenix, the Queen of Phoenix.
I love it.
Cat.
I love it. Everyone's pumped about InDesign, by the way.
Yes, we
Everyone's excited.
are so excited. So we have our image here, and usually we're used to having our image where we make our shape, and then we will place or hit Control D to place something in there. Well, now we can just use text to image beta, and we can hit generate, and it is going to generate something for us in that text box, which is really cool.
Amazing.
Right?
Yes. Rita's asking if this stream is live. It is live. We are here. We are doing it right now.
1:04 p.m.
1:04 p.m.
April
24th.
23rd. There we are.
Hello.
There's our studio manager over there.
Hello.
Here's all the stuff that's off the screen. Okay, that's all we got.
We are here, so you can ask those questions and we will answer them, and you can give suggestions and we'll do it.
Yes, anything
Live.
you want to know.
Anything you want.
So all I need to do is now select my shape.
Wow.
And we
Look at the
have.
detail. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
So majestic.
I like this one.
I love this one.
Okay, so I like this one. So what I'm going to do is I am going to see if I can maybe refine this a little bit. So we could extract from image. We could grab our color themes, which would be really cool, so we could have a palette to work from. So I'm going to click on color themes, and it is going to create a new library for me. Let's see here. There we go. Extract from image. Yes. Love that. Great. Oh boy. All right. Get this out of here. So let's see if we can add this image here. Oh, come on, chat. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so stressed. Okay.
InDesign, come on, get it together.
Ooh. No, wait, I clicked on type, didn't I? Okay, color themes. Please, just give us, okay, we're not doing that. That's not what we're focusing on, chat. Okay, well,
it's okay.
Yes, what we're focusing on is this image here. And what I want to do is, I like this image, and I want to maybe try to, I don't know, spruce things up a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to try to open this over in Photoshop and maybe add in a little bit of a different detail. And so let's see here. Let's go to, let's embed it. Looks good to me.
More kitties in boxes.
Yes. And let's see if we can, chat.
Rita says click on save to library.
Oh yes, you're right. Let's do that. That's what we want to do. Thank you, chat. I was trying to edit in Photoshop, but we're just going to add it to a library.
And then just open it in Photoshop.
Yes, 100 point.
Yeah.
We're putting in anchor points because that's where it deserves to be. So we're going to go ahead and add in the graphic. Should add down there. And let's take this over into Photoshop. And we should be able to open this directly in Photoshop. And let's see here. Let's go
a little peek into the first stream of the day, which was also so much fun. So watch the replay if you missed that. I'm still obsessed with this image.
It's really good. I need to post it.
It's gorgeous. It's so good.
Okay, cool. So let's go into our library that we just had right there. And we're going to find our image of our friend. And we need a name. Chat, we need a name for our cat.
Okay, what's the name for this cat?
Let's find where it linked in. Is it not in the chat? Chat. All right, chat, here's what we're gonna do, because I can't get it to work right now with the library. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start in Photoshop and we're gonna link it. Let's do that.
Okay.
So we're gonna do some like supporting imagery maybe in InDesign, but we're gonna start Photoshop and then link it over.
Let's do it.
Again, there's no wrong way to do things, just different ways. All right, so from here, we are going to generate image, and this is the way that we can start from scratch and generate an image. And let's do Calico Cat in a box. Regal, and then, oops. And then Adobe Walls with Cactus, Fantasy, and then let's maybe do like minimal, modern, and then let's do, what's like the, front facing?
Yeah.
Front facing. All right, let's do that, and then let's look at some effects here.
Paulette.
Oh, Paulette is great.
Echo's good too. Ladyfinger.
Yes. Okay, let's see.
I like Paulette, like a paw.
I like Divine. And then maybe let's do like a hyper realistic. All right. So let's generate these and see what happens. And thank you for all the names, chat.
I love the names. Keep them coming. So we're probably going to have multiple cats we need to name on this stream. So.
It's very true.
Oh my gosh. Wow, I like that one.
Oh, this feels very like
so
in the mall.
Cute. Yeah.
I like this one. Okay.
It really does.
So we're going to start here.
Marmalade.
Marmalade. Marmalade. I like marmalade. So what we're going to do is we're going to start here, and I'm just going to save this image. So we're going to save this, and I'm just going to save it to the desktop, and we're going to just save it as cover. And it's going to be a PSD. And what I can do now is I can come back here and we can just place that directly into our document. So we're gonna go to cover and we have that placed into our document. Thanks, Paul. All right, so we have our cover generated with Adobe Firefly, but I maybe want a little bit of extra space and I want to like center a little bit.
We need some space for text.
Yes, so I could do that here. I very easily could resize it here, but we actually have a new tool, and I need to save this as a JPEG. Chat, we're fumbling here. All right.
It's all right. Everyone's having a great time.
We're doing great. All right. So what I can do is I can come to Firefly, and let's go to firefly.adobe.com, and this is going to allow me to extend that image, which is really cool.
Amazing.
So you can see there's a module that I just clicked on right there, and we can go ahead and expand an image. So if we want to do our own, we can just start this over, and let's see if we, you know what, let's do this. There we go. Upload, and let's find our image, which would be on the desktop, I believe. Cover cat. And now we can expand. So if you're using generative fill, expand is now an option, and this is new today.
Awesome.
So that we can add more space, and that way we can kind of just play around with having space for text. Maybe we want to have a little bit more versatility with what we're working with. Look at this little cutie.
I love her.
Let's censor
Or
right
him.
there. Hello. All right. So we're going to generate here, and it is going to generate the rest of this image for us. It's going to expand it out so we have more space to work with, especially when we're putting in type.
Beautiful.
Oh my goodness. I think I like this one.
Yeah. I like the cacti.
Yes. Oh,
kind
I
of
clicked on
around
more.
her.
We're getting more options,
let's see
chat.
more.
We're gonna see more options.
Rita says, I love the process of doing everything from scratch. It's really cool. Yes, it is. So fun to see the process.
Ooh, I like this one.
Yes.
Oh, well, yes. Yes? Okay, let's do this. No, let's do this one. I don't like what's happening on top of the head.
Yeah.
So let's stay and let's definitely keep those edits. And then let's go ahead and use the remove tool. And I'm just going to hover over and remove those little pieces right there. And it should fill in with sky for us so that we don't have to deal with the like cactus coming out of.
Yes.
What was the name?
Marmalade.
Marmalade. Got it.
Question. The InDesign features that you were showing, the text to image, is that in beta or it's just in InDesign?
Beta. It is in beta, yes. Text to
InDesign
image
beta.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let me remove this, and then I'll go ahead and save it, and we can relink it in our InDesign. Then we can start adding some text on top of it as well.
Beautiful. Great.
All right, got it.
Good.
Keep, cool, download, save. Got it. Good. Did we download? Downloaded. Got it.
It's trying its best.
There's a lot happening, chat. So I'm just going to replace this here, and we have, I believe in our downloads, we should have, where's our little cat? There we go. Hello. Yes.
Raphael's asking, what is the difference between the website version of Generative Expand and the Photoshop Generative Expand?
Same.
Yeah.
All same. One is in beta and one is in preview. The web is in preview and the Photoshop is in beta. All right, so I already love this. I'm gonna go ahead and add in a cover here. And we're gonna do, maybe, what should we call it? The Calico Catalog?
Catalog, yeah. Love it.
Calico Catalog, eh?
Should the cat be emphasized?
Yes, let's do that. So let's grab some type here, and we can just use Adobe fonts. I think this is what we want.
Oh, I love it.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Bubbly and fun. So I'm going to just increase sizing here. So we have this.
Cute. Oh, I love this font.
This is a really fun font. Okay, so if something gets kind of broken off here, you can actually hit Command Option C, and it will make it so that your box is the full size of the document. Okay, so I do think that the cat here needs to have a little bit more oomph on it. There is only one. Let's add another extra stroke on it. Where's my stroke? There we go, stroke here. And, okay. That's a lot. Okay, well, let's do it a different color.
Okay.
So let's do this in like a cream. Ooh, actually, let's color pick from our little friend here. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Eyedropper tool. Let's grab this light. Yeah.
Love that.
Okay, and then let's maybe get the type a little more locked in here. Oh, I hit my mouse. Hold on, chat. Stick with me. Okay, and then cat, let's do in maybe this like brown.
So yeah, another question about InDesign beta. Are you working in InDesign beta right now?
Yes, this is InDesign beta. Right now, it's happening. We are there together.
We're doing it.
Actually, I do want this to be white. Actually, you know what? Let's do like a light little... Oh yeah, let's do that. That's not bad.
Oh, I like that.
All right, I just want the color... Oh, Andrew, pull it together. Oh boy, chat. There we go. And actually, sure, let's do a little, we'll do a little side pro tip. So what just happened there is I tried to grab the color from the top,
and
right?
it was getting the size of
Yes.
the font.
So if you grab the eyedropper tool in InDesign and with text selected, you select text, it is going to change to all of the different versions of that. It's going to grab all of the assets.
Yeah.
But if you hold shift, it will change to just be this little crosshairs. So you see the little crosshairs right there?
Yes.
And now when I hit plus, it's only going to grab the color.
That is amazing.
You also can sample the color of things outside, and it will sample only the colors.
Wait, does that
there.
work in Illustrator too?
It does.
Wow, what a great tip.
It does. Actually, let's
That
see
is
if we can
a
grab
pet
the
peeve of
eyes.
mine, so thank you.
Eyes? No.
I
like
like
the
the
orange.
orange, yeah.
I could actually probably just sample the orange from over here.
Yes.
Maybe a little bit darker. All right, I like that we're sampling, and then I'm like, let's just like not do that.
Actually, no.
Yes, okay.
So cute.
The Calico catalog looks great. Oh my goodness, I'm in love. All right, so let's generate some more cats. Chat, I need types of cats. I need...
Send them all.
Send us cats.
Send them all.
So
Can we do like one of those like really fluffy gray cats?
yes.
I used to have one of
Yes.
those.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I wanna have a little bit of information about them. And so I'm actually going to use...
Is this a catalog for people to get cats or to get cat items for their cats?
Oh,
Or
no, it's
both?
about cats.
So people could just order cats.
Yes.
I love this.
Yes.
Okay.
So, so
I
what I'm
love
going to do
this.
is I know that I want to kind of create this weird like wobbly shape. So I'm in Illustrator now. Chat, hold on. We're going to all the
We're
programs
going
today.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, a Russian blue. Yeah, that's a short hair
Ooh.
gray, I think, right? I think.
So what I'm
I
going to
could be
do
wrong.
is I'm going to use the pen tool here and I'm just going to create like a line. And the reason I'm creating a line is I want to have one side be like really wobbly. So I'm going to create a line and then go to effects and we're going to go to distort and transform and we're going to do zigzag and then make it smooth. And this is going to allow me to have this nice little wave. I'm going to do a bit more of a wave.
Blue cat.
And
Yes.
then we're going to do like that. And so now with this, I can actually expand it and it's going to turn into that path. So now I have this nice path. And what I'm going to do is I am just going to create a full shape out of this.
Oh my goodness, Clever is dropping all the cats.
All right.
Wow.
So now I have this really weird obtuse shape, which I love, and I'm actually gonna round these out a little bit. And I love using Illustrator for this to create shapes, and then I'm gonna take this into InDesign, and I can paste this in here, and it's pasting it in as a path for me. So I'm gonna stretch this just so it goes to the whole page. And now I have this really weird
Cute.
kind of shape.
I love it.
And what's cool is I can select this shape and then again, use that new tool of text to image beta. And let's see what happens when I try to fill this in. Aspect ratio, square, probably, yeah. We have a vertical aspect ratio.
Amazing.
Chat, I think this is the first time that we have a vertical aspect ratio.
That is awesome.
I've always done 3x4 and then zoomed in.
Yes.
I didn't know this was happening and I'm so excited about it. Okay, so what kind of cats do we have?
So many. Let's try a Norwegian forest. I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool.
Norwegian forest cat. And let's do wearing a blue hat
Yes,
in a forest.
of course.
And let's do fantasy lighting, fantasy lighting, maybe like at dusk. All right, let's see what happens here. So we're gonna generate this, and what's cool is, I'm saying this really confidently, and let's see what happens. I think what's gonna happen is it's going to generate the image for us and then place it inside of the shape.
That would be awesome.
Just as you would place anything in InDesign,
Yeah.
I'm thinking that it will place it into this shape.
It does.
Yes.
Wow, what a beautiful cat.
What a beautiful cat.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
Wait, hold on.
I love the little pom-pom.
Hold on. Yeah, we're just gonna,
That is so cute.
yeah, we're gonna, oopsie.
No.
We're gonna bring this
No,
down
I'm
here.
sad.
No. It's
Okay.
gonna be, everybody's gonna be okay. Everybody's gonna be okay. I do think that this one is gonna have to be our
But
cover.
it's the Calico cat.
Oh, it's the Calico catalog. That's fine. Look at how gorgeous. Look at how gorgeous. Okay, so we have this gorgeous cat here. The like gorgeous. You know what? I'm actually gonna take it out of that awesome shape that we have. I did want to show you that you can generate into shapes. But what
That
an
is
elegant,
so beautiful.
regal, gorgeous cat. Wow.
I love the lighting that's happening right now too. Coming from behind like that, the little ring light there, it's so pretty.
Yes, this is so awesome. Okay, so maybe we want this cat. You know what? I don't want to do anything to this image.
I think it's perfect.
I think it's perfect.
It's perfect. Perfect.
Perfect. Okay, so maybe we want to do like a little pop out on the side.
Yeah.
And maybe what's like a detail that we'd want to show about this cat?
I mean, it has the coolest hat I've ever seen on a
Does.
cat.
Well, let's maybe do
But
some
I know it's
accessories.
not a-
Okay, this is now
okay.
becoming a catalog for cats to shop. Like, let's do it. Let's do it.
Like your cat
That's
could
it.
buy costumes.
Yes. Okay.
Love it.
So what we can do is we can actually create some shapes down here, and we're just gonna create like a few little blurbs, and these are gonna be like little pop-outs. And let's do 3 of them. And that way we can kind of show like, hey, here are the options that you can have. And so we're gonna do Norwegian Forest cat. So let's do.
Can we change the, like, is it about the hat or?
I think it's
like
I
the
think it's
hat
about the
colors?
hat. Yeah.
So maybe somebody had said purple because InDesign brand colors.
Okay. Wearing a purple hat, and let's do maybe green sunglasses.
Yes.
In the city. Okay,
So
this is a city cat.
Raphael says, so you select the shape and after that use text to image and that scales perfectly in the shape.
Yep, yeah, it will do basically
awesome.
fill the entire shape that you've created. It will fill it
Yeah.
with that image.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Yes.
Oh my
That is
gosh. Okay.
hilarious.
Okay, this is okay, this is my favorite thing that's ever happened. All right, I am gonna add a stroke on here just to add some a little bit of differentiation to
It's
the
all
background.
about the hat, Wade says.
All right, so here we go. We have the same kind of cat, but like in different. I think that's it. That maybe like the cats
same
are
cat, but
yeah.
in different scenarios, different outfits.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I'm just going to copy these over because I have the stroke on there that I want now.
Perfect.
And we are going to do. We need another look. What other look can we do here?
What if it's wearing, like, what if it has a top hat
Okay, I love that.
with a monocle
A top hat. Okay.
and a bow tie?
Okay. And let's say monocle.
Is that how you say it?
Monocle and a bow tie. And this one is going to be at night
Okay. Yeah.
in a bar. All right. So we're and we can just keep generating with these. And what's cool is, as you can see, we have all of our generations right here. So anytime you
We could
generate something,
always
it's going
pull
to
it back.
it's
Yeah.
going to be there. So you can use those images to pull it back in.
Oh
my gosh. Okay, this
Wow.
this little guy.
So refined. No monocle, but that's okay.
Yes.
We forgive it.
These are different ways to style your cat. Like if you have a Norwegian forest cat,
Yes.
these are the ways to style
I feel like
it.
all of these fit the Norwegian forest cat because it feels so majestic.
Yes.
What if there is like a majesty, like a king, like a prince?
Oh yes,
a
yes.
prince cape.
In a crown.
Yes.
Modern, cool, and let's do gold and silver.
Oh, okay. For the next one, Chris said an astronaut helmet.
Oh, okay, yes.
Maybe
All
for
right.
a different cat.
Yep. Maybe that is what kind of cat would go to space?
I feel like a little black and white cat, or I don't know, an orange cat.
Okay. Wow. Well, this is how you style this cat. And what's cool is, again, we used Adobe InDesign, and it's using Adobe Firefly technology to generate these images directly in InDesign. We don't have to go anywhere. And now we're creating this catalog using these images.
That's
which is
awesome.
really cool.
Someone was asking about the resolution of the generated images.
Oh, great question. I believe that it is, I actually don't know. I think it's 1000 is the maximum size that you can
sounds
generate. But I'm not fully confident in that. Okay,
Someone
so.
said a sphinx cat, like the hairless cat.
Yes, that's what I would like to see.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and add another page here. And maybe we want a little bit of a different layout for this one. Maybe we want to do like a more of a grid.
Okay.
So let's do this. Let's create 4 images here. We're just going to create 4 squares. Where's the center? There we go. 2.
Beautiful.
3, and one more 4. And these are going to be for our next version of a cat, which will be a hairless Egyptian Sphinx cat. SPHYNX.
Chris said SPHINX.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yep. In space.
The astronaut helmet?
Yes.
And the moon?
Stars and the moon in an astronaut suit.
Love it. Ans is also asking if we can legally use the generated images.
So all the generations that are happening with Adobe Firefly are trained on Adobe stock. And so Adobe Firefly is trained to be safe for commercial use.
Which is awesome.
Oh my.
That is...
Oh!
I love him.
This one's glorious. Hold on. Let's do this. I think that he needs to be
He needs to be the star.
Yes.
The star. He's so cute.
Oh my
These
goodness.
are like such beautiful images.
Yes, this is
So
a gorgeous
beautiful.
image. And look at the detail that we're getting
is
here.
Crazy. That is crazy.
Wow.
Oh my, look at the whiskers.
Little whiskers. That's pretty crazy. Wow.
Wow,
Okay,
wow, wow, wow.
so we're doing this again directly in InDesign. So as you lay things out, if you need to add in text, you can do that here in InDesign very easily. So I do want to maybe add in some text behind his ears. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this into Photoshop to get a little bit more precise with it. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to save this photo.
The professor of rocket science.
Yes.
That's what, who said that? Clever?
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Oh, Raphael says that the resolution is 2000 by 2000, according to help at Adobe.
Oh yes, then it's that. Then that is it. All right, so I want to export this because it is just gorgeous. So this is going to be export. We're going to go number 3, and this is going to be Space Cat. And we want to just do, let's do it pretty large so that we can play around in Photoshop with it. And the range, let's do 3. Nope. Just 3. Thank you. Export. And then from there, we're going to take that into Photoshop. Where did I save Space Cat?
Oh, Andrew, can you show where to find the text to image box in InDesign one more time?
Yes. So whenever you make a shape, you can just go in and go to Window, and then you can go to Text to Image Beta right here. So Text to Image Beta, new today in Adobe InDesign. So love this cat. Love what's happening here. Maybe you want a different background. So let's try this.
Yes, another new feature we forgot to mention.
Another new feature. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the background here by just clicking on Remove Background. And it should do a pretty good job at removing the background of our friend. Yes.
Amazing.
Yes. I think it's going to lose some whiskers, which is unfortunate because it is pretty specific on the whiskers.
Yeah.
But that's okay. We can play around with it. Because what we can do is we can generate a background. And so maybe this one we want to be galaxies in space. Like seeing the moon was cool, but I want more galaxies.
Yeah.
So we're going to do that, and we can actually just generate a background, and it's going to make it a lot easier for us to kind of push things through. All right, so we're going to do that, and then I think that I am going to, oh yeah.
Ooh, I love this. The
And
color.
it did a really good job with the whiskers.
Oh, the colors. Whoa.
Okay, so I like this one a lot.
Yes.
And then let's go ahead, and I want to kind of add in some other, I want to add in some more of these, like of these faces.
Oh,
And so what I'm going to do is I am going to, this is not going to go well. What I'm going to do is I am going to use the object selection tool to select him. And then we are going to just paste into a new document. And I'm going to use this as a reference to generate some new things. I want like that, I want that kind of look of like he's looking off and there's like faded versions in the background.
Yeah.
So we're just going to save that. And then no. And then I'm going to start kind of making selections, and this is not going to work, but it might.
It might.
I'm going to make some selections just in the back here, and let's see what we can have. Oh, and also, I don't think we talked about this today yet. Selection brush tool. Have you used the selection brush tool?
No, we did not talk about that yet.
So selection brush tool is really, really great. And it's basically you can make a selection like you do in Firefly or even in Express
That is
I can
awesome.
basically just grab a piece and draw over,
And then
now
that
it
makes
makes a
a
selection.
selection.
Yep.
Wow.
So we can do
That is
hairless
awesome.
Egyptian Sphinx cat head. And we are going to add in the reference
Let's
of our
see.
cat face and see what happens
See what
here.
it can do.
Let's generate. I want to do a couple of them.
Yeah.
And it is on its own layer, so I'll be able to take the opacity down and like
Yeah.
mask it out a little
Yeah.
bit. But let's see what happens and see if we can create this really cool image. I've always wanted one of these cats. I've always wanted one of these
should
cats
get
with
one.
heterochromia. Oh, it's not going to pull it. It's not going to do it. Dang it.
Hmm.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Which one do we like better, chat? Space Boy or Galaxy Man? I like space.
I think I like the moon.
This is a great image.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do this one. I think he looks great. All right, so let's use this one. What I'm going to do is I am going to bring it into Photoshop, which I have already done because it is literally here. I'm not going to save this, but I am going to open up our space cat. And I want to put some stuff behind his ears.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make a selection of him. And then actually, hold on. I want to see if I can give him heterochromia.
Do it.
So heterochromia is when your cats have eyes that are two different colors. It's very common in
so
Division
cool.
Sphinxes, and one of them is orange, and one of them is blue. So let's see,
I had a
orange.
dog with 2 colored eyes growing up.
Really?
One brown and one blue.
I think it's like the
Yeah.
most beautiful thing.
He was a great.
That's my
great
dream
dog.
cat, but they're super expensive.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yes. All right, let's see what happens if I can just replace this eye. Yeah.
That is pretty good.
It's pretty good. So I do like the orangeness of this one. That one's too weird. Actually, I like this one. So I'm going to go ahead and generate similar,
Yeah,
which is a new
the
tool that we
shadow's
have
looking
here, is that we can generate similar versions of that generation that we have. And let's see if we can get a little bit closer to what we're looking for. And I do want to talk about the detail that's happening.
It is crazy.
It's pretty crazy. So I'm going to zoom in here and look at how detailed that is. And if I
Yeah,
wanted more
that is
detail,
awesome.
it's too small to enhance. That's fine. If I wanted more detail, I could put it there. Do I like the original eye better? I like the original eye better, I think. You know what we can do? We can show off another new tool.
An adjustment brush?
Yes. Whoever is tuning in right now is like, what is going on the
Hue
screen?
and saturation?
Yes. Easy,
Let's
easy,
do
easy.
it.
So we have a new tool that is available today in Photoshop, and that is the adjustment brush tool. And this is just the adjustment layers that you know and love, but now you can brush them in very seamlessly. So we're going to do a hue and saturation, and then just click, and you can see that it's starting to paint that in. But I can use my adjustment to make that adjustment to where I want it to go to that nice orange.
But it's keeping that original eye shape.
Yes.
Which is great.
So let's keep that there, maybe a little bit more saturation. And then we can kind of just paint in. And this is why I love this brush, is we can kind of just paint in what we want to see on that eye. And so using the hue and saturation, we can keep changing the hue and saturation until we get exactly what we want. And I do want a little bit more of like I want that orange, which I think is
Yeah.
closer to here. I think that that's going to be close. And you'll see that I actually am not getting, like, I don't want what's up here. And so I can actually just reverse my brush and go to the black, and it's going to mask that back out for me. And so I can make it very, very loose and just get rid of all this blue or the pieces that I don't like or I don't think are working. I can just paint over it. Get a nice kind of effect there.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
I love that. That's awesome.
That's pretty cool.
That is really good.
So I do want to maybe brighten up this eye a little bit as well. Looks a little bit dark, so I can use another version of the brush and just go to let's do brightness and contrast here. And we can just brighten this up, and we're going to increase the brightness. And let's see if we can brush that in a little bit. That's a little bit too bright. All right, so let's bring contrast down, brightness, not too much. There we go.
And as you're adjusting the sliders, it's adjusting what you've already brushed, right?
Yes, yep. So you can see there that all of the different adjustments are happening within that brush. So using the adjustment brush, you can see the before and after.
Amazing.
Heterochromia.
I love it. I love it.
So gorgeous. Okay, so we have Space Cat. Are there any things that we want to change on Space Cat that we don't like?
I mean, I like it.
I like it too.
I like it a lot. Does it need? No.
I could get rid of these elements here.
Sure.
So let's do this. Let's go ahead and I'll make some selections over these. And it will make it so that we can just remove these very easily and cleanly. Cleanly. All right. Andrew. We're going to generate a fill and just generate with nothing in there. This is one of the better images that I've gotten out, and we got it directly in InDesign, which I think is crazy. All right, and the whole reason we came to Photoshop is to add in the text that we want across the top here. And actually, what I'm going to do, let's do this. Let's do this. So I'm gonna do this 2 days. I want to have the text in InDesign, so we're going to do Space Cat 2. Sure, why not? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to select our friend here. And I'm actually going to make a merging of everything. Command Control Shift E is the hotkey for that. And then we are going to grab just the area of his head. And I'm going to mask that. We're going to turn off all these. And now I'm going to have a very clean version of his head. So we're going to go here.
He says you could have put little mice on his, like on his little outfit. Like instead of those little stars.
Cute. That's pretty cute.
Maybe we'll incorporate mice in a future.
Yeah.
In the next cat.
All right, so Space Cat ISO, and that is basically just going to give me a PNG of this. So here's what I'm going to do in InDesign, is I'm going to replace this image that we created here with our friend Space Cat. And let's see, we have Space Cat 2. We got to get the heterochromia.
Love it.
Gorgeous. And then I also going to make a copy of this and then edit and paste in place.
Space Cats 2 sounds like a great film.
Yes. And then I'm going to place in that ISO. And the reason that I'm doing this is I did an isolation as a PNG of his head. And you can see there that it has a color in the background. But if I turn off the color of this shape, we'll actually be able to see that, I'm just going to use the hotkey, that it is seamless, right?
Yes.
But it is actually 2 different versions.
So you can just put the text.
So now I can put the text in between.
In between the layers.
Yep.
Love
so
it.
What is a good Space Cat pun that we could use here?
Someone said professor of rocket science earlier. I don't know. Space Cat? I mean.
Let's just do Space Cat.
I love Space Cat.
All right, so we're gonna do Space Cat here. I'm gonna find the perfect font for us to put that in. We can't filter, so I'm gonna filter by ornamental, just because I'm guessing that that is the zone that we want. Oh yeah, right here.
Yes.
That is the winner.
Oh my gosh.
Space Cat. And so we can format this, and let's go ahead and make it white. And what's cool is I will be able to put this in between those layers, and now we have that really cool like level with the Space Cat. Okay, and what I could do here, actually,
if you bring down the opacity of the first cat,
the one on top,
will that be weird? Yeah.
It would probably be weird, but let's see what happens. Where is my opacity? There we go. I'm not mad about it.
Then you can read it a little better, but either, I mean, it looks cool both ways.
What we could do as well is I could like grab this, which is the bounding box, and I could just pull it down here, so we could create like some dimension.
I like that. That's fun. That's very fun.
And because it's the same, I like that. I'm not mad about
so
it.
fun.
So because it's the same image, you're able to kind of create this really cool look.
Yeah, yeah.
And I might want to do something a little bit different with this type, just so it's more readable, because it's already being lost a little bit.
Read, yeah.
Let's see if we can find something. Oh, that's one of my fonts. You can't go wrong with Hobo. Oh, why don't I have any? Ooh, no. This is zipline. No, let's go with something that's just like super meaty and like bold and see what we can get there. Sure. Adriana condensed looks good to me. Space cat. Let's go ahead and make it larger. I am not mad about it,
No,
especially because the A
awesome.
like kind of makes sense there. Space cat. All right, that's gorgeous. These two are really, really good.
Those are pretty impressive.
All right, we need to keep this going here. What is our next cat?
Okay, what if, because I love the idea of incorporating a mouse. What if it's like a mouse catcher or like a patrol cat or something like that?
Ooh, I love
and
that.
He's catching some mice.
Yes.
I don't know what that would look like. Or like a detective or something.
I have an idea, yeah. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do a detective cat, and then we'll do some mice as like the perpetrators and do like little like...
Yes.
Okay, so let's do, what kind of cat would be an
orange cat, a black and white, a Siamese cat.
Okay, let's do that. So Siamese cat in a police uniform. And let's say like red sirens in the background.
Mm-hmm.
And then like crime tape in
Yeah.
the foreground.
On in a city street or something.
Yeah, city street. And we were doing this all here in InDesign, which is really cool. So we're gonna hit generate here and it's going to generate that for us.
Let's see.
Yes. And someone's saying, is it just a brush that will automatically make an adjustment layer mask? Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, just save some time.
Yep. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yes, 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 yes. Absolutely.
Wow.
Okay, in love with this. And then let's go ahead and put in some of the perpetrators, which would be the mice. And I'm gonna grab the layout actually from this other page here. And let's center this right there. Cool, that's good. All right, what did our mice do? What were their crimes?
Stole the cheese.
Ooh, okay.
Chewed a hole in something.
Okay, am I stealing cheese? And let's do black and white.
Yes.
Actually, let's do sepia. Let's do sepia tone. Sepia tone. All right, let's see what happens here. A mouse stealing cheese with a little sepia tone. Matches your eyes.
Those are some beautiful eyes.
Ooh, busted.
So cute.
Okay, love it. What else did we? What else do we have? Mouse. Yeah.
Or like chewing through a wire.
Chewing through a wire.
What else do
with
mice
electric
do?
sparks. Sepia tone. Okay, let's see what happens here. We're literally creating like a cat calendar.
Maybe it should be.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Oh,
that mouse is getting electrocuted. That is intense.
Okay. Wait, he made his mistakes. And then maybe let's have
What if it's two mice?
Oh, yeah, maybe it's like two mice boxing. With mice around them cheering.
A mouse running from a mouse trap. That's good too.
Ooh. Mouse running away from a mouse trap. Let's see what happens. This is a fun little action. And also,
love this.
Yes. Please don't chew on the oops too late. Yep. Thank you, Wade. Oh, he's doing a little hurdle.
We forgot.
Oh. Oops. Sepia tone. A mouse in an adventure hat.
Yes.
I'm thinking like an Indiana Jones moment.
Yes.
He's like just jumping over the...
Yes, he's going.
So, all the while, what we're trying to show you here is that InDesign does have text to image now, and you can put in your articles. Yes. Love it.
Oh my gosh, his little hat.
His little hat.
So cute.
Oh my goodness, that's so cool. So InDesign now has text to image, and you can create a catalog just like this one. Let's go ahead and check out what this looks like.
I'm impressed.
It's pretty good.
It is so good.
Let's see here. Where do I want to fit spread to window? The Calico catalog.
Oh.
Space Cat's
I love
gorgeous.
Space Cat.
Space Cat's amazing.
I love.
It's crazy that these are just generated using Adobe Firefly. So
I know.
Let's go into Photoshop and let's try to generate some more cats. What size is Space Cat? I want to make sure that we maintain our quality and our size here. Where are you, Space Cat? 8 by 8 at 300. Okay, cool. So let's create a new one that is 8 by 8. And let's see how crazy we can get with one of these. What other types of cats do we have?
Orange.
So we're gonna go, yeah.
I feel like I keep saying the same ones. I don't know that many other.
Generate image. We're gonna start from scratch. Let's do like
what about is there like a tiger, like a stripy cat?
Ooh.
You know, those ones that are like, is it a tabby? Is that what it is?
Let's try that. So tabby cat on a water slide in the summer.
With swim trunks?
Yeah, in a bathing suit. With fish jumping. Oh.
With little
yes.
swim goggles?
Yes. So let's do, yeah, wearing goggles for sure.
Oh, a Bengal cat.
Oh, yes, that's what we want.
Angora cat.
Yes, Bengal. Let's do Bengal.
A witch's black cat.
Bengal?
That's what they say.
Yes. Okay, cool. So Bengal cats, and we want to do a photo. And you know what? Do we need a reference image here? It would probably be good to have a reference image.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful.
So let's do this. Let's go ahead and head to Adobe Stock. And maybe actually let's just use Firefly for this. Let's go in and let's generate a Bengal cat with stripes.
Team Western Productions says, I can't wait to try these new features.
Yes.
And hi. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for being here. We have a few minutes left, so if you guys have any last minute questions about any of the new features or any suggestions, drop them in the chat. Hermione's cat. Oh, a retro swim cap.
Oh, cute. Ooh, I like a Bengal.
Yes.
That's cool.
That is fun.
Okay, so I'm going to download this just as a reference, and then we are going to go back into Photoshop, and we'll go reference image, and we will grab that download that we just created, which is this cat. We'll hit open, and now we're going to hit generate and see what happens. So we're trying to get a cat on a water slide with mice kind of around. It's wearing goggles and a swimsuit.
There's a lot going on.
Okay. Okay. Oh.
A slide.
I actually really like this
That cat
version.
is great.
Okay, so I'm going to click on this cat, and I really like this. I'm going to remove the background here. And so let's go ahead and rasterize this because I actually really like this cat. So we are going to remove the background. And then we're going to generate a new background. Let's generate background, and we are going to do water slide, bright colors, and see what happens there. Let's generate a new background for our friend.
Maybe a little bit at a time. It might have been a lot for it to
We had a lot going on
handle.
there. And I do want to actually put that prompt into Adobe Firefly and see what happens there.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. Oh, cute. Oh.
Oh. Little cat. Okay, let's try it in Firefly and see what happens over here. We may be able to... let's see what happens. All right. Bengal cat on a water slide. Splashing with fish jumping. And let's do wearing goggles and a swimsuit. Splashing with fish jumping, got it. All right, photo, got it. Styles, I don't think we need one. Let's try this. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah, Firefly is doing a great job with generating cats. It really is. It loves cats.
Yes, and Firefly is doing a great job generating cats. It is, especially Space Cat.
Oh
yes!
my gosh.
Yes!
Look at him. What? I feel like that looks like a real cat on the water slide. Like.
Okay, I like this one, and I can actually come up here and go to generate similar, which is what I'm going to use, and it's going to give me more generations that are similar to that one. So let's see if we can come up with something that's a little bit closer to what we're looking for. I might want to add in bright colors.
Oh my gosh.
That's pretty good.
That is so cute.
Okay, I like this one a lot.
That one is so cute. I love his face.
Okay, so right here we can go into generative fill, and this is going to allow us to fill in more pieces.
So now we're in Adobe Firefly.
Yes, now we're in Adobe Firefly.
Yes.
We're all over the place, chat. And what I want to do here is I'm going to put maybe like, I want another fish down here. So let's just do a fish.
Maybe a colorful tropical fish.
Colorful tropical fish. Tropical fish.
Can Firefly create social media icons?
Let's try. What do you want to see an icon for? For specific companies, no. It's not going to generate anything that has intellectual property on it, but it could create icons.
There are also a lot of great icons in Adobe Express that you can play with.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh wow! It put it in the water.
Yeah, put it in the water.
That looks yeah, that's awesome.
Okay, and then let's maybe put what do we want up here?
I feel like it needs to be out like sunny.
Oh, you're right.
A sky.
I agree.
Right?
Yes.
Because if it was a water slide that's open, that would be the sky.
Yes. Okay, so let's download this, and then we are going to do the same trick where we remove the background here.
We have 3 minutes, by the way.
We have 3 minutes. That's more than enough time to remove a background because all I need to do is click here to remove the background. It will remove that background, and then I'm going to generate a new background, and this is going to be a water slide with blue sky and water. Easy peasy, click, click, click. Done, done, done. And yes, Firefly is doing. Have we named the cats? I don't think
we didn't name this one. Wow. Okay. Oh, I like that.
Yes, I'm not mad about this one.
That one's fun.
I think this is cute. So cute. All right, so chat. In recap, we have worked in InDesign using text to image over here in InDesign to create some calico cat logs. And we created these looks here with this, what was this called?
The
Siberian
Norwegian forest cat?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can see, look at the quality on
that.
These.
I mean, the detail is so good.
That's crazy.
So good.
And then we created the one, the only, the legendary space cat.
It's my favorite of the day. For sure.
It really is. It's a
my
great
favorite.
generation.
It's so good.
Yeah, it turned out really, really well. And what's cool is it actually saves as the prompt. So when we look and see what we saved for Space Cat, actually, I don't think it did because we generated it directly in it. Okay, it didn't. In theory, if you did this in Firefly, it would save the prompt for you so you could see what it was. And then over here, we have a Patrol Cat with all of the mice that had done crime. Little crime mice. So cool. So thanks for joining us, everybody. We covered that today the Creative Cloud desktop app is allowing you to download the Photoshop beta that has Firefly Image Model 3 as well as a whole bunch of other pieces of Firefly new today. Any advice for our friends going out and playing around in Photoshop?
Definitely download it and give it a try. Play around. I feel like once you start playing with it, I feel like you can't stop.
Yes, it's true.
So just get it.
Wait, look, there's a space cat.
Long
lost brother.
Full circle.
Full circle.
Circle.
All right, everybody. Thanks so much. And there's another cat above me. There's so many cats. Bye, everybody.
Bye.